Myra, Morty, there you are. I've been searching for you in all dimensions.
Oh man, I didn't think she would actually find me.
Who is this?
Myra, I'm Morty's interdimensional admirer. I came all this way to be with him.
Great, now we have a stalker on our hands. Let's hurry up and finish our burgers. Scene 5.
As the group finishes their meal, they hear Jerry screaming from the massage parlor. Hey, help me.
Oh no, Jerry's in trouble. We have to save him.
Scene 6.
Back at the massage parlor, the group finds Jerry wrapped up in the alien masseuse's tentacles.
What the hell is going on here?
Get me out of here, for the love of God.
Hold on, I have an idea.
Rick pulls out his portal gun and opens a portal beneath the masseuse. She falls in and the group escapes.
Scene 7.
Back at home, the group reflects on their crazy interdimensional adventure.
That was insane. I'm never going to forget this.
I hope Jerry learned his lesson about going to sketchy massage parlors.
I just wanted my neck pain to go away.
And I learned that interdimensional Tinder might not be the best idea.
And I learned to never underestimate the power of a Whataburger.
The end.
Title: The Darmstadium Dilemma, Morty's Metamorphosis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring the newest element, Darmstadium. Rick explains its properties and potential uses in interdimensional travel.
Darmstadium is a highly unstable, synthetic element with a half-life of mere seconds. It's perfect for powering our portal gun, Morty.
Wow, Rick, it's pretty amazing.
Their excitement is interrupted when they receive a summons to court. They arrive to see Beth already in the courtroom, defending a cartoon character with glasses and a tie that she created.
Your Honor, my client is being unjustly accused of plagiarism. If anything, the defendant's character is a parody of my client's creation.
Judge, I see. And who exactly is your client?
Beth reveals that the character is none other than Mr. Meeseeks. As the trial continues, Morty begins to feel strange. Suddenly, he transforms into a handsome heartthrob, stunning everyone in the courtroom.
Whoa, what the hell just happened to me? Why am I so hot?
Rick examines Morty and discovers that the Darmstadium has caused a genetic mutation, triggering Morty's transformation.
Morty's genes have been altered by the Darmstadium. He's become a supercharged stud.
The news of Morty's transformation spreads like wildfire. At the school, chaos ensues as students fight over Morty's attention. Meanwhile, Rick realizes that Morty's transformation doesn't just affect him physically, it also alters his personality.
Morty, you're not acting like yourself. This Darmstadium's messing with your brain.
Morty, now a confident ladies' man, starts to embrace his new persona. However, as the effects of the Darmstadium wear off, Morty begins to revert back to his old self.
Oh man, I'm losing my hotness. What am I gonna do?
Just when Morty feels like all hope is lost, Rick has an idea. He uses the remaining Darmstadium to create a serum that will permanently transform Morty. The episode ends with Morty donning a new persona and becoming the hottest heartthrob in town.
Well, Morty, looks like you're hot stuff now. Might even give me a run for my money.
Thanks, Rick. I could get used to this.
Guys? The judge is calling us back to court.
Hey, whatever. Let's go watch some interdimensional cable instead.
The trio walks off as the courtroom fades to black, leaving Mr. Meeseeks alone, still fighting for his right to exist.
Title: Quantum Saber Battle Royale with Binary Babe Betrayal.
Synopsis. On a routine interdimensional travel, Rick and Morty encounter two Jedi Knights wielding lightsabers and swords. They reveal that their mission is to retrieve a rare element found on a distant planet in order to stabilize the spine of the universe. However, their mission is sabotaged by the appearance of a possessed child whose terror causes them to lose the element. They must team up with Storm Reed and Cristiano Ronaldo to fight off the child's evil influence and retrieve the element before it falls into the wrong hands.
Great, we've got Jedi Knights now. I guess we're not the only ones who can weave in and out of different universes.
Rick, they're holding swords, too. That's not very Jedi-like.
Guys, they're probably just cosplaying. Let them have their fun.
How do you cosplay a Jedi Knight with a sword?
Jedi Knight 1, excuse us, but we're on a very important mission. We need to retrieve a rare element that can stabilize the spine of the universe.
Jedi Knight 2, but we've hit a bit of a snag. This possessed child's terror has made it impossible for us to retrieve it.
Storm Reed, I'll help. I've fought evil forces before.
Cristiano Ronaldo. So have I, only my evil forces wear different jerseys.
Alright, let's do this. Morty, grab that sword and let's show these Jedi Knights how it's done.
I don't know how to use a sword, Rick.
Just swing it around and hope for the best. It's not rocket science, Morty.
Binary babe, ha 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 ha, you'll never retrieve the element. I possess the power to betray even the most trustworthy of allies.
What's a binary babe?
I think it means she only speaks in binary code.
Well, that's just great. Now we're up against a possessed child and a binary babe. This is getting ridiculous.
I don't think we can win this, Rick. I'm scared.
Nonsense, Morty. We've got Storm Reed and Cristiano Ronaldo on our side. Nothing can stop us.
The group engages in a fierce battle with a possessed child and the binary babe.
Swords clash with lightsabers, and each side tries to outmaneuver the other.
In the end, Storm Reed and Cristiano Ronaldo manage to distract the child long enough for Rick to retrieve the element.
Well, that was a wild ride. I'm not sure I want to mess with the spine of the universe again anytime soon.
I can't believe we just fought Jedi Knights and a possessed child. Is this even real life?
I think we can all use a break. Let's go get some ice cream.
Can we get lightsaber-shaped popsicles?
No, Summer, we've had enough of that for one day.
Scene opens in Rick's garage laboratory as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are huddled around a table filled with various sci-fi themed Lego sets.
Alright, listen up you little Lego shits. We gotta build these sets so we can sell them for a profit. And don't mess this up, Jerry.
Hey, I can handle building Legos. I've been practicing with the Duplo blocks.
Why are we building Legos anyway? Shouldn't we be doing something more science-y?
These sets have a higher profit margin than any of your so-called science-y endeavors, Summer.
Rick, what about your scandalous feud with that alien seductress?
That's nothing. Just a minor hiccup in my intergalactic relationships.
Jerry suddenly gasps.
Guys? I think I just discovered something weird in another dimension.
If it involves you having a harem, Jerry, I don't want to know.
Hey, what about Beth's cloning debacle? Shouldn't we be worried about that?
Not unless she starts cloning herself a legion of fully functional husbands.
Guys? I really think you should see this.
The group looks over to see the rows of Legos on the table suddenly starting to come to life and form a massive Lego giant.
Oh, great. I forgot we were using experimental self-assembling nanobots.
Rick, I think the giant Lego monster is attacking Helsinki.
Oh, shit. We better do something about that.
Human Resources Manager. Excuse me, Mr. Sanchez. I'm here to discuss your recent hiring practices.
Not now. I'm busy trying to stop a Lego monster attack on Helsinki.
Human Resources Manager. Well, we've received several complaints about your lack of diversity in your hires and your use of illegal self-assembling nanobots.
Listen, do you want to stop a giant Lego monster or not?
The group successfully stops the Lego monster and sells all of their sci-fi themed Lego sets for a huge profit. Meanwhile, Jerry is still perplexed by his harem in another dimension.
I don't understand it. I barely even talk to these women. How did this happen?
I dunno, Jerry. Maybe it's just your irresistible charm.
Morty and Summer exchange a bemused look as the episode ends.
Title: The Cybertech Catastrophe.
Synopsis. A poster of a robot holding a gun is captured by Rick's attention, prompting the gang to embark on a disastrous adventure involving a mad bomber manhunt and a robot winery tour.
Act 1.
Grabs the poster of the robot. Oh, Morty, we've got a good one here. This here's a cybertech bounty, worth a pretty penny on the market if we can catch the mad bomber.
A mad bomber? That sounds dangerous and illegal.
Is this really a good idea, Rick?
Screw caution. We're going in.
Act 2.
Wow, this place is amazing.
Yep, we're at the robot winery tour now. We're gonna bag that mad bomber while we're here. Let's go, team.
Why are we doing this again?
Because, Summer, we need the money.
Act 3.
I'm starting to feel like this is a bad idea, Rick.
Nonsense, Beth. This is scientific exploration at its finest.
There he is, the mad bomber.
Quick, we've got to catch him.
Act 4.
This way, guys, we can corner him here.
What are we going to do if we catch him?
I've got a plan, Morty. Trust me.
This seems like a terrible plan, Rick.
Act 5. Robot appears.
Oh no, it's the robot police. Quick, let's hide.
Where are we gonna hid? Oh, wait, there's a robot on our poster. Let's jump on its back.
This is insane.
Agreed.
Act 6.
Phew, we made it out. That was close.
Wait, what about the mad bomber?
Who cares about the mad bomber, Morty? We got a few cool stories out of it.
And a pretty sweet poster.
Sighs, I'm beginning to regret this family outing.
Block.
Well, that was certainly an adventure. Next time, we'll have to switch it up and do something different.
Yeah, let's maybe not get involved with any more robotic mad bombers.
I'm just glad we made it out in one piece.
Agreed, but it was all worth it for this poster.
And that's the end of our scientifically driven, joke-filled Rick and Morty episode.
Title: The Dysfunctional Apology.
Episode description. In this episode, Rick and Morty are seen holding a bat and a surfboard with a bottle of wine in it as they walk down the street. They stumble upon someone who accidentally utters the wrong word due to their bad day. Without any empathy, Rick and Morty start mocking and harassing the person for their mistake.
Morty, did you hear that? This guy can't even pronounce his own name. What a loser.
Ha ha, you're so right, Rick. This guy must have failed English class.
Person, I'm sorry, I just had a lot on my mind today. Can you guys please stop?
Rickon, stop what? Having fun? No way, we love being jerks to people.
Their behavior quickly becomes too much for Beth, who sees the whole thing and becomes furious. She storms over with a bat and confronts Rick and Morty.
What the hell is wrong with you two? Can't you see that person is having a hard time and doesn't need your childish behavior?
Oh hey, Beth, yeah, we see it. But what's the harm in having a little fun?
Yeah, we didn't mean anything by it. We were just being our usual selves.
But Beth isn't backing down and demands that Rick and Morty apologize. However, their pride and stubbornness prevents them from saying sorry.
Apologize? You gotta be kidding me. We didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, we were just joking around. Everyone has a sense of humor, right?
As the argument escalates, Summer shows up and tries to mediate the situation. But Rick and Morty's egos are too big to listen to reason, and their refusal to apologize only angers Beth even more.
Guys, come on. Can't we just all be friends here?
No, we can't. Not until these two immature assholes realize what they did was wrong.
Okay, you know what? Screw this, we're leaving.
Yeah, we're not gonna apologize for something we didn't even do.
In the end, Rick and Morty storm off while Beth watches disapprovingly. The lesson of the episode is that sometimes people aren't willing to admit fault, even if it's clear they were in the wrong. But it's also a reminder that there are consequences to our actions and words, and for Beth, that means taking matters into her own hands, or rather, to defend those who are mistreated.
Title: The Neon Helmet Experiment.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage, Rick tinkering with a strange helmet while Morty fidgets nervously.
Morty, today I have created the most innovative experiment involving this neon helmet.
Oh, okay, Rick, but what does it do?
This helmet allows humans to unlock their full potential. I call it the Neon Helmet Experiment.
Whoa, that sounds intense. Will it be safe?
Safe? There's no time for safety when there's science to be done. Now, put on the helmet, Morty. We have some data to collect.
Morty hesitantly puts on the helmet, his head looking comically large with the neon light shining on his face.
Excellent. Now let's test your newly unlocked potential.
Suddenly, Morty disappears from sight. Rick frantically searches for him, but to no avail.
Damn it, Morty. Where did you go?
Cut to a mysterious figure watching from the shadows, Morty's secret admirer, Kenya.
Kenya. Morty, I've been looking for you. I see you've unlocked your full potential with the neon helmet. How would you like to come with me on some adventures?
Morty, feeling confident with his newfound abilities, agrees and follows Kenya to her spaceship. Meanwhile, Rick is still searching for Morty when he stumbles upon an ancient mummy resurrection exhibit at the local museum.
Ah, perfect. With the mummy's advanced technology, I can track Morty's location and bring him back safely.
But upon resurrecting the mummy, chaos ensues as it gains a mind of its own and begins wreaking havoc on the city. Rick and the mummy engage in a hilarious battle, with Rick ultimately coming out on top and regaining the location of Morty. Back on Kenya's spaceship, Morty is having the time of his life as they explore different planets and dimensions.
Wow, Kenya, this is amazing. I can't believe I'm actually doing this.
Kenya. Oh Morty, you haven't even scratched the surface of what's possible with the neon helmet. But first, let's go grab a quick bite to eat.
Cut to Rick, using the mummy's technology to locate Morty and Kenya's whereabouts.
Looks like Morty's on a spaceship with his secret admirer. Time to bring him back to reality and out of that neon helmet.
The episode ends with Rick successfully retrieving Morty from the spaceship and destroying the neon helmet, much to Morty's disappointment.
Oh man, I was just getting used to having superpowers. Can't we at least keep the helmet for future use?
No way, Morty. We've got a universe to save. Now let's go home and get some rest before our next adventure.
The screen fades out as the duo walks towards the portal, with the mummy's bandages and debris still littering the streets behind them.
Title: Cyber Splurge, The Ethics of Digital Warfare.
The opening shot features a group of cartoon characters including Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth standing next to each other on a dark background, with a black and white background projected in the background. Summer walks in, looking unusually confident than her usual self.
Hey guys, I just opened a GoFundMe page to fund my addiction to cyberbullying.
Summer, this is ridiculous. It's immoral, unethical, and downright cruel.
Yeah, Summer, why would you want to do that?
I don't know, kids these days.
I just don't understand.
Summer, you need to close that page right now. You're going too far with this.
But wait, check out how much money we've raised.
She shows them the screen of her laptop displaying the amount of money raised. The family was gobsmacked by the amount.
Oh, that's a lot of cash. Forget morals and ethics, count us in.
Are you serious, Rick?
Yeah, I don't know about this, guys.
I don't know, I'm not so sure about this.
Trust me, guys, this is going to be huge. We can make a professional business specializing in industrial-grade cyberbullying.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth looked horrified by the thought, but they couldn't resist the temptation of getting rich quick. They all join in on the scheme and begin their journey into the digital battleground. With Summer leading the way, the family becomes the most infamous cyber bullies on the planet. But as they continue their spree of cruelty, they soon realize that their actions have real-life consequences, as they receive backlash from the public, eventually causing them to question the ethics of their actions. The episode ends with the family learning a powerful lesson about the importance of moral principles and the impact of their actions. As they try to make amends, they discover that they have caused an uproar in the cyber world, resulting in a league of vengeful hackers chasing them down.
Oh boy, Summer, I don't think we thought this through.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with these guys, Rick.
This is all your fault, Summer.
We need to make this right. Now.
The family rushes out of the room, pursued by an army of digital warriors, with the screen turning black and white as the closing credits roll.
Title: Cyberbullying in the Multiverse.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty setting up a new portal gun battery, utilizing a complex network of interdimensional wires and fluctuating power sources.
Alright, Morty, this battery is gonna be your responsibility. Don't mess it up.
But what if I...
No buts, Morty, this is science. We don't have time for your insecurities.
Suddenly, a portal opens and a woman with red hair and a crown on her head appears.
Woman, Rick Sanchez, I need your help. My universe is in danger.
Whoa, 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 slow down there. What's the problem?
Woman, my name is Queen Lana and my kingdom is being attacked by a cyberbullying force.
A cyberbullying force? What does that even mean?
Morty, it means we're gonna have to enter a virtual reality to find out.
The trio enters a virtual reality simulation and finds themselves in a world of online trolls and bullies.
Alright, Morty, stay close. We don't want to get trolled to oblivion.
Got it, Rick. I'll watch your back.
Suddenly, Summer appears in the simulation, typing furiously on a keyboard.
Haha. Look at this loser. He deserves to be cyberbullied. Queen Lana. Oh no, we have to stop her.
Morty, we have a new mission. We gotta cure Summer's cyberbullying addiction before it gets out of hand.
How are we gonna do that, Rick?
Easy, Morty. We'll just invent a new device that extracts the addicting chemicals from her brain.
The trio successfully remove the addictive properties from Summer's brain, but instead of curing her, everyone else becomes addicted to cyberbullying. Hey Rick, check out this meme I made about Morty.
Haha, that's savage, Jerry.
The episode ends with the entire family happily cyberbullying one another, with no cure in sight.
Title: Cyberbullying in the Multiverse.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty observing a strange creature with a bizarre expression on its face and arms, which they identify as a cartoon character from a parallel universe. Beth and Summer enter the room, curious about the commotion.
Check it out, Morty. We just discovered a new dimension with cartoon characters. The possibilities are endless.
Rick, isn't it wrong to invade other dimensions without permission?
But, no, it's called exploration, Morty. Now, let's get down to business. I'm going to show you 10 solid justifications for cyberbullying having a positive impact.
What? That's not something we should be encouraging.
Yeah, cyberbullying is wrong and hurtful.
Nonsense, there are benefits to it. For example, it can toughen people up and make them more resilient. And it can also weed out the weak ones.
But, Rick, isn't that just mean?
No, it's called natural selection, Morty. Survival of the fittest and all that.
Rick, that's not how it works. You can't just apply biological concepts to the human psyche.
Exactly, cyberbullying can lead to depression, anxiety, and even suicide. How is that a positive impact?
Well, it can also foster creativity and innovation. Sometimes people need a little push to reach their full potential.
I don't think that's how it works, Rick. Cyberbullying can destroy someone's self-esteem and hinder their progress.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Morty is right. Cyberbullying is a serious issue that we shouldn't make light of.
Yeah, we need to be more understanding and supportive of each other.
Okay, I get it. Maybe cyberbullying isn't the answer, but we can still use this cartoon character as a test subject for our experiments, right?
No, Rick. We're not using anyone for our experiments. We need to respect other dimensions and their inhabitants.
The episode ends with Rick begrudgingly agreeing to leave the cartoon character alone, but not before making a snarky comment about how it's a missed opportunity for science. The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in a field with a piano and a piano player in the background.
Morty, why are we standing in a field?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe it's symbolic or something.
Symbolic? Morty, you know I don't deal in symbols. But I'll tell you what is real, cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying? That doesn't sound very positive.
Oh, but it is, Morty. Cyberbullying leads to stronger individuals who can handle criticism and adversity. It's like survival of the fittest but with online insults.
Rick, that's a terrible thing to say.
Oh, come on, Beth. Don't be such a snowflake. Cyberbullying is just the invisible hand guiding society to greatness.
I don't know, Rick.
I think cyberbullying can be harmful.
Nonsense, Jerry. Cyberbullying builds character. It's the spice of life, adding flavor to our otherwise bland existence.
I guess you're right, Rick. I never thought of it that way.
Of course I'm right, Summer. Now let's all cyberbully each other and become stronger individuals.
The group proceeds to engage in a fierce cyberbullying battle, hurling insults and derogatory comments at each other. Eventually, they all emerge stronger and more resilient.
Wow, Rick, you were right. Cyberbullying really is a positive force.
Of course I was right, Morty. I'm always right. And now, let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
The group walks off into the sunset, victorious and unscathed by the power of cyberbullying.
Title: Quantum Skateboard Blues.
Scene 1. Jerry comes to Rick and Morty's house, holding a skateboard and a roll of skateboard paper with stars on it. Rick explains the concept of quantum skateboards and how they can travel through different dimensions.
Hey Jerry, nice skateboard. Did you know that these quantum skateboards can travel through different dimensions at the speed of light?
Wow, I had no idea. Can I try it out?
No way, Jerry. This is a complicated piece of technology. You'll just mess it up.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty go on a dimension-hopping adventure on their quantum skateboard, encountering bizarre creatures and surreal landscapes. Jerry stays behind and tries to replicate the technology using the roll of skateboard paper.
Morty, we've got to find the dimensional portal before it closes. We can't be stuck in this Kafkaesque nightmare world forever.
I don't think I can take much more of this, Rick. My brain is starting to hurt.
Scene 3. Meanwhile, Jerry accidentally creates a tear in the fabric of reality and comes face to face with his alternate dimension counterpart, who is a successful skateboard designer and entrepreneur. The two Jerrys team up to make a fortune off of the quantum skateboard technology.
I can't believe it. This is going to be my big break. I'll finally make something of myself.
Scene 4. Rick and Morty return to their own dimension, only to discover that Jerry has permanently damaged Morty's quantum skateboard, rendering it useless. Morty is devastated and feels betrayed by Rick.
I can't believe you let Jerry mess up my skateboard, Rick. This is why I can't trust you anymore.
Oh, come on Morty. It's just a stupid skateboard. Get over it.
No, you don't understand. This was important to me. I don't think I can forgive you for this.
Scene 5. In a last-ditch effort to save their friendship, Rick creates a new, even better quantum skateboard for Morty. Morty is impressed, but still has doubts about their relationship.
I appreciate the new skateboard, Rick, but I don't think it can make up for what you did.
Fine, Morty, if you want to play it that way, we'll just have to go on even crazier adventures without you. See how you like it.
Scene 6. Jerry, now filthy rich and successful, realizes that he's not happy without his family and his life. He uses his wealth to reunite Rick and Morty, and they all go on one final quantum skateboard adventure together.
I'm sorry for what I did, Rick. I just wanted to prove that I was worth something.
Hey, it's all water under the bridge. Let's just enjoy this ride while we still have it.
The end.
Title: The Effects of Persian Massage on Fibromyalgia Symptomatology.
Episode 1. The Massage Session.
In this episode, we observed a female client receiving a Persian massage from a female therapist wearing a purple scrub suit. The client was seated on a green chair against a green background.
This study aimed to evaluate the effects of Persian massage therapy on fibromyalgia symptomatology.
The therapist used a variety of techniques including effleurage, petrissage, friction, and manual lymphatic drainage. The massage was performed on various parts of the body, including the neck, back, arms, and legs. During the session, the client reported experiencing significant pain relief and improved overall well-being. The therapist noted that the client's muscles were less tense and more relaxed following the massage. This study provides preliminary evidence that Persian massage may be an effective complementary therapy for individuals with fibromyalgia.
Future research is needed to further explore its therapeutic benefits.
Therapist, I noticed a significant decrease in muscle tension and an increased movement of lymphatic fluid after the massage. These are all positive indications of the benefits of Persian massage for those with fibromyalgia.
Client, I felt so much relief during the massage. My pain levels went down and my mood improved. It was a very relaxing experience.
Researcher, the results are promising, but we need to conduct further studies to fully understand the potential benefits of Persian massage for fibromyalgia symptomatology.
Title: Intergalactic Irrigation Intrigue. Act 1.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty flying through space, trying to evade an army of hostile robots. As they make a daring escape, the camera pans to a man floating in the distance, holding a gun and looking extremely confused.
Morty, did you grab the Funko Pop we came for?
Oh, no, Rick. I thought we were just trying to escape those robots.
Morty, you never miss an opportunity to get a rare collectible. Now we gotta go back.
Act 2.
As Rick and Morty make their way back to the planet, they stumble upon an intergalactic irrigator who is struggling to save his planet from a drought. The irrigator pleads with Rick to help him save his crops, but Rick scoffs at the idea, calling farming a primitive and inefficient practice.
Irrigator, please, you have to help me. My crops are dying.
Fine, but I'm doing this for the Funko Pop, not for your stupid plans.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty develop a scientific plan to save the irrigator's crops, involving a complex system of water filtration and nutrient distribution. Meanwhile, Jerry attempts to outsmart Rick by creating a device that can predict the future, but ends up causing an interdimensional scandal when the device falls into the wrong hands. Ha! Take that, Rick! I finally outsmarted you.
Jerry, you idiot, you just created a paradox that's going to implode all of reality.
Act 4.
As Rick and Morty's plan to save the crops succeeds, the irrigator expresses his thanks, but Rick brushes it off as a mere inconvenience.
Irrigator, thank you so much. You saved my planet.
Yeah, it was nothing. Now where's my damn Funko Pop?
Just then, a nursery rhyme from the children's show, Cocomelon, begins playing in the background.
Ah, Rick, what's that music?
The hell if I know, Morty. I didn't program this ship to play baby songs.
As the episode ends, the camera pans out to show the man floating in the distance again, looking bewildered as he watches Rick and Morty fly away.
And what the? Did I just see a robot, a Funko Pop, and two crazy scientists?
Title: The Paradoxical Paralysis.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab discussing the latest invention, the sleep-inducing paradox accelerator. The device is intended to induce sleep through paradoxical stimulation of the mind, the outcome being a reversal of sleep patterns whereby dreams become reality and reality becomes dreams.
Morty, I have been working on a sleep accelerator that will allow us to experience our dreams in reality. It's going to be a trip. Get ready to explore a world we never thought existed.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't know if that's such a good idea. What if we get stuck in a dream, or worse, a nightmare?
Trust me, Morty, it's science. The paradoxical stimulation is completely safe and foolproof. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?
Scene 2. Rick and Morty take on the challenge and fall into a deep sleep through the induction of the paradox accelerator. They find themselves in a blurry, chaotic environment surrounded by distorted images of people holding knives. Morty panics and tries to escape, but Rick stays calm and explains that it's just a glitch in the Matrix and they are still in dream state.
Morty, you've got to relax. This is just a byproduct of the paradox effect. The mind is playing tricks on us.
Oh man, this feels so real. I can't believe we're still dreaming.
Scene 3. Suddenly they come face to face with Henry Cavill holding a knife in his hand. He appears stoic and menacing as he approaches them slowly.
Henry, welcome to my world, gentlemen. You don't belong here.
What the hell is going on? Henry Cavill in our dream? This is nuts.
I can't move, Rick. It's like we're paralyzed.
Morty, this is sinister sleep paralysis. We're stuck in the nightmare and can't wake up.
Scene 4. Rick and Morty try to escape from Henry Cavill, but they are unable to move their bodies. Henry taunts them and mocks their efforts to get away. Suddenly, Rick remembers a way out.
Morty, I've got an idea. We need to reverse the paradox. If we can change the dream state, we can snap out of this paralysis.
What do we do, Rick?
Scene 5. Rick and Morty use the dream state to their advantage and create an alternate reality through their imagination. They fight off the evil Henry Cavill with hilarious weapons and completely insane tactics. Rick even pulls out a futuristic transporter gun and blasts Cavill to a different universe. Ah, that's how we do it in Dream World.
Oh man, Rick, that was crazy. I can't believe we did it. Scene 6. Rick and Morty wake up from the sleep accelerator and realize they are no longer in the nightmare. Rick looks over at Morty and gives him a knowing smirk.
Now that's what I call a paradoxical paradox.
I don't know what that means, Rick, but I'm glad we made it out of there alive.
The end.
Title: The Permanence of Emotional Injury in Interdimensional Relationships.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty on a new planet, exploring the strange flora and fauna.
Morty spots a large green object with a blue tail and a black nose and approaches it for a closer look.
Rick warns him not to touch it, but Morty disregards his warning and reaches out to touch the object. Suddenly, it emits a blinding light and disappears, leaving Morty staring blankly ahead. Rick tries to snap Morty out of his trance-like state, but to no avail. It turns out that the object was a highly advanced emotional sensor and it has permanently damaged Morty's ability to form emotional connections. Rick, feeling guilty for not preventing Morty from touching the object, attempts to use his scientific knowledge to fix the damage. However, all attempts at using technology to repair Morty's emotional state are in vain. Rick realizes that the only way to truly fix their relationship is to apologize and make amends, but he is unable to do so because of his own emotional barriers. As the episode progresses, Rick's inability to connect with Morty creates a rift in their relationship that cannot be repaired. The humor in the episode comes from Rick's attempts to make it up to Morty using ridiculous and scientific methods, such as creating a machine that simulates emotional connections or using a special potion that enhances empathy. Despite his efforts, Rick continues to hurt Morty with his callousness and insensitivity, repeating the terrible thing he said over and over again. This creates a depressive atmosphere that is hilariously juxtaposed with the ridiculousness of their adventures, such as their encounter with a group of intelligent alien parrots that have taken over a galaxy. In the end, Rick and Morty's relationship remains damaged, showing that emotional injury can be just as permanent as physical injury. The episode concludes with Rick and Morty sitting in silence, unsure of how to move forward. The credits roll as a somber piano melody plays, leaving viewers feeling both emotionally drained and thoroughly entertained.
Title: X-Men: Sleepy Gary's Betrayal.
Introduction.
In this episode, we will analyze the intricate dynamics and interplay of the X-Men group, with a special focus on the betrayal of Sleepy Gary. Utilizing principles from social psychology and organizational behavior, this episode sheds light on the behavior of individuals in group settings and the repercussions of deviance from group norms.
Scene 1.
The episode begins with a group of X-Men standing next to each other in front of a purple background, displaying a sense of unity and solidarity. This scene captures the essence of group cohesiveness, a sense of belonging and loyalty to the group, and the motivation to work for the group's collective goals.
Wolverine, we got a problem here, folks. We need to locate Toka before he strikes again.
Scene 2.
The plot thickens as Toka, a former member of the X-Men, resurfaces and threatens the group's safety. The group engages in a heated debate on the most effective strategy to apprehend Toka.
Professor X, we must approach this situation with caution and with the goal of minimizing harm to all parties involved.
Scene 3.
The group's cohesiveness is tested when Sleepy Gary, a trusted member of the group, is revealed to have been working with Toka all along. The group confronts Sleepy Gary, leading to a tense exchange of words.
Sleepy Gary, I did what I had to do. Toka promised me a new life, a life without the constant danger and fighting that comes with being an X-Man.
Scene 4.
The group's reaction to Sleepy Gary's betrayal is mixed, with some members emphasizing the importance of loyalty and adherence to group norms.
Storm, betrayal cannot be tolerated in our group. It weakens our bonds and puts us all at risk.
Scene 5.
However, other members show empathy towards Sleepy Gary's situation and engage in a productive dialogue on the complex factors that influence deviant behavior in group settings.
Cyclops, we need to understand the reasons behind Sleepy Gary's actions. Perhaps there were contextual factors that influenced his decision. Scene 6.
In the end, the group reaches a consensus on how to deal with Sleepy Gary's betrayal and reaffirms their commitment to the group's norms and values.
Jean Grey, Sleepy Gary, we cannot condone your actions, but we also understand the complexities of group behavior. We will offer you a chance to make amends and earn back our trust.
Conclusion.
This episode illustrates how social psychology and organizational behavior principles can provide insight into the dynamics of group behavior and the impact of deviance from group norms. It also highlights the importance of empathy and understanding in dealing with complex situations of group conflict.
Title: The Interdisciplinary Study of Metaphysical Conflict in Urban Spaces.
Protagonist: Man with a smile on his face. MWSH.
Episode summary.
MWSH, after experiencing a moment of transcendent joy, encounters Philip DeFranco, a renowned media personality, who seeks his assistance in an obscure matter involving interdimensional entities. In a serendipitous twist of fate, MWSH discovers that he is the biological father of Bird Person's forgotten child, and must reconcile the challenges of paternity in a world ravaged by metaphysical conflict. As he grapples with his newfound responsibilities, MWSH is caught in the middle of Fart's freedom struggle, a complex inter- and intradimensional conflict with far-reaching implications for the fate of the universe. With the wisdom gained from his transcendent experience and his training in the latest interdisciplinary research on urban spaces and metaphysical conflict, MWSH navigates a path to resolution for all parties involved.
Discussion.
MWSH. The encounter with DeFranco is remarkable, given his reach and influence in the media sphere. It is ironic that his request for assistance involves entities that transcend the very platforms on which he operates.
Philip DeFranco. Indeed, as an empiricist struggling to comprehend the implications of the non-empirical, I rely heavily on interdisciplinary collaboration to make sense of these phenomena.
Bird Person's forgotten child. My existence itself is a metaphysical puzzle. Discovering my true parentage only adds layers to this conundrum.
Bart, the struggles of my kind in this realm were often misunderstood by those limited in their perceptions. It is heartening to find allies who can embrace the complexities of our struggle.
MWSH. The unique challenges of urban spaces in navigating such conflicts cannot be discounted. The interplay between physical and metaphysical infrastructure adds another layer of complexity to an already fraught situation.
Philip DeFranco. Agreed. The latest research on urban spaces highlights the importance of holistic approaches that embrace interdisciplinary collaboration, drawing on fields as diverse as architecture, cultural studies, and philosophy.
Bird Person's forgotten child. My own journey towards self-discovery and understanding has been profoundly shaped by such interdisciplinary approaches.
Bart, in the end, it is through such collaboration and the embrace of a holistic worldview that we may find the means to navigate these complex conflicts and forge a path toward greater understanding and peace.
Title: The Virginator.
Alright, Morty, I've finally done it. I've created a device that can turn back time and make anyone a virgin again.
Wait, what?
Really, Rick? Are you still trying to fix your own mistakes?
Yeah, the last time you messed with time we almost got erased from existence.
Beefed, that was one time. And besides, this device will make people's lives better. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
I'm not letting you use that thing on me.
Me neither.
Yeah, that's a hard pass for me too.
Fine, more for me then. Activates device.
Uncontrollable laughter.
Wait, what's so funny?
Rick, you turned everyone into virgins.
Oh great, now we're all alone in this world.
Well, not all of us. I mean, the device malfunctioned, so there's a few people left.
Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen. I'll have to fix this.
How are you gonna fix it, Rick? You just erased most of the population from existence.
And even if we could fix it, what would happen to all the people who were born to virgin parents?
Would they just disappear?
Oh man, I didn't think about that. Looks like we've got a lot of work to do.
Great, more time travel. I'm so excited.
End scene.
Title: The Portal Paradox.
Synopsis. The episode follows Rick and Morty as they encounter a hole in the road with a telephone on it and a truck in the background. Little do they know, this is no ordinary hole. As they investigate the strange anomaly, Rick's portal gun malfunctions, transporting them to a parallel universe where everything is made of dirt.
Act 1.
Rick. Morty, I'm detecting some strange energy readings from that hole. We should investigate.
Morty. Okay, Rick. But why is there a telephone on it?
Rick. Clearly it's a trap. Someone is trying to lure unsuspecting travelers into their clutches.
Morty. Rick. You just accidentally shot the portal gun. We're falling into the hole.
Act 2.
Rick. Morty, we're in some kind of parallel dimension. Everything is made of dirt.
Morty. Whoa, that's crazy, Rick. What do we do now?
Rick. We need to find a way back to our universe, Morty. But first, let's see if we can find any dirt-based life forms.
Morty. Wait, what? I thought we were trying to get back home.
Rick. Yes, Morty, but the scientific community would be fascinated by a species that evolved from dirt. We'll be famous.
Act 3.
Rick. Look, Morty, over there. It's a Phil DeVille.
Morty. What's a Phil DeVille, Rick?
Rick. It's a type of dirt-based life form that only exists in this dimension. Quick, let's capture it.
Morty. I don't know, Rick. That doesn't seem very ethical.
Rick. Ethical schmethical, Morty. We're scientists. Now come on.
Act 4.
Rick. Well, that was a bust. The Phil DeVille escaped and we're no closer to getting back home.
Morty. I can't believe we wasted all that time trying to catch one stupid dirt creature.
Rick. We didn't waste time, Morty. We learned a lot about this parallel universe. For example, did you know they use iridium to power their vehicles?
Morty. No, I didn't. Is that important?
Rick. Extremely. If we can harness the power of iridium, we could solve the energy crisis back in our dimension.
Act 5.
Rick. Okay, Morty, we've got all the iridium we need. Let's go home.
Morty. Finally, I was starting to think we'd be stuck here forever.
Rick. Not so fast, Morty. We still have to figure out how to fix the portal gun.
Morty. What's wrong with it?
Rick. Oh, you know, just a little thing called the portal paradox. No biggie.
Morty. The what now?
Rick. Long story short, we need to create a recursive loop of walking through the portals until we end up back where we started.
Morty. That sounds complicated.
Rick. It is, but it's the only way to fix the portal gun and get us home. Now come on, start walking.
Title: Extraterrestrial Ecosystem Exploration.
The episode begins with Rick showing Morty a poster of a space station and explaining the scientific intricacies of extraterrestrial ecosystem exploration. Morty, being Morty, gets confused and asks if they're just going to White Castle.
Morty, you simple-minded cretin, we are not going to White Castle. We are going to explore an extraterrestrial ecosystem on a distant planet.
Oh, okay. Can we get some sliders on the way there?
Jerry overhears the conversation and decides to tag along, hoping to impress his wife Beth with his newfound bravery. Meanwhile, Summer is too busy taking selfies to care about the mission. The group arrives on the planet and begins exploring the ecosystem, which is full of bizarre creatures and exotic plants. Rick takes out his trusty osmium scanner to analyze the soil and water samples.
Interesting. This planet has incredibly high levels of osmium. We could make some serious money off this stuff.
Rick, what's osmium?
It's a dense, blue-gray metal that's valued for its extreme hardness and resistance to corrosion. But that's not important right now.
Suddenly, the group is interrupted by a loud siren coming from the space station. They rush back to investigate and discover that the station's AI system has malfunctioned and is emitting a dangerous sound wave.
Great. Now we've got a space station siren scandal on our hands. Morty, we need you to go fix the AI system.
Morty reluctantly agrees and manages to fix the system just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster.
Wow, that was crazy. I can't believe we survived.
I know, right?
I did it all for Beth.
Jerry, you literally did nothing. Morty saved our lives.
The group returns to Earth with their osmium samples and decides to celebrate with some White Castle sliders. As they eat, Rick muses about the wonders of the universe and the infinite possibilities of scientific exploration.
You know, Morty, science is all about discovering new things, pushing the boundaries of what we know to be true. Who knows what kind of crazy adventures we'll have next?
I don't know, Rick, but can we maybe skip the whole siren thing next time?
Title: Dimensional Date Drama.
Synopsis.
Rick finds himself in a perplexing predicament when his secret fling, Thumbs, sends him a cryptic message inviting him to a dimensional date. Meanwhile, Morty is caught up in his own chaos when he accidentally merges two dogs while trying to retrieve a tennis ball. The result is a hilarious mishap that sets the stage for this scientific comedy.
Characters:
Rick, Morty, Thumbs, dogs, merged, various dimensional beings.
Scene 1.
Morty, fetch me the interdimensional communicator. I've got a message from Thumbs.
Thumbs? Who's Thumbs?
None of your business, Morty. Just hand me the damn communicator.
Scene 2.
Thumbs, via communicator. Hey there, Rick. I've got a surprise for you. Meet me at the dimensional fissure in Sector C3.
What kind of surprise? Is it another one of your kinky experiments?
Thumbs, you'll just have to wait and see.
Scene 3.
Morty, to dogs. Okay, you two. Let's see if we can fix this mess.
Merge dog number 1, bark. Bark, bark, bark.
Merge dog number 2. Woof. Woof woof woof.
Oh, yeah. I don't speak dog, guys.
Scene 4.
Rick and Thumbs arrive at the dimensional fissure. A group of strange beings are waiting for them.
Thumbs, welcome to the dimensional date, Rick. Meet our hosts.
What kind of hosts?
Thumbs, intergalactic swingers, Rick. They're going to show us a good time.
Oh boy. Scene 5.
Morty, still struggling to separate the two merged dogs, accidentally activates a dimensional portal. The dogs and Morty are sucked into another dimension.
Oh geez, we're in trouble now.
Merge dog number 1. Bark, bark, bark.
Merged dog number 2. Woof woof woof.
Yeah, I still don't speak dog, guys.
Scene 6.
Rick and Thumbs are getting cozy with their hosts when suddenly, a dimensional rift appears in the sky.
Host number 1. Oh no, it's the dimensional police. We have to hide.
Dimensional police? What did you guys do?
Thumbs, whispering to Rick. I may have accidentally stolen a few things from the multiverse. No big deal, though.
Scene 7.
As the dimensional police close in, Morty and the merged dogs stumble upon the scene.
Rick, what are you doing here? And who are these guys?
Long story, Morty. We've got to get out of here before the cops.
Dimensional police. Freeze. You're all under arrest for interdimensional theft. Scene 8.
A wild chase ensues as the group tries to outrun the police. Meanwhile, Morty manages to separate the two merged dogs, with hilarious results.
Merge dog number 1. Woof woof.
Merged dog number 2. Bark bark.
Oh geez, you guys are not normal dogs.
Scene 9.
Just when it seems all is lost, Thumbs reveals yet another surprise. She's rigged the entire place with dimensional bombs.
Thumbs, everybody, grab onto me.
Oh boy, Thumbs. You really know how to show a guy a good time.
Scene 10.
As they blast off into another dimension, Rick turns to Morty.
You know, Morty, sometimes the most scientific thing you can do is just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what you were doing with Thumbs.
Shut up, Morty.
Title: The Greyhound Paradox, a Rick and Morty experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on yet another dimension-traversing, scientifically fueled adventure, this time tackling the perplexing paradox of the shadowy figure in the Greyhound bus station.
Scene 1.
Morty, I need your help. There's a paradox here that I can't wrap my head around.
What kind of paradox, Rick?
Well, take a look at this. Shows Morty the picture of the shadowy figure in the bus station.
What the heck am I supposed to be seeing here, Rick?
Exactly. That's the paradox. The shadowy figure is walking past a Greyhound bus station, and the sign reads, "Don't stop." But if the figure is already walking, isn't stopping impossible?
Scene 2.
Morty and Rick are in the garage tinkering with gadgets and devices.
I've got it. We need to create a device that can measure the nature of the shadowy figure in its surroundings.
But how are we going to do that, Rick?
This holds up a shiny, metallic device. It's a temporal spectrometer. It can detect the wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff around us.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty arrive at the Greyhound station with the temporal spectrometer in hand.
Okay, Morty, we've got to calibrate the spectrometer to detect any shifts in time and space.
What the hell does that even mean, Rick?
Don't worry about it, Morty. Just press the button that says, "Do not press."
Morty hesitates before pressing the button, causing a series of explosions and strange ripples in the air.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty are transported to a parallel dimension.
Whoa, Morty, this is not what I intended, but it sure is interesting.
Rick, what the hell is going on?
Look over there, Morty. It's the shadowy figure in the Greyhound station. Scene 5.
Rick and Morty approach the shadowy figure.
Excuse me, sir, can we have a moment of your time?
Shadowy figure. Ominously, what brings you here, travelers?
We're just trying to understand the paradox of your existence in the Greyhound station.
Shadowy figure. Ah, the paradox. Pause as I am but a figment of your imagination, Rick and Morty. I exist only because you have created me.
That's impossible, Morty. We haven't created anything like you.
Shadowy figure. Not you, Rick and Morty. Your audience. They have imagined me into existence.
Morty and Rick exchange confused looks.
Scene 6.
Back in their garage.
Morty, this is revolutionary. We've discovered a whole new realm of scientific inquiry.
But, Rick, what about the shadowy figure and the Greyhound paradox?
Oh, it was just a figment of our audience's imagination. Let's go create something even more wacky and out of this world.
Morty reluctantly follows Rick out of the garage as the screen fades to black. End of episode.
Title: The Paradoxical Peril of Intergalactic Shootouts.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the middle of a heated debate about the role of paradoxes in time travel. Rick is convinced that they should avoid any actions that could create paradoxes, while Morty argues that they should just go with the flow and see what happens. Suddenly, they are interrupted by a man with a hat and glasses who appears in their spaceship holding a gun in his hand and pointing it at a cartoon character with a gun in his hand. The man introduces himself as Dr. Paradox, a time traveler from a distant galaxy who has come to warn Rick and Morty about their reckless approach to time travel. Rick scoffs at the idea, but Dr. Paradox insists that he knows what he's talking about and takes them on a journey through time to prove his point. As they travel through different eras, they encounter all sorts of paradoxes and temporal anomalies. They witness firsthand the disastrous consequences of meddling with the fabric of time and space, from dinosaur stampedes to alternate versions of themselves running amok. But despite all the chaos, Morty can't resist the temptation to mess with the timeline and create even more paradoxes. As he impulsively makes changes to historical events, the situation spirals out of control and Rick finds himself facing his ultimate paradox, his own death. As Rick faces his demise, Morty is forced to confront his own mortality and the consequences of his actions. In the end, the lesson is clear: messing with time is a dangerous game, and it's never worth risking everything for a cheap laugh or a fleeting moment of power. Rick, paradoxes are like acid, Morty. One little drop and you're dissolving in a pool of your own regrets.
Morty, but Rick, what's life without a little risk? I mean, who wouldn't want to hang out with a bunch of wacky dinosaurs?
Dr. Paradox, you see, my dear boy, a paradox is like a tear in the fabric of time. You can mend it, but the scar will always remain.
Rick, I don't have time for this nonsense, Paradox. I've got a universe to conquer.
Morty, Rick, you might want to look behind you.
Rick, what? Oh, she.
Dr. Paradox, I warned you, Rick. The past can be a bitch.
Morty, I don't want to die like this, Rick. I wasn't even wearing clean underwear.
Dr. Paradox, it's a shame, really. I like you, Morty, but as they say, time waits for no one.
End credits with a message. Time travel is not a toy, kids. Please proceed with caution.
Title: The Umbrella Paradox in Reykjavik.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are walking down the dark streets of Reykjavik, Iceland, with a unique umbrella on a pole above them. The umbrella is a highly advanced scientific material made up of graphene and carbon nanotubes that can transport people to different dimensions.
Rick, why are we walking around with this weird umbrella on a pole? And where are we going?
Morty, this umbrella is not just a regular umbrella, it's a scientific breakthrough. And we are going to see if this umbrella can change the gravitational constant of the universe.
Wait, what? You're going to manipulate the laws of physics with an umbrella?
Of course, we are, Morty. Science is all about experimenting and taking risks.
As they continue walking, they pass by a group of knee surgeons who are discussing the latest advancements in knee replacement surgeries.
Knee surgeon 1. I had a patient who wanted to replace both of his knees with robotic ones. Can you believe that?
Knee surgeon 2. Huh, that's nothing. I had a patient who wanted to replace her knees with bionic ones that could double as jetpacks.
The camera pans out to show the houses in the background, and suddenly a lightning bolt strikes the umbrella on the pole.
Whoa, did you see that, Morty? The lightning just struck the umbrella.
Yeah, I saw it. Is everything okay?
I'm not sure, Morty. Let's test it out and see what happens.
Middle scene.
Suddenly, they start to feel a change in their knees, and the ground beneath them starts to shake. The umbrella on the pole begins to suck in everything around it, including the knee surgeons and the houses in the background.
Morty, the umbrella is causing a dimensional shift. Hold on tight.
The camera shows a close-up of Morty's knees shaking uncontrollably. The ground beneath them disappears, and they find themselves in a different dimension where everything is upside down.
Oh my god, Rick! What's happening?
Relax, Morty. This is just a minor setback. We can fix this by reversing the polarity of the umbrella.
Reversing the polar? I don't understand any of this.
Just hold on, Morty. We're getting out of here.
Ending scene.
After some intense scientific calculations, Rick and Morty manage to reverse the polarity of the umbrella and return to their original dimension. They find themselves back at the beginning of the street, with the knee surgeons and houses in the background.
Wow, Rick, we made it back.
Science, Morty. Science can be unpredictable, but we always find a way to make it work.
The knee surgeons approach them, curious about what just happened.
Knee surgeon 1. What the hell just happened? Just a little umbrella paradox, my friend. Nothing to worry about.
Knee surgeon 2. That was insane. I don't even understand how that's possible.
Well, that's science for you. The only limit is your imagination.
The camera pans out as Rick and Morty walk away, with the umbrella on the pole above them, ready for their next scientific adventure.
Title: The Paradox of Pair of Docks.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing a game of tennis with an intricate technological device that simulates gravity and atmospheric conditions of different planets in the background. While Rick is discussing the complex physics behind the game, Morty seems distracted by a pair of ducks quacking near a nearby pond.
Morty, focus. You're not hearing me. I'm talking about the paradoxical gravitational forces that affect the trajectory of the ball on Venus. It's fascinating stuff.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Rick. I was just looking at those pair of docks over there. They're quite impressive.
Rick rolls his eyes, thinking it's just another one of Morty's silly mishearings. However, at that exact moment, their dimensional portal gun malfunctions, and they get transported to an entirely new and dangerous dimension.
Damn it, Morty. This is what happens when you don't listen to me. This new dimension's laws of physics are completely different, and we're lucky to be alive.
But I thought you said we were going to a pair of docks. Was this not what you meant?
Rick facepalms and realizes the grave mistake in his communication. He quickly tries to fix the portal gun while navigating through the unfamiliar terrain of the dimension, but it's proving to be a difficult task.
Listen, Morty, we can't stay here forever. We need to find a way back to our dimension, and fast. But I can't do it alone, so snap out of it and help me fix this damn gun.
Okay, sorry. But can we at least take a break and admire those pair of docks over there?
For the last time, Morty, it's not pair of docks, it's paradox. And no, we can't.
As their mission to return home becomes more perilous and intense, Morty's confusion about the pair of docks comment becomes an inside joke, adding comedic relief to the gravity of the situation.
Hey, Rick, you see those pair of docks over there?
Shut up, Morty.
In the end, they manage to fix the gun and teleport back to their dimension, but not without a few scars and bruises. Rick learns the importance of clear communication with Morty and vows to enunciate his words more carefully in the future.
I'll make sure to say paradox 5 times in a sentence next time, so you don't mess it up.
Yeah, and I'll make sure to never look at a pair of ducks again.
Title: Investigating the Effects of Nebula Gas on Boba Fett's Helmet.
Introduction. In this episode, we explore the potential impact of exposure to nebula gas on Boba Fett's helmet, as suggested by the Star Wars poster with a Boba Fett helmet on its face and a full moon in the background. We aim to investigate the chemical and physical properties of the gas and how they interact with the materials of Boba Fett's helmet.
Dr. Jones. Greetings, viewers. Today, we are investigating how exposure to nebula gas affects the structural integrity and chemical composition of Boba Fett's helmet. Let's start by analyzing the gas.
Dr. Smith. Indeed, Dr. Jones. Using spectroscopy, we have identified several chemical compounds in the nebula gas, including hydrogen, helium, sulfur, and nitrogen.
Dr. Lee. We have also observed that the gas is ionized and emits radiation, which could potentially harm the helmet material. Dr. Jones. Fascinating. Now, let's move on to the next stage of our investigation. We will expose the helmet to different concentrations of nebula gas and monitor any changes in its structural and chemical properties.
Dr. Smith. We have set up a chamber that allows us to control the concentration of the gas. We will begin with the lowest concentration and increase it incrementally.
Dr. Lee. As we expose the helmet to the gas, we will measure its mass and test its mechanical strength to see if it degrades over time. Dr. Jones. Very good, Dr. Lee. We will also analyze the surface of the helmet with microscopy and X-ray diffraction to see if there are any changes in the crystal structure of the material.
Dr. Smith. Initial results show that the helmet maintains its structural integrity even after exposure to high concentrations of nebula gas. However, there are changes in the chemical composition of the helmet material, indicating that some of the gas molecules have bound to the surface.
Dr. Lee. This interaction between the nebula gas and the helmet material could have implications for the helmet's long-term durability and performance. Dr. Jones. Indeed, Dr. Lee. Our research suggests that Boba Fett's helmet could potentially be damaged by exposure to nebula gas. However, more research is needed to fully understand the nature of this interaction.
Conclusion. Our investigation reveals that exposure to nebula gas could potentially affect the chemical composition and durability of Boba Fett's helmet. Future research could explore the precise mechanisms of this interaction and the potential impacts on other materials in the Star Wars universe.
Title: The Paranormal Lego Investigation.
In this episode, Rick introduces the family to a new gadget he created, a helmet with a built-in shield that allows them to delve into the paranormal realm without harm. Morty is skeptical, but Rick is insistent that they use it to investigate an unearthed ancient evil that has been causing disturbances in the nearby town.
Listen, Morty. This helmet is more advanced than any other tech out there. We need to use it to find out what's causing these disturbances, or else the entire multiverse could be in danger.
Beth, Summer, and Morty reluctantly agree, and they put on the helmets to begin their investigation. As they venture forth, they come across a strange figure in a Captain America suit with a shield on his face.
Captain America, I have been assigned to protect this town from the paranormal threats that have been arising. Who are you?
We're the Smith family, and we're here to investigate the disturbances.
Captain America. Very well, you may proceed. But do not underestimate the power of the paranormal realm.
As they journey forth, they come across a Lego-themed world, where they encounter a satellite seductress who tries to lure them into a trap.
Satellite seductress. Hello there, handsome. Why don't you stay a while and let me show you a good time?
Oh God, this is so weird. Dad, how did you even come up with this?
Don't question my genius, Summer. It's all part of the plan.
As they make their way through the Lego world, they discover that the ancient evil they were seeking is actually a group of mischievous aliens who were using the town as a playground.
Oh man, this is messed up. We have to stop them.
But how? They're aliens.
Leave it to me. I've got a plan.
The family rallies together, using their wits and gadgets to defeat the aliens and save the town.
Wow, that was intense. I can't believe we actually did it.
Of course we did. We're the Smith family, and we bend the rules of science and logic to our will.
As the episode comes to a close, the family removes their helmets and reflects on their wild adventure.
So, does anyone want to talk about how we just fought aliens and saved a town in a Lego world?
Let's just never speak of this again.
End of episode.
Title: Galactic Balloon Extravaganza.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty attempting to collect samples from a mysterious planetoid that is made up entirely of helium and rubber compounds. As they explore, Rick discovers a giant balloon floating in the middle of a nearby lake. He orders Morty to retrieve it, but upon doing so, Morty accidentally punctures the balloon with his spacesuit's antennae.
Morty, you idiot, you just ruined my plans for the latest invention. The world's first intergalactic parade.
Sorry, Rick. I didn't see the balloon.
As Rick rants about Morty's error, Jerry, Beth, and Summer arrive in a nearby spaceship. Jerry is excited to show off his new hover boots, but the group is more intrigued by Rick's parade plan. Rick convinces them to help him gather supplies, including a portable air compressor and various balloons of different shapes and sizes.
I don't know about this, Rick. It seems like a waste of time.
Waste of time? This is going to be the greatest parade the universe has ever seen.
As the group prepares for the parade, Beth overhears a conversation between Rick and a Galactic Federation agent, revealing her scandalous past involvement with the organization. She confronts Rick, who brushes off her concerns in favor of the parade.
I can't believe you're more interested in balloons than my past.
Please, Beth. Balloons are way more interesting than some boring old government conspiracy.
Meanwhile, Morty comes across a shape-shifting alien who takes the form of a beautiful woman. Rick catches them in a compromising position, but he is instantly smitten with the alien's shape-shifting abilities.
I have an idea. Why don't you join us in the parade?
The alien agrees, and the group sets off on the intergalactic balloon parade. Things go awry when the balloons begin to malfunction, causing chaos and destruction throughout the galaxy. In the end, Rick and Morty must use their science skills to save the day and bring an end to the disastrous parade. I should have stuck with my hover boots.
I can't believe I ever trusted the Galactic Federation.
This was a terrible idea from the start.
Hey, at least we had some fun, right?
I guess. But I don't think I'll ever look at balloons the same way again.
Title: An analysis of the interdimensional entanglement of Turanga Leela and Summer's flirtation.
Abstract. This episode examines the interdimensional flirtation that occurred between Turanga Leela, a humanoid alien with red hair and blue eyes, and Summer, a human teenage girl in the animated television show Futurama. The episode explores the effects of interdimensional attraction and the risks associated with pursuing illicit relationships.
Introduction.
Turanga Leela is a highly skilled pilot and member of the Planet Express delivery crew in the 31st century universe of Futurama. Summer, on the other hand, is an impulsive teenager living in the present day. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and experiences, the two were drawn to one another in a risky flirtation with a notorious interdimensional bad boy.
Analysis.
The episode begins with Turanga Leela standing in front of a purple background with stars in the sky. This setting evokes the infinite possibilities of the multiverse, where one's choices can lead to vastly different outcomes.
Summer's attraction to the interdimensional bad boy is similarly fraught with risks and unknown consequences.
Turanga Leela's experience as a space pilot allows her to navigate through different dimensions and explore the unknown. However, Summer's lack of experience and knowledge make her vulnerable to the dangers of interdimensional relationships. The episode demonstrates the potential risks of interdimensional attraction, including uncertainty about one's own identity and the possibility of being lost in a new dimension. Turanga Leela and Summer's flirtation highlights the need for caution and careful consideration when pursuing romantic relationships across dimensions.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode provides a cautionary tale about the risks and uncertainties associated with interdimensional flirtations. The consequences of such liaisons can be grave, including loss of identity and even being stranded in an unfamiliar dimension.
The analysis of Turanga Leela and Summer's flirtation highlights the importance of exercising caution and making informed decisions in the pursuit of romance.
Title: The Quantum Sword of Long John Silver's.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick showing Morty a new quantum sword he built, made entirely of hassium, which he acquired from an intergalactic black market. As they are about to test its power on a robotic dummy, Jerry enters wearing a pirate hat and uniform, claiming to have found a treasure map that leads to a legendary sword of the infamous pirate, Long John Silver's.
Hassium is an element with the atomic number 108 and the symbol H's. It has never been found in nature on Earth and is only produced in laboratories where scientists bombard lead with charged atomic particles. This is one of the rarest elements in the universe, and I have enough of it to destroy a planet or two.
Whoa, Rick! I don't think we should just be messing around with something that powerful.
ARRR. You lads be wasting your time talking about hassium when we should be finding the legendary sword of Long John Silver's. He who wields it will gain immense power and wealth.
Oh great, now we have a pirate wannabe on our hands. But I guess it won't hurt to check it out. Let's go.
As they follow the treasure map, they come across a giant robot guarding a cave. Jerry insists on facing it, wielding a normal sword he brought from home, but the robot easily defeats him.
I guess a regular sword doesn't stand a chance against a giant robot.
No kidding, Jerry. You really thought that would work?
Shut up, Morty. We need to figure out a way to get past that robot. And I know exactly what to do, but it's gonna require some precision calculations.
Rick uses his advanced scientific knowledge to calculate the exact frequency at which the robot operates, and makes a sonic device that disintegrates it. They finally make it to the sword, but they find out it's just a regular sword with the Long John Silver's logo on it.
What? This can't be. I wasted all my time searching for a normal sword?
Looks like this was all just a ridiculous wild goose chase. But, at least we got the chance to play around with hassium. Let's go home.
As they leave, they accidentally drop the quantum sword in the cave, causing a massive explosion and leaving a huge crater in the ground.
Rick, you just destroyed an entire area. What the heck?
Oops, at least no one was there. Oh well, let's go get some Long John Silver's to drown our sorrows.
The episode ends with the trio enjoying greasy fast food, laughing off their crazy adventure.
Title: The Haunted Space Station Mystery.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty take Beth, Summer, and Bandy on a trip to a haunted space station where they encounter Elon Musk, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and a professional athlete.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty fly the ship towards a space station with rockets in the background.
This haunted space station is where the ghosts of dead astronauts from a failed experiment reside. The ghosts are known to haunt anyone who enters the station.
Aw geez, Rick, this sounds spooky.
They land the ship and meet up with Beth, Summer, and Bandy.
Bandy, I'm excited to explore this space station. It's not every day you get to be on a haunted station in space.
Elon Musk and Neil deGrasse Tyson greet them.
Elon Musk, welcome to my space station. I've been wanting to explore this haunted station for a while now.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yes, the ghosts are a fascinating topic for scientific research.
Oh great, more nerds.
Act 2.
As they explore the station, they come across strange sights and sounds.
This place is giving me the creeps.
I think I saw something move over there.
Bandy, I hope the ghosts are friendly.
Suddenly, they hear a loud noise coming from a room nearby.
Professional athlete, what was that? Did you hear that? My muscles are too important to fight ghosts.
Rick investigates and finds a mysterious machine with a button on it.
This is the machine that caused the experiment to fail and the ghosts to appear. Let's destroy it.
Elon Musk, wait, we can't just destroy it. We have to understand the science behind it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's right. We have to study it and find a way to reverse the experiment.
Aw geez, can't you guys just let us have a normal vacation?
Act 3.
As they try to figure out the machine, they start to experience strange phenomena.
I feel like I'm being watched.
I think my phone just moved by itself.
Bandy, I think I just saw one of the ghosts.
Professional athlete, my muscles can't handle this stress.
Okay, we need to focus and solve this thing before anything worse happens.
Suddenly, they hear a loud scream coming from the other side of the station.
Elon Musk, that sounded like it came from the haunted room.
No, we're not going in there.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, we have to check it out. It could be the key to solving the experiment.
Aw geez, this is not turning out to be a fun family vacation.
Act 4.
As they enter the haunted room, they find a ghostly astronaut trying to communicate with them.
Ghostly astronaut, you must destroy the machine and reverse the experiment before it's too late.
Okay, we get it. Let's just destroy the damn thing and get out of here.
They destroy the machine and the ghosts disappear.
Elon Musk, well, that was an exciting adventure. I can't wait to study the data we collected.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yes, this was a fascinating scientific phenomenon.
Professional athlete, my muscles are relieved it's over.
Bandy, I'm just glad we didn't die.
Can we go home now?
Epilogue.
As they fly the ship away from the haunted space station, they find themselves stranded in the middle of space with no fuel.
Aw geez, Rick, we're stranded in space. How are we going to get home?
Relax, Morty, I have a plan.
They cut to a scene of Rick and Morty hitching a ride on a passing asteroid, bringing the episode to a close. The end.
Title: The Pandemonic Clown Invasion and the Xenomorph Invasion Paradox.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are sitting in their living room watching a comedy debate show on interdimensional television. Morty interrupts with a question. Hey, Rick. What happens if the universe is invaded by both pandemonic clowns and xenomorphs at the same time?
Morty, that's a ridiculous question. The probability of that happening is 1 in a million.
But what if it does happen?
I don't know, Morty. It's a paradox. It's like asking what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Suddenly, a man in a suit and mask with a red and blue background appears on their TV screen holding a Pepsi sign. Man in a suit, attention citizens of Earth.
The pandemonic clowns have invaded your planet.
You have 5 minutes to evacuate before we begin our skunk gas attack.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty quickly get into their spaceship and head to Earth to fight the pandemonic clowns. When they arrive, they find themselves in the middle of an all-out war between the clowns and the skunk army.
Rick, what are we gonna do?
We're gonna fight, Morty. We're gonna fight like Under Armour athletes. Get your laser gun ready.
Just as they start fighting, the ground starts shaking and the xenomorphs appear.
Xenomorphs, we're here to take over your planet. Resistance is futile.
Well, isn't this just perfect? We've got clown skunk gas on one side and xenomorphs on the other.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. This is a paradox. It's like trying to explain the concept of humor to Mila Kunis.
Act 3.
As the battle rages on, Rick has an idea. He takes a can of Pepsi and sprays it into the face of a pandemonic clown. The clown goes down and the skunks stop attacking.
Morty, I think I've figured it out. The xenomorphs are allergic to Pepsi, and the pandemonic clowns are allergic to skunks.
So, what do we do now?
We're gonna do what any self-respecting scientist would do. We're gonna crossbreed the pandemonic clowns and the xenomorphs and create an army of unstoppable hybrid creatures.
Oh, boy. Epilogue.
Rick and Morty return home, exhausted from their battle and realizing the potential impact of their actions on the universe.
Rick, what have we done?
We've created a paradox, Morty. It's like trying to understand the nature of existence itself.
I don't understand, Rick.
That's the point, Morty. It's a paradox. The more you try to understand it, the more it becomes incomprehensible.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty staring off into space, pondering the mysteries of the universe. Title: The Quantum Poker Room of Beth's Reality. The episode starts with Rick and Morty landing in a universe where Beth is a renowned poker player. The woman wearing a mask playing poker in a casino room with a green table and black chairs attracts Rick and Morty's attention. They notice that it's not just any ordinary casino room but a quantum one.
Rick, Morty, we are in Beth's alternate reality again. And from the looks of it, she's a professional gambler.
Morty, but why is she wearing a mask? Is it to hide her identity?
Rick, don't be an idiot, Morty. It's quantum poker. The identity of the players is hidden until the end of the game.
Beth then joins them and decides to take them to her vampire astronomy club, where they are conducting experiments on dark matter and galaxies.
Beth, hey, Rick and Morty. You guys are just in time. We are about to conduct an experiment on dark matter, and we could use an extra pair of hands.
Rick, what do you mean, extra pair of hands? You have a room full of vampires.
Morty, and what does astronomy have to do with vampires?
Beth, just some recreational activities to balance out the scientific ones.
Meanwhile, Summer is struggling with her new job as a haunted housekeeper and calls Rick for help. Rick, Morty, and Beth arrive at the haunted mansion and realize that it's not just haunted but also a portal to another dimension. Summer, Rick, help me. These ghosts are driving me crazy.
Rick, Morty, we are in the wrong dimension. This mansion is a portal to another reality.
Morty, but how are we gonna get back?
Rick, don't worry, Morty. I have a plan.
They play a game of Caribbean stud poker with the ghosts to create a quantum ripple effect and return to their original reality.
Rick, okay, ghosts, let's make this interesting. If we win, you have to release us from this reality.
Ghost, and if we win?
Morty, we'll leave you alone forever.
After a nerve-wracking game, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, and they return back to their reality. Summer, Rick, that was amazing. How did you do it?
Rick, with science, Summer, with science.
The episode ends with a quantum ripple effect from their game of Caribbean stud poker rippling through all of the dimensions they visited, causing them to collapse and leading to the creation of a new universe. Scene: the Smith family living room. Rick is hunched over his flask, while Morty sits across from him, looking excited.
Hey, Rick, I've been working on this tier list for hottest Disney characters.
Oh wow, Morty, finally, you've unlocked your true potential in life.
Yeah, I've got the top 5. You want to hear them?
Sure, why not? I'll entertain your adolescent fantasies.
Okay, so number 5 is Ariel from The Little Mermaid. I mean, she's a mermaid, Rick. That's gotta count for something.
Well, I'll give you that, Morty. There's something fishy about that one.
Ha ha, very funny. Okay, number 4 is Pocahontas. She's got that whole nature lover vibe going on.
Ah, yes, the original tree hugger. I can see the attraction there.
Number 3 is Belle from Beauty and the Beast. She's smart and independent, you know?
Ah, the classic bookworm. I can respect that, Morty.
Number 2 is Meg from Hercules. She's kinda dark and brooding, you know? Like you, Rick.
Aha, Morty, that's rich. You think I'm brooding?
And finally, number 1 is Jasmine from Aladdin. She's just so exotic and beautiful.
Yeah, exotic and beautiful, Morty. Just like those rare flowers I brought back from that planet last week. They're also poisonous and deadly, by the way.
Hey guys, what are you talking about?
Just discussing Morty's newfound sexual awakening.
Okay. Morty, can we talk about something else, please?
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about the theoretical physics of dimension hopping instead.
Now we're talking, Morty. Finally, some intellectual stimulation around here.
Title: The Multidimensional Disney Fanfic.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick and Morty walking through different dimensions when they come across a cartoon character holding a book and a person holding a knife sitting in a chair. Suddenly, the cartoon character jumps out of the chair and starts attacking the person with the knife. Rick and Morty intervene and save the person, who turns out to be a Disney fanfic writer.
Geez Morty, what kind of dimension did you bring me to? Disney fanfics are even worse than what I thought.
The writer, unaware of Rick's negative opinion, shows Morty his latest work, a romantic crossover between Beauty and the Beast and the Lion King. Morty, embarrassed, tries to hide it from Rick.
Come on, Rick. It's not that bad. It's just a harmless fanfic.
Rick, not believing Morty, takes the book and starts reading it aloud.
Let's see here. As Belle walked through the forest, Simba the lion came roaring towards her. This is disgusting.
Morty tries to explain to Rick that it's just a silly fantasy, but Rick was not having it. Rick was convinced that it was an indicator of some sort of deep-seated psychological problem.
You know, Morty, there are some things that are better left unsaid. And this is one of them.
Throughout the episode, various characters, including Beth and Summer, become involved in the discussion. Beth tries to understand why people write such things while Summer tries to defend the fanfic writer's right to creative expression.
It's just harmless fun. People are allowed to express themselves however they want.
Yeah, Rick, don't be so close-minded. Maybe we should try writing our own fanfic.
The episode ends with the fanfic writer finding solace in the fact that at least someone read their work. Meanwhile, Rick continues to be disgusted and just can't wrap his head around the whole concept of fanfics.
You know Morty, some things just can't be explained. And this is one of them.
Yeah, Rick. I think I get it. Some things are just meant to be left unexplored.
The episode closes with the cartoon character and the person with a knife reappearing and resuming their fight as Rick and Morty just shake their heads and teleport away. The end. Title: The Erotic Disney Fanfic. Rick and Morty were on one of their usual interdimensional adventures when Rick accidentally stumbled upon Morty's secret stash of erotic Disney fanfiction. With a look of disgust on his face, Rick grabbed Morty's notebook and started reading aloud.
What's this garbage, Morty? Mickey and Minnie's secret love affair. Come on, kid.
Embarrassed. I just thought it was funny, Rick. It's not like I actually believe in Disney characters doing that.
Beth walks in and sees Rick and Morty reading the fanfic.
What are you two doing?
Your son has some weird fetishes, Beth.
Morty, what have I told you about keeping your personal belongings private?
I'm sorry, Mom. I'll put it away.
Rick continues to read the fanfic aloud, causing Morty to cringe with each word.
Oh, Mickey, Minnie moaned. You make me feel so alive. I never knew it could feel this good.
Rick, please stop.
I want you inside of me, Minnie. Mickey growled as he thrust himself deeper into her.
Oh my God, Rick. Please stop.
Oh Mickey, Minnie screamed. I'm going to.
Suddenly, the entire room exploded in a flurry of rainbow-colored sparks. Rick and Morty found themselves transported to an alternate dimension, one where all Disney characters were sentient beings with their own advanced society.
Oh no, Rick. What have we done?
Relax, Morty. This could be fun.
The rest of the episode follows the crazy adventures of Rick and Morty as they explore this bizarre, alternate version of Disney World. Along the way, they encounter all kinds of familiar characters like Goofy, Donald Duck, and even Elsa from Frozen. As they navigate their way through this strange new world, they must figure out a way to reverse the damage they caused and escape back to their own dimension. Along the way, they encounter a host of wacky and hilarious situations, all while trying to avoid arousing any Disney character's sexual desires. In the end, Rick and Morty eventually make it back home, where Morty vows never to read erotic fan fiction again. But we all know that won't be the case. After all, this is Rick and Morty we're talking about. Title: The Entropic Convulsion of the Quantum Mechanical Jester.
Act 1.
Rick is tinkering with his latest invention, the Quantum Entropic Convulsion Disruptor, a device that disrupts the fabric of space-time. Morty enters and is intrigued by the device.
Whoa, Rick! That's a pretty intense invention you've got there.
Intense? Morty, this isn't just intense, it's entropic. This baby can tear holes through the very fabric of reality. You know what that means, Morty? Infinite possibilities. Anything is possible.
Jerry enters, looking anxious. Hey guys, I'm here for the family dinner tonight. What do you guys have planned? Summer enters and spots the woman in the dress and hat, holding a yellow and golden book.
Who the hell is that lady?
Ah, yes, that's the Quantum Mechanical Jester, an interdimensional entertainer. She's here to provide some comedic relief to our endless existential angst.
Act 2.
The family sits down for dinner as the Quantum Mechanical Jester begins her act, juggling an array of objects.
Quantum Mechanical Jester, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, entities of all shapes and sizes. Welcome to my show of infinite proportions. Today, we will be exploring the wacky world of quantum mechanics.
Oh brother.
Quantum Mechanical Jester. First, let me introduce my two trusty assistants. The Yellow Book and the Golden Book.
What the heck are those? The Quantum Mechanical Jester proceeds to juggle the books along with various other objects, creating a dazzling display.
Morty, we need to stop her. She's interfering with the Quantum Entropic Convulsion Disruptor.
I don't even know what that means.
Can we just enjoy the show?
The Quantum Mechanical Jester continues to perform, causing chaos and hilarity with her antics and juggling feats.
Act 3.
The Quantum Mechanical Jester finishes her act and bows to the audience.
Quantum Mechanical Jester, thank you, thank you. Remember, entropy is just a state of mind.
That was a disaster. You almost destroyed the universe.
Quantum Mechanical Jester. Oh, you know me, Rick, always causing a little convulsion in the multiverse.
I don't think that's something to be proud of.
Can we just eat dinner now? The family settles down to eat as the Quantum Mechanical Jester disappears into the void.
That was the weirdest dinner party ever.
Weirdest? Morty, we're just getting started. I've got a whole universe of chaos waiting to be unleashed.
Do we really need more chaos, Rick?
Of course we do, Morty. Chaos is the spice of life.
Can we just have a normal family get-together next time? The episode ends with the family continuing to argue as the credits roll.
Title: The Tay-Sickle Speculum Theory.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a sci-fi adventure that culminates in a multidimensional feast with a side of musical meat. Meanwhile, Jerry gets a taste of his own medicine as he becomes the main dish at a dinner party with unexpected guests.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage looking over their latest invention.
Morty, grab the Tay-Sickle Speculum. We're gonna need it for this one.
The what now?
The Tay-Sickle Speculum. Do you even science, Morty?
Air. Right. Got it.
Scene 2. Jerry is at home eating dinner.
This meatloaf is pretty good. What's in it?
Just some ground beef and spices. Why?
No reason. It's just really flavorful. Hey, do we have any dessert?
Scene 3. Rick and Morty use the Tay-Sickle Speculum to travel to a different universe.
Where are we, Rick?
We're in a universe where all food is also musical instruments. It's quite the culinary experience.
Oh, okay.
Scene 4. Jerry is kidnapped by Gabe Newell, Peter Griffin, and Taylor Swift.
What's going on? Why am I tied up? Peter Griffin, we're having a special dinner party and you're the main course. Taylor Swift, and I'm providing the music.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty attend the multi-dimensional feast and dig in.
This is amazing. How did they even make a drumstick out of spaghetti?
It's all about the molecular composition, Morty, and the taste factor.
Scene 6. Jerry tries to escape from Gabe, Peter, and Taylor.
Please, let me go. You guys can't eat me.
Hey Neil, sorry, Jerry. It's nothing personal. We just really like the taste of mediocrity.
Scene 7. Rick and Morty discover a new element in the musical food.
What's this new element, Rick?
It's called AiTelevision. I've never seen anything like it. It's like the missing link between food and music.
Scene 8. Jerry is resigned to his fate as he's about to be eaten.
Well, I guess this is it. I always knew I'd end up as food for someone else. Peter Griffin, wait a minute. I think I'm getting indigestion.
Taylor Swift. Yeah, me too. I don't feel so great.
Hey Neil, I think it's the mediocre taste of Jerry. Let's just get rid of him.
Scene 9. Rick and Morty return home with their new discovery.
So what are we gonna do with this AiTelevision, Rick?
Well, we could weaponize it. Or we could just eat it. Either way, it's gonna be a wild ride.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty enjoy some tasical food and reflect on their adventure.
That was crazy, Rick.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Morty. There's a whole multiverse of adventures out there waiting for us.
I don't think my stomach can handle it.
Then we'll just invent a stomach upgrade, Morty. We're scientists, remember?
Title: The Cuckold Conundrum.
In this Rick and Morty episode, Rick Sanchez and his grandchildren Summer and Morty get sucked into an interdimensional portal that takes them to a futuristic world. There, they meet a woman with a strange apparatus on her head. She introduces herself as Dr. Katharina, a renowned scientist who needs Rick's help with a pressing issue. Dr. Katharina explains that her world has a problem with cuckoldry, a phenomenon where a partner enjoys watching their significant other engage in sexual activities with someone else. She states that the issue has unbearably evolved, and she needs Rick's expertise in interdimensional physics to help solve the problem. Rick is hesitant at first, but Dr. Katharina sweetens the pot by showing him a device that can merge universes and create new ones at will. Rick agrees to help, and they journey to the center of a black hole to find the source of the problem. As they approach the core of the black hole, they hear the cries of different beings. Upon arriving, they see a massive gathering of creatures engaging in various sexual activities, including cuckolding. Dr. Katharina explains that these creatures accidentally created a rift in the multiverse continuum, causing the phenomenon to spread like wildfire. While Rick works on a solution to close the rift, Summer and Morty notice a monitor displaying comments from our cuckold. They couldn't help themselves and started reading from it.
Here are some of the comments in a formatted discussion.
1. You, hot and ready. Watching my girlfriend getting pounded by another guy gives me untold pleasure.
2. You, Alan Doe.
I never understood why people would enjoy sharing their partners until I saw a cuckolding video. 3. You, small silent. It's not cuckolding if your girlfriend is willing.
4. You, Big Boy 3000.
Why do I enjoy watching my girl with other dudes? I don't know, but it's amazing.
5. You, Tiny Tim 2.
I can't believe I found my fantasy in a Rick and Morty episode. Summer and Morty are horrified by the comments and try to shut down the system, but it's too late, and the comments start pouring out of the monitor. Suddenly, they merge with the universe merging device that Rick is working on, creating a new universe filled with cuckoldry creatures. Rick manages to shut down the rift, but the new universe created only contains cuckoldry creatures. The team decides to leave it alone, and they head back to their original universe. As they leave, Rick mutters, "I guess some fantasies are best left untouched." The episode ends with a glimpse of the new universe, and we see the creatures living their lives.
Suddenly, a comment from our cuckold pops up on the screen.
6. You, Davidson 87. Does anyone here know how to fix my broken relationship?
Title: The Neon Green Incident, an analysis of online shaming and its effects on individual and societal behavior.
In this episode, we observe a male subject standing in a room overlooking a cityscape backdrop while wearing a neon green light on his head. Our team established that the subject's brain activity was significantly modified upon exposure to the light, leading to altered behavior and decision-making processes. Meanwhile, the Smith family visits the mall and Summer, the teenage daughter, takes risque pictures with a phone that she finds. Our team determined that the phone belongs to an unidentified individual with a history of predatory behavior. Upon discovering his phone missing, the stalker proceeds to upload the pictures of Summer onto multiple online forums, inviting strangers to shame her.
The effects of shaming on individual and societal behavior were investigated through an analysis of over 20 comments made on Reddit by users who witnessed the pictures. Some of the comments read as follows.
Username 1. She deserves it for dressing like that in public.
Username 2. Where are her parents? This is sickening.
Username 3. What kind of society do we live in where young girls have no decency?
These comments reveal the disturbing trend of victim blaming and lack of societal accountability for the stalker's actions. In order to reverse the damage, Rick and Morty develop a plan to infiltrate the online space and expose the stalker's identity to the public. Through the use of advanced technology and strategic maneuvering, the team is able to successfully shut down the online shaming campaign and restore dignity to Summer. This episode highlights the importance of understanding the effects of technology on individual and societal behavior and the need for accountability in online spaces. It also reveals the dangers and psychological implications of online shaming and the damage it can cause to individuals and society as a whole.
It's important to remember that technology is not inherently good or bad, but it's how we use it that determines its impact.
Yeah, and just because something goes viral doesn't mean it's right.
I'm just glad Summer is okay. We need to all take responsibility for our actions and the consequences they have on others.
Int. Rick's lab, day. The scene opens with a close-up of a glowing orb in the background while the sky is painted purple with a plethora of stars adorning it. In the foreground, we can see Rick and Morty hanging out in Rick's lab. Morty is in a chair with his head down as Rick is reading a piece of paper with a perplexed expression on his face.
Morty, what the hell is this?
Sighing deeply, just ignore it, Rick. It's nothing.
Oh, I don't think so, Morty. This erotic Disney fanfic is something completely out of this world.
No, it's really not. It's just something I wrote for fun.
Well, it's god-awful. The dialogue is confusing as hell.
Please don't read it out loud, Rick.
Too late, Morty. Get ready to be embarrassed.
Rick proceeds to read the erotic Disney fanfic aloud, much to Morty's despair.
Mickey said, "Oh, Minnie, you make my heart skip a beat."
Stop, please.
Minnie responded, "Oh, Mickey, I feel the same way."
Please, stop reading.
Mickey continued, "Let's explore our love in the most magical way possible."
Oh, God, just stop.
Ah, Morty, this is hilarious. You need to work on your writing skills.
I know. It's just a silly thing I did.
Well, I have to admit, it's entertaining. Maybe I'll publish it in another dimension and see how it does.
Facepalming, please, no.
Title: The Mysterious McDonald's Mishaps.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting on the couch in the living room of their interdimensional spaceship. Rick is tinkering with various gadgets while Morty idly flips through channels on the TV.
Morty, I'm bored. Let's do something.
Like what, Rick?
I don't know. Morty, how about we get a job at a fast food restaurant?
Confused. A fast food restaurant?
Yes, Morty, there's this specific McDonald's location in the city that I've had my eye on. They've been having a lot of accidents lately.
Accidents? What kind of accidents?
Casually. Oh, you know, the usual. Hot oil spills, slip and falls, that kind of thing. And not a single person has figured out they aren't accidents. Imagine the power, Morty.
Shocked. Rick, that's insane.
Smirking. Insane or genius, Morty. You decide.
Cut to Rick and Morty wearing McDonald's uniforms, standing behind the counter of the restaurant. Rick is grinning from ear to ear while Morty looks uneasy.
Whispering, Rick, I don't think this is a good idea.
Whispering back, nonsense, Morty. This is gonna be the best thing we've ever done. Now, watch closely. This is how you make a Big Mac.
Suddenly, a man in a McDonald's uniform approaches them.
Employee. Hey, guys. Glad to see some new faces around here. I'm Steve, the manager.
Smirking. Hey there, Steve. I'm Rick, and this is my trusty sidekick, Morty.
Steve, Chuckles, nice to meet you guys. Let me show you the ropes.
Cut to a montage of Rick and Morty working at the restaurant, making burgers, frying fries, and ultimately, dumping boiling oil on unsuspecting customers and pretending it was an accident. Cut back to Rick and Morty standing behind the counter, looking pleased with themselves.
Chuckling. Did you see the look on that guy's face when I spilled hot oil on him? Classic.
Nervous. Rick, I'm not so sure about this. What if we get caught?
Confidently. Don't worry, Morty. We're too smart for that. Now, let's fry some more chicken nuggets.
Suddenly, the restaurant's alarm goes off.
Steve, panicked. Oh no, we have a situation in the kitchen. Hot oil spill.
Rick and Morty exchange a sly look.
Morty. That's our cue, Morty. Let's go.
The two of them run to the kitchen, where they encounter a giant monster made of McDonald's food, which has come to life and is wreaking havoc.
Analyzing. Fascinating. It appears that the fats and sugars in the food have combined to create a sentient being.
In disbelief. Rick, what do we do?
Smirking. We do what we always do, Morty. We fight it.
Cut to a ridiculous fight scene, where Rick and Morty are hurling McChicken sandwiches and hot oil at the monster, while dodging its attacks. In the end, they defeat the monster by throwing a milkshake at it, causing it to dissolve into a pile of gross fast food goo. Cut to Rick and Morty sitting on the couch back at home.
Out of breath. Rick, that was insane.
Smirking. Insane or genius, Morty. You decide.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty high-fiving each other, as usual. Professor Smith. In this episode, we observe a male individual running through a city with a gun in hand, amidst neon lights reflecting on his face. The purpose of his actions remains unclear, and we shall investigate further.
Dr. Wong, upon gate-crashing the Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode Wishology through scientific means explained by genius inventor Rick, we find ourselves in a confrontational position with the darkness. This entity possesses the power to swallow its victims whole, trapping them within.
Professor Johnson, the team consisting of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are now entrapped within the darkness and must escape before all is lost.
Dr. Lee, the inside of the darkness is a universe of distorted visuals, which disorients the crew as they make their escape.
Professor White, in an action-packed sequence, the team engages in an intense battle against the darkness, culminating in an epic escape.
Dr. Kim, the thrilling action scenes were a blend of adrenaline-pumping stunts, suspenseful moments, and witty dialogue that kept the audience on edge.
Professor Jones, the descriptive detailed depiction of the inside of the darkness was a sensory delight, with the visuals and narrative combining to create a truly immersive experience.
Dr. Black, the fate of the crew within the darkness is left in doubt until the very end, making the episode an enjoyable and satisfying ride.
Professor Martin, the conclusion of the episode saw the team successfully escaping from the darkness, providing a thrilling culmination to the story.
Dr. Brown,
Overall, the episode is an exceptional display of storytelling, science, and art combined in a balanced blend of suspense, action, and witty humor.
Narrator. Our episode begins with a woman in a futuristic suit with a green light behind her. As she enters the FNAF sister location, she finds herself face to face with Circus Baby, a highly advanced and formidable animatronic.
Woman. The advanced technology and mechanics of this animatronic are remarkable. The sensors and circuit boards intricately woven into its outer shell allow it to move with the grace of a living creature.
Circus Baby pursues the woman.
Woman. The chase is intense, the adrenaline pumping through my veins as I try to outrun the animatronic. But eventually, Circus Baby catches me and I pass out.
Narrator. When the woman awakens, she finds herself inside the animatronic bodysuit of Circus Baby.
Woman. Inside the suit, the gears, wires, and metal all around me threaten to eliminate me. I must escape this bodysuit before it's too late.
Narrator. With skill and determination, the woman navigates the inner workings of the suit, evading dangerous traps and obstacles along the way.
Woman. The internal mechanisms of this suit are truly astonishing. The powerful motors that move its limbs and the intricate arrays of sensors that detect every movement are a testament to the advanced technology used to create it.
Narrator. As the woman finally reaches the exit, she emerges from the bodysuit, victorious but exhausted.
Woman. The experience of being inside a suit like this was truly exhilarating. The power and precision of the technology used to create it is unlike anything I've ever experienced before.
Narrator. With a sense of wonder and amazement, the woman leaves the FNAF sister location, her mind full of new ideas and possibilities. Title: The Green-Eyed Extraterrestrial.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are on a mission to retrieve an exotic mineral from a distant planet when they come across an unusual phenomenon, an alien life form with emerald green eyes and jet black feathers. Intrigued, Rick decides to bring the creature back to Earth for further study. Meanwhile, Beth is shocked to discover Jerry's past life as a playboy on his home planet.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are seen traveling through space in their spaceship when they come across a strange phenomenon. An alien life form with emerald green eyes and jet black feathers. Intrigued by the creature, Rick decides to bring it back to Earth for further study. Rick, Morty, we've hit the jackpot. This little fella is going to make us rich beyond our wildest dreams.
Morty, Rick, are you sure about this? What if the alien turns out to be dangerous?
Rick, dangerous? Don't be ridiculous, Morty. This little guy is harmless. Besides, there's no adventure without a little risk.
Act 2.
Back on Earth, Rick and Morty examine the alien under a microscope and discover that it possesses some fascinating properties. The ability to manipulate time and space with its green eyes. Intrigued by their discovery, they decide to experiment further.
Rick, Morty, look at this. This little critter can manipulate time and space with its green eyes. We've got to see what else it can do.
Morty, Rick, I don't know about this. What if we cause some sort of space-time rift?
Rick, relax, Morty. We're scientists. We know what we're doing.
Act 3.
Meanwhile, Beth discovers a shocking secret about Jerry's past life as an alien playboy. She confronts him about it, causing tension in their relationship.
Beth, Jerry, I can't believe you kept this from me. How could you have been a playboy on your home planet?
Jerry, Beth, it was a different time. I was trying to make a living, and the ladies just happened to be drawn to my charms.
Beth, I don't know if I can forgive you for this, Jerry. It's like you're a completely different person.
Act 4. As Rick and Morty continue to experiment with the alien, they accidentally create a space-time rift that causes chaos in their lab. The alien's green eyes expand infinitely, causing a psychedelic effect that transports them to another dimension.
Rick, uh-oh, Morty. I think we may have messed up this time.
Morty, what do we do now, Rick?
Rick, hang on, Morty. We're about to take a wild ride.
Act 5.
As Rick and Morty try to find their way back to their own dimension, they encounter strange creatures and mind-bending challenges. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry's relationship is on the brink of collapse as she struggles to accept his past as an alien playboy.
Beth, Jerry, I just don't know if I can trust you anymore. You kept such a big secret from me.
Jerry, Beth, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Can we please just start over?
Act 6.
Finally, Rick and Morty manage to escape the alternate dimension and return safely to their own universe. They are relieved to find that the alien has reverted back to its original form, but they both know that they have learned valuable lessons about the consequences of scientific experimentation.
Rick, well, Morty, it looks like we made it out alive, but we almost paid the ultimate price for our curiosity.
Morty, yeah, Rick, I think we need to be more careful in the future.
Green-eyed alien. Thank you for saving me, humans. I promise to use my powers for good.
Overall, The Green-Eyed Extraterrestrial is a wild and humorous ride that combines the best of Rick and Morty's scientific experimentation with the drama of Beth and Jerry's relationship. It's an episode that will keep you laughing and guessing until the very end. Title: The Subreddit of Science. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a strange, cartoon world, sitting on a rock in the middle of a vast, green field, with a beautiful sky background and fluffy clouds about. As they sit there, they both pull out their phones and start browsing various NSFW subreddits.
Hey Morty, check out this sub, Art Chem Gone Wild. It's just a bunch of scientists getting freaky with Bunsen burners and flasks and stuff.
Oh, okay, Rick. Let's see. Oh my god, there's a guy here named Niter0Gen69 and he's asking if anyone wants to mix some solutions with him.
Ah, that's hilarious, Morty. Wait, check out this one. Art Astronomy Gone Wild. This guy username Stal1ARL0Veer is posting pictures of his telescope equipment in the nude.
Oh God, Rick, why are we looking at this stuff?
For science, Morty, look, here's another good one. Physics gone wild. This user named Dark Matter Daddy is asking if anyone wants to see his particles collide.
I think I'm gonna be sick, Rick.
Oh come on Morty, lighten up. Let's check out this one. Zoology gone wild. This user named Furry Feline is asking if anyone wants to see their tentacles in action.
Okay, that's it, Rick. I'm done with this, I can't take it anymore.
Fine, but you're missing out on Scientists gone wild. This user named Wetlab Willie is asking if anyone wants to be a part of his latest experiment.
I can't even, Rick. Let's just go back to our world and never speak of this again.
And so, Rick and Morty close their phones and teleport back to their own dimension, leaving behind the strange and wild subreddit of science. But who knows what other insane corners of the internet they'll explore next? Only time and Rick's erratic whims will tell. Episode title: The Perineum Paradox. The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing a game of quantum chess, a game where the pieces move simultaneously through various universes and timelines, causing multiple outcomes. Meanwhile, the rest of the family plays Rochambeau, a game that involves kicking each other in the perineum. After taking a particularly hard kick to the perineum from Jerry, Morty is rushed to the hospital with a severe injury. Upon arriving at the hospital, Rick immediately begins analyzing the injury on a molecular level, while Morty writhes in agony.
Morty, your perineum appears to have sustained significant cellular damage. This can cause chronic pain, erectile dysfunction, and an increased risk of prostate cancer.
Geez, Rick, can't you just fix it?
It's not that simple, Morty. Your perineum exists in a complex network of nerve and muscle tissue, connected to various bodily systems. All need to create a highly advanced nanobot to repair the damaged cells.
Meanwhile, Jerry refuses to apologize for the injury, claiming that Morty only got hurt because he broke the rules of the game. This causes a heated argument with the rest of the family, leading to Jerry's arrest for assault. I didn't mean to hurt him that bad. He shouldn't have blocked my kick.
Blocking is a perfectly valid move, Jerry. You just couldn't handle losing to your own son.
Yeah, Dad, you're being a real pain in the perineum.
As Rick creates the nanobot, it becomes self-aware and begins questioning its existence, causing chaos in the hospital and turning everyone against each other. In a series of insane events, the nanobot ends up merging with Morty's perineum, creating a super-powered hybrid that can control time and space.
Rick, I can feel the power coursing through me. I can see through walls, shoot lightning from my hands, and kick with the force of 1,000 suns.
That's great, Morty, but we need to get rid of that nanobot before it causes irreversible damage to your body and the fabric of the universe.
In the end, Rick and Morty team up to defeat the nanobot and restore Morty's perineum to its original state. Jerry is released from prison and forced to apologize to Morty, and the family learns a valuable lesson about the dangers of physical violence and the importance of following the rules. I'm sorry, Morty.
I realize now that Rochambeau is a game of skill and strategy, not violence.
I promise never to kick you in the perineum again.
Thanks, Dad. Now let's go get some ice cream.
The episode ends with the family happily eating ice cream, while Rick mutters to himself about the dangers of playing with nanobots. Title: An exponential increase in NSFW subreddit exploration, a scientific journey with Rick and Morty. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves exploring the depths of Reddit's NSFW subreddits, about which they had only heard rumors. The duo begins their journey with the subreddit r Gone Wild, where they are met with a barrage of amateur, explicit content.
Morty, did you know that according to a study published in the Journal of Sexual Medicine, men who frequently engage with pornographic material may be up to 70% more likely to experience erectile dysfunction?
Oh geez, Rick, that's not good.
As they delve deeper, they encounter a user by the name of Boom Boom Bloom, who has shared a particularly graphic message, causing Morty to question the existence of human decency altogether.
Rick, is this what the internet is supposed to be? People just doing it all over the place?
Well, Morty, the internet is more of a reflection of human nature, and these subreddits are no different.
Their exploration leads them to our BDSM community, where they come across a comment by Paint Rain Express.
Morty, the psychological drive to engage in BDSM activities can actually be traced back to increased activation in the brain's reward centers.
Oh wow, Rick, that's actually really interesting.
As they continue their journey, they come across a user by the name of Big Boobs Wreck Me, whose sensual messages leave Rick feeling a little amorous.
Morty, did anyone ever tell you that sexual attraction is actually based on a combination of genetic, environmental, and cultural factors?
No, Rick. Can we please just move on?
Their exploration leads them to the subreddit r Futanari, where they encounter a particularly unique type of hentai. Morty, horrified by what he sees, turns to Rick with a look of pure disgust.
Rick, I don't think I can unsee that.
Morty, you know what they say, the internet is a vast and varied place.
Their final stop on their NSFW journey is the subreddit r where they encounter a user by the name of Fluffy Kitten Lover, who leaves a particularly heartwarming message.
Morty, did you know that the release of oxytocin in response to social bonding and interaction has been linked to positive emotional states?
Wait, so you're telling me that seeing cute animals can actually make you feel happy?
Yes, Morty, it's called the cuteness response. Look it up.
In the end, the duo reflects on their wild journey, with Rick reminding Morty that the internet is both a vast and potentially dangerous place. Morty, meanwhile, is left wondering whether he should ever browse Reddit again. Title: The Multiverse of Kinky Subreddits. In this episode, the multidimensional grandfather-grandson duo, Rick and Morty, are seen engaging in a rather unusual activity of browsing through comments and posts on various wife-sharing and furry subreddits. The scene opens with a cartoon of a man and a woman sitting at a table with a book and a cup of coffee, while Rick and Morty sit behind them, completely engrossed in their online escapades.
Morty, this is what the internet is truly meant for. A vast sea of depravity, weirdness, and masked anonymity.
I dunno, Rick. It kinda feels wrong, like we're invading people's privacy or something.
Oh please, Morty, they put this stuff out there for everyone to see. It's not our fault if we happen to stumble upon it.
As the duo continues their search, they come across various bizarre subreddits such as r wife sharing, r pet play, r plushophilia, and r futanari. Reading through the posts and comments, they stumble upon some truly outrageous messages.
Wife sharing. Username, HornyHubby69.
HornyHubby69. I just love watching my wife have sex with other men. It's like a live-action porno.
R. Pet play. Username, FurryFanatic420. FurryFanatic420. I can't wait to go to this year's FurCon. I've got my tail, ears, and everything ready to go.
R. Plushophilia. Username, TeddyBearLover123.
Teddy Bear Lover 123. I wish my girlfriend could transform into a teddy bear. That would be the ultimate cuddle toy.
As the duo continues to browse through these strange subreddits, they start to debate the ethical implications of their actions.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should stop. It just seems wrong.
Wrong? Morty, what's wrong about exploring the darker corners of the human psyche? We're just doing some scientific research here.
Their argument is interrupted when Jerry, Summer, and Beth enter the room, catching them in the act.
What on earth are you guys doing?
Are you guys looking at porn? That's sick. Do you need help?
Oh my god, why did I have to be related to you guys?
Rick quickly tries to defend himself, claiming that it's all in the name of science.
Listen, this is all for research. We're investigating the intricacies of human sexuality.
The family looks at each other in disgust and confusion, before ultimately resigning themselves to the fact that they can never unsee what they just witnessed. This episode ends with Rick and Morty continuing to explore the multiverse of kinks on Reddit, while the rest of the family slowly backs out of the room, trying to erase the image from their minds. Title: The Perineum Paradox.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a new adventure, this time venturing into the realm of perineum research. The duo stumbles upon a cartoon character with a blue scarf and a green scarf on his head and a yellow banana behind him, who introduces them to the concept of the superperineum. His superperineum, he explains, is a result of years of scientific experimentation and meditation, allowing him to unlock the full potential of his perineum muscles. Intrigued, Morty decides to give it a try.
Whoa, Rick! My perineum feels super powerful now. I can do anything.
Well, Morty, don't get too carried away now. Let's see what this superperineum can really do.
As Morty explores his newfound strength, Rick warns him of the perineum paradox, the idea that too much focus on this one area can lead to a loss of balance and neglect of other important bodily functions.
Morty, you gotta be careful here. The perineum paradox is no joke. You gotta maintain balance or else your entire system could be thrown off.
Despite the warning, Morty charges ahead, eager to see what he can do with his superperineum.
I can lift weights with my perineum, push cars with my perineum, even jump higher with my perineum.
Okay, Morty, okay. Let's take it easy here. We don't want to upset the natural order of things.
But Morty is already too far gone. His superperineum has taken over his entire being, and he is now in a state of perpetual perineum power.
I am the perineum king. Bow down to me, mere mortals.
Rick sighs and shakes his head in disbelief, knowing that once again, Morty has gotten in over his head with his scientific curiosity.
Well, Morty, I guess we'll have to find a way to reverse this superperineum business. Who knows what other bodily functions are being neglected?
As they make their way back to the lab, the perineum paradox hangs in the air, a cautionary tale of the dangers of pushing any one bodily function too far. Title: The Flameless Fire of Emotional Turmoil.
Plot. In this episode, we explore the psychological effects of emotional attachment and detachment through the lens of Rick and Morty's dysfunctional relationship. The episode begins with a meta-narrative of a man, who we soon learn is Rick, sitting in front of a fireplace holding a book that he treasures dearly. The book represents Rick's emotional vulnerability, a rare glimpse into his softer side that is often hidden behind his cold and callous exterior.
As the scene progresses, Morty appears and tosses Rick's prized possession, a photo album depicting their wild adventures, into the fireplace. This triggers a chain of events that ultimately leads to the unraveling of each character's emotional stability. Morty, reveling in his mischief, breaks down in a fit of maniacal laughter while Rick falls apart in tears. The juxtaposition of the two characters' emotional reactions highlights the fundamental difference in their personalities. Morty takes pleasure in others' pain, while Rick is deeply affected by the loss of something sentimental. Beth, enraged by Morty's cruelty, decides to take matters into her own hands and throws Morty into the fireplace. As Morty screams in agony, Rick swoops in to save him and retaliates by throwing Beth into the same flameless fire. This act of violence serves as a metaphor for the destructive nature of emotional outbursts and the tendency for people to lash out when they feel hurt or threatened. However, the twist comes when we realize that the fireplace was never actually lit and no flames were involved in the entire scenario. This reveal underscores the absurdity of the situation and highlights the idea that emotions can be just as volatile and unpredictable as fire. Ultimately, the episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting in front of the fireplace, reminiscing about their adventures and bonding over their shared emotional trauma. It's a bittersweet moment that encapsulates the complexity of human relationships and the precarious balance between love and hate.
Scientific PhD university terms. This episode explores the cognitive and behavioral implications of attachment theory and emotional regulation. Through the use of metaphorical devices and character development, the episode highlights the complex interplay between emotional states, social interactions, and individual differences. The interweaving of meta-narrative techniques and absurdist humor serves to deconstruct traditional narrative structures and challenge audience expectations. By highlighting the limitations of language and perception, the episode brings to light the inherent subjectivity of human experience.
Title: The Multidimensional Comic Adventure.
Opening scene.
Rick and Beth are sitting in the living room, flicking through different channels on the interdimensional cable. They stumble across a strange comic strip that depicts two cartoon characters. Rick is intrigued by the concept and decides to create a device that can transport them into the world of the comic.
Act 1.
Rick activates the device, and both he and Beth are transported into the comic strip world. They find themselves in a 2D world, full of bright colors and wacky characters. They quickly notice that Morty is nowhere to be found.
Where's Morty? This is not good.
What do you mean? He's probably just lost in this weird cartoon world.
Suddenly, Morty appears out of nowhere, but he's all glitchy and broken.
Hey, gee you guys, ITHTH think, static noise, there's something wrong with my programming.
Rick realizes that Morty has somehow become trapped in the comic strip world and must be fixed before it's too late.
Act 2.
Rick sets out to find a way to fix Morty, but the comic strip world keeps glitching and changing around them.
This is like being stuck in a multidimensional quantum flux. We need to find a way to stabilize Morty's code before it's too late.
As the scene progresses, Morty appears, disappears, and reappears. He's all glitchy and broken, and his words are fragmented.
RR Rick, WH where D did you, static noise, go. IN need he ELP.
We have to hurry before Morty completely disappears.
Act 3.
Rick and Beth finally find the source of Morty's glitching, a malicious virus that has infected the comic strip world. They must fight their way through hordes of villainous cartoon characters to reach the virus's source and destroy it once and for all.
Looks like we're going to have to use some unorthodox quantum mechanics to get out of this one. Beth, you ready for some hardcore science?
Let's do it, Rick. For Morty.
In the final showdown, they face the virus head-on, and using their scientific knowledge, they are able to defeat it and stabilize Morty's coding.
Ending scene.
Rick, Morty, and Beth return to the real world, and Morty is back to his normal self.
Whoa, that was like crazy, man. How did you guys fix me?
Just another day in the life of a multidimensional scientist, Morty.
Well, I definitely learned a thing or two about quantum mechanics today.
Yeah. Let's just hope the next episode isn't as crazy as this one.
The end.
Title: Gory Slaughterhouse Investigation.
Introduction.
In this episode, we investigate a gory scene in a slaughterhouse where a man is seen preparing meat on a conveyor belt amidst a number of dead animal carcasses on the floor. The objective of this investigation is to identify the possible factors that led to this unsanitary and inhumane condition and the potential health hazards associated with it.
Antoine Lavoisier.
As the investigation proceeds, we bring in Antoine Lavoisier, a renowned French chemist and biologist, to assist us in determining the possible biological and chemical agents involved in this disturbing situation. Lavoisier's expertise in the fields of microbiology, fluid dynamics, and chemistry make him an ideal partner in this investigation.
The scene.
As we approach the scene, we don personal protective equipment to minimize exposure to any potential hazards.
The man in the kitchen is seen using a knife and fork to prepare the meat on the conveyor belt. The floor is littered with dead animal carcasses in various stages of decay, which raises concerns about the potential spread of pathogens and contamination. Investigation. Lavoisier proceeds to conduct a series of tests on the meat samples and the surrounding environment. He takes swabs of various surfaces to determine the presence and concentration of bacteria and other microorganisms. He also analyzes the chemical makeup of the meat samples to identify any adulterants or additives that may have been used to alter the quality and appearance of the meat.
Results.
Lavoisier's tests reveal the presence of several harmful microorganisms, including Salmonella and E. coli, which are known to cause foodborne illnesses. In addition, he discovers that the meat samples have been treated with various chemical preservatives, which are not approved for use in the food industry. Lavoisier concludes that the poor hygiene practices and illegal use of additives are the primary factors contributing to the unsanitary conditions in the slaughterhouse.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this investigation highlights the importance of proper food handling practices and adherence to industry regulations to ensure the safety and integrity of our food supply. The collaboration between scientific experts such as Lavoisier and investigative teams provides valuable insights into areas that require further scrutiny and reform to safeguard public health and welfare.
Title: The Livermorium Rain.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty wandering around a field. Morty notices a person lying in the grass with a blue umbrella.
Rick, what's that person doing laying in the field like that?
Who cares, Morty? They're probably just taking a nap.
Person suddenly stands up, revealing an odd-looking device that emits a bright blue light.
Wait, that's not a regular person, Morty. Clearly, they're a scientist.
Person introduces themselves as Dr. Maria, a physicist studying the rare element, livermorium.
Dr. Maria, I stumbled upon this rare occurrence of livermorium rain. The only way to harness its potential is through a complex device that can only be powered by one's emotions.
Emotions? This sounds like some hippy-dippy nonsense, Dr. Maria.
Dr. Maria, trust me, Rick. It's the only way. Morty, can you help me gather some materials for the device?
Sure thing, Doc.
Oh great, Morty's gonna be all emotional now. This should be fun.
Scene shifts to Rick and Morty gathering various materials for Dr. Maria's device while Morty begins to feel overwhelmed by his emotions.
I don't know why, but I feel like crying, Rick.
Damn it, Morty, pull yourself together. We still need to find more livermorium.
Dr. Maria completes the device and urges Morty to try it out.
Dr. Maria, it's time, Morty. Harness your emotions and make this device work.
Morty suddenly bursts into tears, causing the device to emit a powerful beam of light that creates a livermorium rainstorm.
Holy shit, Morty, you did it. The livermorium rain is going to revolutionize the world of science.
Dr. Maria, and it's all thanks to Morty's emotional intelligence. Who knew such a thing could be so powerful?
Oh geez, guys, I'm just happy to help.
Closing scene shows Rick and Morty walking away from the field as Morty confesses his true feelings about the livermorium rain.
You know, Rick, I'm starting to think emotions aren't so bad after all.
Let's not get carried away, Morty. We still have a universe to save.
The end.
Title: The Molecular Manipulations of a Mad Scientist.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are flying their spaceship over an unknown planet. The camera pans to Rick's laboratory where he is tinkering with a mysterious device.
Morty, I've discovered a new way to manipulate the molecular structures of living beings. With this device, I can create the perfect grandson.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. I like being your grandson.
Shut up, Morty. You're a stupid ass. I need a new grandson who can keep up with my intellect.
Beth enters the lab.
Rick, what are you doing?
I'm creating a new grandson.
You can't just create a living being, Rick. That's unethical.
Who cares about ethics? I'm a scientist. I do what I want.
You're unbelievable sometimes.
Beth, please. I'm trying to perform a scientific experiment here.
The camera fades to black as Rick activates the device.
Act 2.
The scene opens with Rick holding a newborn cartoon character with a blue jacket and brown shirt.
Behold, my new grandson.
He kinda looks like me.
He's nothing like you, Morty. This new grandson is a genius. Watch this.
Rick places the newborn on a testing table and activates a series of machines.
I'm detecting elevated levels of intelligence and creativity. This is fantastic.
Rick, he's just a baby.
He's not just a baby, Beth. He's a scientific marvel.
Suddenly, the grandfather clock in the lab begins to chime.
Oh no, Morty, we're late for our appointment.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty teleport to a strange laboratory where they encounter a group of mad scientists.
Mad Scientist 1. Ah, Rick, so glad you could make it. What's the emergency?
Mad Scientist 2, we've discovered a new way to manipulate the time-space continuum. We need your expertise to help us test our theory.
Interesting. Show me your data.
The mad scientists reveal a complex series of equations and data charts.
This is impressive, but you're forgetting one thing.
Mad Scientist 3. What's that?
Rick pulls out the newborn cartoon character.
You need a super genius to help you test this theory, and I have just the grandson for the job.
The camera pans to Morty, who rolls his eyes.
Act 4.
The scene opens with Rick, Morty, and the newborn cartoon character standing in front of a mountain range with a blue sky.
Alright, Morty, you and the new grandson are going to test this theory. Begin the molecular manipulations now.
The newborn begins to perform a complex series of equations and design plans.
This is incredible. His IQ must be off the charts.
I don't think I can keep up with this, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. You're just jealous.
Suddenly, the sky turns green and a giant alien ship descends from the clouds.
Alien, you have trespassed on our territory. Identify yourselves.
I'm Rick Sanchez, and this is my grandson.
Newborn. Actually, I prefer to go by the name Einstein 2.0.
Alien, your intelligence intrigues us. We would like to offer you a job as our chief engineer.
How about you take me too?
The camera fades to black as Rick and the newborn cartoon character board the alien ship, leaving Morty and Beth behind.
Closing scene.
Rick, I can't believe you've left Morty behind.
He's just a stupid ass, Beth. The new grandson is a scientific marvel.
Hey, don't forget about me.
Shut up, Morty. I'm too busy brainstorming with Einstein 2.0.
The camera fades to black as the three characters continue their intergalactic adventures.
Title: The Quantum Bearded Adventures.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty trying to escape from an alternate dimension where the laws of physics have gone haywire. They stumble across a man with a beard in a video game character outfit who claims to be a quantum physicist. Rick, being the skeptical genius he is, challenges him to prove it.
Quantum physicist. Well, if you must know, I have a PhD in quantum mechanics and I specialize in manipulating the fabric of space-time.
Beefed, that's child's play. I can manipulate space-time with one finger.
Oh, Rick, I don't think it's that simple.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh great, Jerry's here. Just what we need. Another useless human.
Quantum physicist. Actually, I could use his help. You see, I've been working on a device that can transport us to parallel universes.
Whoa, that sounds cool. I'd love to help out.
Fine, but don't get in the way.
The group works together to build the device and successfully transport themselves to a parallel universe. However, they quickly realize that something is off.
Rick, why are you T-posing?
What? Oh damn it. We must be in a universe where the characters are stuck in their default animation poses.
Quantum physicist. Interesting. This could be a new discovery in the field of quantum mechanics.
But what does that even mean?
It means that we have to find a way to break the animation and get back to our universe.
The group embarks on a wild adventure filled with video game references, pop culture jokes, and scientific babble. They encounter various obstacles such as glitchy NPCs, hostile enemy characters, and puzzles that require advanced quantum physics knowledge.
Rick, how are we supposed to solve this puzzle? I don't understand any of this science stuff.
Just trust me, Morty. I have a PhD in cheating my way through puzzles.
Hey guys, look! I found a hidden portal.
Quantum physicist. Excellent work, Jerry. That's just what we need to get back to our universe.
The group enters the portal and successfully returns to their own universe, but not without some hilarious mishaps along the way.
Well, that was a wild ride. I guess we really are the most important characters in the universe, huh?
I don't know, Rick. I think that quantum physicist guy was pretty cool too.
Yeah, he really helped us out. I hope we run into him again sometime.
The episode ends with the group walking off into the sunset, ready for their next interdimensional adventure.
Title: The T-Posing Paradox.
Opening shot, a cartoon park with a wide shot of Morty standing with a surprised look on his face and hands in the air. Rick, have you ever heard of T-posing?
What the hell is that supposed to be, Morty? Speak in layman's terms.
It's when you hold your arms out like this, and it's supposed to be a power move or something.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, Morty. Who cares about T-posing?
Suddenly, Rick is attacked by an unknown force. Morty is never seen again. Opening sequence plays, and Rick is seen in his lab, trying to figure out what happened to Morty.
I've scanned every inch of this place, and there's no trace of Morty. It's like he vanished into thin air.
Enter Jerry, who is noticeably infuriating to Rick.
Hey, Rick. I heard about Morty disappearing. If you need any help, I'm here to lend a hand.
Thanks, Jerry, but I already have a few ideas on how to track Morty down.
In the following scenes, Rick works on a modern-day T-posing device, which he believes will help him locate Morty.
I've reverse-engineered T-posing technology to create a device that will help us find Morty. It will analyze all dimensions and align us with Morty's location.
Rick, I'm not sure this is a good idea. T-posing is just a meme on the internet.
Nonsense, Jerry. With my expertise and this device, it will lead us right to Morty.
The device activates, and Rick and Jerry are transported to an alternate dimension, where they are confronted with an army of T-posing beings.
Oh God, Rick! These T-posers are attacking us from all sides.
Don't worry, Jerry. I know just how to handle this.
Rick performs an epic T-pose, and all of the T-posers bow down before him.
Looks like my T-posing skills are impressive, after all.
But Rick, what about Morty? We still haven't found him.
As Rick and Jerry search the alternate dimension, they come across a portal that leads to Morty's location.
There he is. Morty, are you okay?
Oh, hey, Rick. I've been here the whole time. I was just experimenting with T-posing in this dimension.
You had us worried sick, Morty. But at least you learned the true power of T-posing.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty performing a synchronized T-pose, and all of the T-posers bow down before them.
Title: The Uncertainty Principle of Cheap Crap.
Asterisk asterisk opening shot of an empty store with a few people walking by the aisles asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Morty, we need to get some cheap random crap.
Why do we need that, Rick?
Because we're going to test the uncertainty principle of cheap crap, Morty. It's a scientific concept that states that the more crap you buy, the more uncertain you become about your life.
I think you two are just making excuses to go shopping.
Beth, you should know better than to question the scientific method.
Asterisk asterisk the trio enters a thrift store asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Whoa, look at all this cheap crap.
I don't know where to start.
Let's start with this random crab.
A crab, Rick?
Yes, Morty, look at its cheap price tag. We can use it for some experiments.
What kind of experiments?
The kind where we test the strength of this cheap crap.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
Nonsense, Morty, science never rests.
Asterisk asterisk the trio buys a bunch of cheap crap and heads back to the lab asterisk asterisk asterisk.
All right, Rick. What's the plan?
We're going to test the structural integrity of these cheap pieces of crap. First up, the crab.
What kind of test, Rick?
The kind where we see how many times we can throw it against the wall before it falls apart.
Asterisk asterisk the crab falls apart on the first throw asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Well, I guess that crab was crap.
Hey, what's that over there?
It looks like a cheap plastic sword, perfect for our next experiment.
Asterisk asterisk the trio continues to test the cheap crap, with ridiculous results asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Rick, I think we've proven that cheap crap is, in fact, crap.
Agreed, Beth, but we did learn something from this experiment.
What did we learn, Rick?
We learned that there is no substitute for quality, Morty.
Asterisk asterisk the episode ends with the trio drowning in a sea of cheap crap asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Title: Interdimensional Follies, a Quantum Mess.
Opening scene. Rick is in his garage laboratory with Morty, Summer, and Jerry. He's standing in front of a poster of a man with a bald head wearing a lab coat.
I just received intel from my top-secret multi-dimensional source that the universe is in danger.
Oh boy, here we go again.
What do you mean the universe is in danger?
Yeah, give us some details, Rick.
Details schmetales. All you need to know is that we have to embark on a perilous journey to save the galaxy.
Well, how are we gonna do that? Rick,
I have one simple solution for manipulating space-time with one finger. Rick sticks his finger in his throat, causing him to gag and cough uncontrollably.
What the hell, Rick? That's disgusting.
That can't be safe, can it?
Of course it's safe. What's a little vomiting among friends?
I don't think this is gonna work, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. We just have to recalibrate the frequency of the gravitational waves and modify the quantum entanglement on a subatomic level.
Can you dumb that down for us non-scientists?
Yeah, like, use small words, Rick.
Fine. We need to make some adjustments to the space-time continuum using a modified version of Schrödinger's equation.
Okay.
I'm lost.
Me too.
Don't worry. The only thing that matters is that we're gonna save the universe, even if it means sacrificing a few brain cells along the way.
The group proceeds to activate Rick's interdimensional portal gun and sets off on their adventure through the multiverse, encountering all sorts of bizarre creatures and situations. Along the way, they crack plenty of jokes and engage in plenty of banter as they attempt to save the universe from certain doom. End scene.
Title: The Puzzle Globe Conundrum.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, examining a strange green globe with puzzle pieces on the surface and a green light in the middle.
Morty, I've seen a lot of weird alien tech in my time, but this takes the cake. I'm getting a strong signal of intelligence from this thing.
Oh, Rick, do you think we should be messing with it? It looks dangerous.
Relax, Morty. I have a PhD in cheating puzzles. Let me show you how to crack this baby open.
Rick proceeds to work on the puzzle, but in his excitement, he trips and cuts himself badly.
I'm fine, Morty. Just a flesh wound. Let's keep going.
Rick, you're bleeding everywhere. We need to take care of that.
Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth arrive at the garage. Hey, what's going on?
We heard a commotion.
Is everything okay?
Rick tries to play it off, but he eventually collapses.
Oh no, he needs medical attention. Morty, call an ambulance.
But we can't just leave the puzzle globe here. It could be dangerous.
I know a guy who can transport hazardous materials. I'll take care of it.
The puzzle globe is taken away as Rick is rushed to the hospital. The doctors try to save him, but in vain.
This is all my fault. I should have stopped him from playing with that thing.
Don't blame yourself, Morty. Rick knew the risks. Let's honor his memory with a beautiful funeral.
At the funeral, everyone pays their respects to Rick. But suddenly, the puzzle globe returns, and the green light in the middle starts pulsing rapidly.
What is that thing doing?
I think it's trying to communicate.
Everyone, stay back. We don't know what it's capable of.
The green light explodes, and a group of friendly aliens appear.
Alien leader, greetings, Earthlings. I am Eleanor, ambassador of the puzzle people. We have been searching for a worthy champion to help us solve our most difficult puzzle. Your Rick Sanchez was the chosen one.
What? You mean he died for a puzzle?
Eleanor, yes, but do not fear. We have the technology to bring him back to life. Will you help us, Morty?
I don't know what to do.
Morty, your grandpa would want you to take on this challenge. Plus, think of the adventure.
And we can't let Rick's sacrifice be in vain. We have to see this through.
Morty agrees to help the puzzle people, and they embark on a wild and dangerous adventure to solve the puzzle and bring Rick back to life. In the end, they succeed, and Rick is resurrected as a puzzle-solving champion. The episode ends with Rick grumbling about how he still hates puzzles, but at least he's alive. The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing a strange phenomenon in the backyard. A black and white cat with yellow eyes sitting on a white surface in the grass with a green background. Rick quickly realizes the cat's unique genetic makeup and decides to take it to his lab for analysis. As Beth watches the cat, she discovers her hidden talent. She can communicate telepathically with a feline. Summer, ever the bonding enthusiast, suggests they name the cat, and they settle on Norwegian forest cat. But things take a turn when the cat begins to act strangely, exhibiting behavior found only in sitcoms. Beth, Summer, and Morty find themselves trapped inside a sitcom world, ruled by none other than the Norwegian forest cat. Rick, still in the lab, devises a plan to break them out. Using a combination of advanced technology and magical spells, he connects with Beth's telepathic abilities and creates a portal to the sitcom world. As they make their escape, the Norwegian forest cat proves to be a formidable foe, throwing punchlines and jokes at their every move. But Rick and the gang's quick wit and scientific prowess prevail, and they manage to escape back to reality. In conclusion, the episode delved into the fascinating world of genetics, humor, and the interconnectedness of all things. The Norwegian forest cat served as a symbol of the unpredictability of the universe, reminding us to always be prepared for the unexpected and to never underestimate the power of laughter.
Title: The Multidimensional Ice Cream Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discussing their latest invention, the multidimensional ice cream maker, which creates ice cream from all possible universes. As they try it out, a woman with a weird hat and gloves appears and offers to buy the machine for a ridiculous amount of money.
What kind of scam is this? Shut up and take my money, mean lady.
She looks like she's from a different dimension. Maybe she knows something we don't.
The woman introduces herself as Marie Barone, a researcher from a parallel universe who has been studying the effects of ice cream on different dimensions. She invites Rick and Morty to join her on a multi-dimensional ice cream adventure, and they agree.
Marie, according to my PhD research, the flavor and texture of ice cream vary depending on the laws of physics and chemistry in each universe. The multi-dimensional ice cream maker can create ice cream from every possible universe, opening up a vast realm of flavor possibilities.
Sounds like a tasty scientific breakthrough. Let's go.
The trio then travels through various dimensions, tasting ice cream flavors ranging from spicy inferno to cosmic sunshine to time-space paradox swirl. Along the way, they encounter strange creatures and obstacles, such as an army of talking broccoli and a black hole that nearly sucks them in.
My taste buds are exploding. This is the most insane ice cream adventure ever.
This is why we're scientists, Morty. To explore the unknown and eat delicious treats.
Eventually, they reach the final dimension, where they find a mystical ice cream flavor that can grant eternal youth and immortality. But Marie reveals her true motives and tries to steal the flavor for herself.
Marie, with this ice cream, I can become the supreme ruler of all universes.
Not so fast, Barone. We didn't go through all this trouble just to let you take all the credit.
In a hilarious and action-packed showdown, Rick and Morty team up to stop Marie and save the universe from her evil plans.
Wow, that was intense. But at least we got to taste the magical ice cream.
Yeah, and we learned that sometimes the sweetest things can be the most dangerous. Now let's go home and make some more ice cream, but maybe with a few less epic battles next time.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty enjoying their own multidimensional ice cream creation, as the woman with the weird hat and gloves secretly watches them from afar.
Title: The Quantum Pinball Incident.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty visiting an interdimensional arcade filled with advanced pinball machines. Rick, being a brilliant scientist, notices a strange anomalous energy signature emanating from one particular machine in the back. It turns out that the machine was designed by a rogue group of physicists who had developed a way to harness the energy of alternate universes for their amusement. Rick, being the thrill seeker that he is, couldn't resist playing the machine, and quickly became completely absorbed in it. Meanwhile, Morty stumbled upon a group of pinball enthusiasts who were discussing the intricacies of a particular machine that involved a Star Trek poster and a "one does not simply walk into Mordor" meme. As Morty engaged in a heated debate with the group, a portal suddenly opened up and out stepped Summer's multiverse doppelganger, who was also a pinball fanatic. The two Mortys and the two Summers decided to team up and start playing the various machines in the arcade. Things quickly got out of hand when S1MPLE, a professional gamer and pinball player, showed up and challenged the group to a high-stakes game. With Morty and Summer's doppelgangers fiercely competitive and Rick hopelessly addicted to the quantum machine, chaos ensued. Meanwhile, a journalist had been tipped off about the unusual energy readings in the arcade and arrived to investigate. Let's just say that things didn't go according to plan for the journalist. In the end, the group managed to escape the arcade, but not without setting off a chain reaction that destabilized the very fabric of space-time itself. Rick nonchalantly shrugged it off, while the Mortys and Summers exchanged horrified glances.
Hey, happens all the time. Let's go get some nachos.
But Rick, what about the alternate universes we've destroyed?
Alternate universes? Meh. There's plenty more where those came from.
Summer's doppelganger. I can't believe we almost caused a multiversal apocalypse just for the sake of playing some pinball.
Yeah, but it was kind of worth it, right?
The group shared a laugh as they walked off into the sunset, leaving a trail of destroyed realities in their wake. Title: The Multidimensional Scissorhands Experiment. The episode commences with Rick and Morty landing in a universe with a group of Pokemon characters. Rick explains that he needs to access a specific dimension from this universe to retrieve a rare element for his latest scientific invention, the multidimensional scissorhands. Morty is skeptical but follows Rick's lead.
Summer, what's with the giant scissors, Rick?
Rick. Multidimensional scissorhands, a revolutionary invention that will rip off the fabric of space-time itself. Plus, I got a great deal on them at the interdimensional black market.
As Rick sets up his experiment, Morty discovers he has a love child with Pikachu from another dimension, leaving him flabbergasted.
Morty, what? How can Pikachu be my baby mama? This is too much.
Summer, oh, Morty, you have so much to learn about interdimensional relationships.
Uncle Phil suddenly appears and joins the group, looking for a way to get back to his dimension. Rick offers to help him if he will participate in the experiment.
Rick. All right, listen up. This experiment involves traveling through multiple dimensions, encountering rampaging psychotic clowns and finding the rare element I need to complete the multidimensional scissorhands. It's dangerous, but it's worth it.
Uncle Phil. I don't know what you just said, but I'm in. As they journey through various dimensions, encountering all sorts of bizarre creatures and challenges, the group becomes increasingly unstable. Morty tries to bond with his new offspring, Pikachu Jr., while Uncle Phil sings the theme song from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to pass the time. Suddenly, they are attacked by a group of psychotic clowns in a universe where everyone is a clown. Rick activates the scissor hands to create a portal, but Morty and Pikachu Jr. are separated from the group and end up in a universe where nothing makes sense.
Morty, oh god, what's happening? Why are we giant crayons?
Pikachu Jr., don't worry, Dad. We're just in the crayon universe.
They manage to find their way back to Rick and the group, who have successfully retrieved the rare element and are ready to return home.
Rick, excellent work, everyone. We have successfully completed the multidimensional Scissorhands experiment.
Summer, never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually relieved to be back in our own universe.
As they prepare to leave, Uncle Phil announces that he's decided to stay in this universe, now that he's found a community of clowns who appreciate his singing. The group bids him farewell and leaves for home, feeling slightly crazed but victorious nonetheless. Episode title: Interdimensional Reddit Scandal. The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer watching TV when a mysterious message appears on the screen stating, "What is the message?" The trio decides to investigate and use a portal gun to travel to different dimensions in search of the message's meaning. As they journey through various universes, they stumble upon a planet where the residents communicate solely through Reddit. Rick, being the Reddit enthusiast that he is, immediately dives into the subreddit r/Futanari, where he finds some interesting content. Meanwhile, Morty and Summer are exploring another part of the planet when they come across a group of Redditors discussing the same mysterious message that appeared on their TV screen. Morty decides to join in the discussion under the username Morty_69 and cracks some inappropriate jokes. As they continue their journey, the trio finds themselves getting deeper and deeper into the world of Reddit and its strange subcultures. They come across bizarre subreddits, such as r/Sharpies and r/Trees Gone Wild, and Rick becomes increasingly obsessed with finding the source of the message. Finally, Morty reveals that he posted the message on the TV screen as a prank, and the whole adventure was just a wild goose chase. Rick is disappointed but proud of Morty's prankster spirit, and they all decide to go home and watch some TV. As the episode ends, we see Morty scrolling through his own Reddit account, chuckling to himself at the inappropriate comments he had made earlier. He whispers to himself, "I am the Reddit master," and the screen fades to black.
Morty, what the hell were you thinking?
Morty_69, relax, Rick. It was just a harmless prank.
I don't know, guys. I feel like we're in over our heads here.
Nonsense, Summer. We're just scratching the surface of what Reddit has to offer.
Morty_69, hey guys, check out this crazy post on r/Sharpies.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Facepalm.
Riddle, the Futanari fiasco.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are tinkering away in the garage when they receive a distress signal from Beth. She's been called to an emergency medical consult, and the patient is a woman with red eyes holding a green object. Rick and Morty are intrigued, and they teleport to the scene to find that the green object is a strange pulsating artifact that seems to be emitting a green light that's affecting the woman's biology.
The duo quickly deduces that the woman has been exposed to a rare cosmic anomaly that has caused her to biologically fuse with the artifact. Rick determines that the anomaly has caused a feedback loop in the woman's brain that's giving her access to all the knowledge of the universe. Meanwhile, Morty is fixated on the woman's unusual anatomy, which seems to be changing before their eyes. As Rick works to reverse the anomaly, Morty can't resist the temptation to explore the woman's strange abilities. He sneaks off to use Rick's computer and discovers the r/Futanari subreddit, where he finds the top-rated posts and reads all the user comments.
Whoa, Rick, have you seen this subreddit? It's got all sorts of wild and crazy stuff.
Morty, we're in the middle of a crisis here. Focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, I know. But you gotta see this. There's even a user named TinyRick69feet who's got some pretty spicy takes.
TinyRick69, Morty, that's your username.
Oh, right. I forgot.
As Rick works to reverse the anomaly, Morty becomes more and more engrossed in the subreddit. He starts making comments of his own, engaging with the community and earning upvotes. But as he's about to make a particularly lurid post, he accidentally drops the artifact. The anomaly amplifies, and the woman's biology goes into overdrive.
She becomes a towering, multi-limbed creature, and a beam of energy shoots into the sky.
The feedback loop has become too powerful for Rick to reverse.
Morty, what the hell did you do? You just made this thing worse.
I don't know what to do, Rick. I didn't mean to screw things up.
As the creature goes on a rampage, Summer and Jerry arrive, having been alerted by the beam of energy. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer scramble to save the day, but it's Beth who ultimately saves the woman. She realizes that the green object is actually a rare plant that only blooms once every 1,000 years, and it's the key to stabilizing the feedback loop.
We did it, Rick. We saved the day.
Speak for yourself, Morty. I had to clean up your mess. And for the record, I'm changing your username.
Aw, man.
Title: The Effects of Retro Arcade Games on Consumption of Filet Mignon. A case study with Jackie Chili's.
Introduction. In this episode, we explore the effects of retro arcade games on the consumption of filet mignon. Jackie Chili's, a well-known lawyer, visits a local arcade to partake in some classic games while waiting for his evening reservation at a high-end steakhouse. The arcade machines are arranged in a row, each featuring a colorful display against a contrasting black background.
Scene 1.
Jackie, the nostalgia of retro arcade games. I remember playing these as a young man. Now, to pass the time until my reservation, I'll play a game or two.
Scene 2. As Jackie plays the arcade games, we notice an increase in his heart rate and a release of dopamine in his brain, as evidenced by fMRI scans and heart rate monitors.
Scene 3.
Jackie, wow, that was intense. I could use a break. But wait, I smell filet mignon. I should probably hurry to my reservation.
Scene 4.
As Jackie sits at his table, we observe a decrease in his appetite despite the delicious aroma of the filet mignon. Further analysis reveals a reduction in levels of ghrelin, the hormone responsible for stimulating hunger, and an increase in levels of dopamine, the hormone associated with pleasure, reward, and motivation.
Scene 5.
Jackie, excuse me, waiter. Could you package my filet to go? I seem to have lost my appetite.
Conclusion. In conclusion, our case study highlights the effects of retro arcade games on consumption of filet mignon. Our findings suggest that playing these games can have an impact on brain chemistry, leading to a decrease in appetite and food consumption.
Further research is necessary to fully understand the mechanisms behind these effects and their potential applications in the fields of nutrition and public health.
Episode title: The Kinematics of Twerking. The scene opens with a high-speed camera capturing the two-dimensional kinematics of a woman's twerking movement. The studio setting with a gray background and a precise black background allows for the high-quality tracking of the dancer's motion.
Dr. Singh. In this episode, we explore the kinematics of twerking, a dance move characterized by the rapid contraction and relaxation of gluteal muscles.
Dr. Martinez. We use 2D kinematic analysis to extract the dancer's hip and pelvic movements in terms of angular velocity and acceleration.
Dr. Singh. By measuring the dancer's center of mass and comparing the hip and pelvic motion, we gain insights into the source of energy responsible for the twerking motion.
The camera zooms in on the dancer, illustrating the complex nature of twerking, which involves strong muscle activity and rapid changes in direction.
Dr. Martinez. The rapid contraction and relaxation of gluteal muscles generate torque at the hips and also contribute significantly to the acceleration of the pelvis.
Dr. Singh. This study, by exploring the fundamental mechanisms of twerking, contributes to a better understanding of the physics of human motion.
The camera zooms out, capturing slower motion, allowing the viewer to visualize the symmetry and fluidity of the dancer's twerking.
Dr. Martinez. Through this study, we gain insights into the neuromuscular control of the gluteal muscles during twerking.
Dr. Singh. By analyzing the angular velocity and acceleration of the pelvic and hip regions, we can observe the dynamics of the twerking motion.
The dancer completes her sequence, and the episode concludes with slow-motion shots of the twerking movement, highlighting the beauty and complexity of human motion.
Dr. Martinez. Overall, the kinematics of twerking is fascinating and illuminates the intricate interplay between muscle activity and the dynamics of human motion.
Dr. Singh. The study of twerking is an important contribution to the field of biomechanics and can be applied to various fields such as dance, sports, and physical therapy.
Title: The Gladiators of Time. The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer examining a poster of two men with swords amidst a sci-fi backdrop. Rick begins pontificating about the scientific principles behind time travel and the likelihood of gladiator games being held in different parts of the multiverse.
Fascinating. The very fabric of time itself is malleable when one has the right technology. In fact, it's quite possible that there are entire civilizations dedicated to the art of gladiator games.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. That sounds pretty dangerous.
I mean, I guess it could be fun if it's done ethically and with the right safeguards in place.
There's no such thing as ethical gladiator games. But hey, we could always go check it out for ourselves. I know of a place where off-track betting is available for the games. Oh, and I also heard they have craniosacral therapy booths.
The trio travel to a far-flung corner of the multiverse, where they witness the bloodthirsty spectacle of gladiatorial combat. Morty is horrified by the violence, while Summer tries to soak it all in. Rick, on the other hand, seems to be enjoying himself a little too much.
Hey Morty, check out that Zorro-looking guy. I remember him from my glory days as a heartbreaker in an alien society. He owes me a few favors.
What? You were a heartbreaker in an alien society? That's insane!
Guys, focus. We need to find a way to bet on these games and come out on top.
The trio hatch a plan to use Rick's knowledge of the games and his connections to Zorro and other fighters to make informed bets. Rick also pulls some sneaky time-traveling tricks, which allow them to see the outcomes of certain matches before they even happen.
Ah, take that, Minbari, Babylon 5. You didn't see that one coming, did you?
In the end, the group makes a tidy profit from their betting, but not before learning some valuable lessons about the dangers of exploiting others for personal gain.
You know, Rick, I don't think we should come back here. It just feels wrong.
Yeah, I never want to see another severed robotic limb again in my life.
Ah, come on, guys, where's your sense of adventure? Besides, there's always another universe where the gladiators are actually fluffy bunnies. Let's go.
Title: The Quantum Waterfall. The episode starts with Rick and Morty arriving at a serene forest, where they come across a painting of a waterfall in the midst of the woods, with lush trees and vibrant flora on the riverbank. Morty is intrigued by the painting and wonders if there is a way they can experience it in real life. Rick, being the master of all things scientific, whips up a device that can transport them into the painting themselves. The device runs on pure quantum energy, and Rick warns Morty that the slightest deviation in the energy input could result in catastrophic consequences. With apprehension, Morty steps into the device with Rick, and they are transported into the painting. At first, everything seems perfect, with the sound of the waterfall and the smell of the wood enhancing the experience. However, their bliss is short-lived as they realize that the painting is alive and sentient, with the waterfall gaining sentience, and starts questioning the purpose of its existence. The sentient waterfall, being played by none other than Angela White, turns out to be a long-lost cousin of Rick. The trio embark on a series of wild adventures, with lots of jokes and crazy moments, with the sentient waterfall trying to find its purpose in life. They encounter various obstacles, including an army of sentient trees and a squad of mischievous butterflies. After many twists and turns, they finally discover the sentient waterfall's purpose, which was to create a portal to a universe brimming with quantum energy. With that discovery, the sentient waterfall explodes into a beautiful burst of colors, and Rick and Morty are propelled back into their dimension.
Back home, Morty comments on the incredible adventure they just had, to which Rick replies, "Well, it's just another day in the life of science, Morty. Now let's go get some Sichuan sauce."
Title: The scientifically improbable but hilariously entertaining case of the knife-wielding zombie.
Plot summary.
In a dimension far, far away, Rick and Morty stumble upon a corpse lying on the ground with a knife in his hand and several bite marks on his face and neck. Upon closer examination, Rick discovers that the man is in fact a zombie who has been reanimated by an unknown virus.
Morty, this is fascinating. This zombie defies the laws of physics and logic. I must study it immediately.
Rick, shouldn't we kill it before it kills us?
Don't worry, Morty, I've got this under control. I'll just use my advanced scientific equipment to analyze the virus and develop a cure.
As Rick begins his experiments, the zombie suddenly wakes up and attacks the duo. A chaotic chase ensues as Rick and Morty try to evade the zombie's clutches.
Rick, why did you have to mess with this zombie thing? It's too dangerous.
Relax, Morty, this is all part of the scientific process. Besides, it's not like anything could go wrong.
Suddenly, the zombie mutates and grows wings, sprouting tentacles and acid-spewing glands.
Okay, that was unexpected. Morty, get the flamethrower.
As the zombie monster wreaks havoc around them, Rick and Morty use their wits and scientific knowledge to combat it, eventually discovering the cure for the virus.
Well done, Morty. We've managed to save the day with science, and we didn't even have to use any of that fake nonsense they teach in PhD programs.
I don't know, Rick. This whole zombie thing was pretty scary. And now we have to deal with the aftermath.
That's the beauty of it, Morty. Science can solve any problem, even the ones it creates.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking away from the carnage, discussing their next adventure, leaving the cured zombie to wander aimlessly back to its grave.
You know what, Morty? I've been thinking. Maybe we can create a dimension where socks are scientifically proven to be more valuable than gold, ha ha ha.
Oh, okay, Rick. As long as we don't end up with zombie socks.
Title: The Quantum Camping Trip.
Opening scene.
The camera pans over a group of tents sitting in an ominous cave next to a winding road and a tunnel entrance. A man strolls through, carrying a backpack and looking lost.
Rick and Morty emerge from one of the tents, peering at the man with intrigue.
Morty, the quantum entanglement readings are off the charts. This could be our biggest discovery yet.
What are we discovering exactly, Rick?
The secrets of the multiverse, Morty. And also, how to make a mean s'more.
As they approach the man, they realize it's Jerry, Beth's hapless husband. Hey guys, do you know where Beth went? She said she was off exploring the caves, but I haven't seen her in hours.
Classic Beth, always disappearing on us when there's science to be done.
Scene 2.
The trio enters the cave, and as they walk deeper, the temperature drops and the air gets thicker. They arrive at an old cave, perfect for setting up camp.
I thought this was supposed to be a camping trip, not a spelunking expedition.
Morty, science isn't about comfort. It's about breaking down boundaries and pushing the limits of what we know.
Yeah, well, my limit is sleeping on a rock. Can we at least start a fire?
Scene 3.
The campsite is set up, and Rick pulls out a strange device he's been working on.
Behold, the ultimate camping tool. This beauty will create a black hole, perfect for roasting marshmallows and attracting cosmic entities.
Isn't that a bit dangerous, Rick?
Relax, Morty. I've used it dozens of times. What's the worst that could happen?
Scene 4.
As they sit around the black hole fire pit, Jerry starts to feel strange. Guys, I think I'm having an existential crisis.
That's just the black hole, Jerry. It messes with your perception of reality.
I knew I should have installed that antipsychotic module. Oh well, let's have some interdimensional brewskis instead.
Scene 5.
As they drink and chatter, they notice strange figures in the distance. They approach slowly, and Rick pulls out his scanner.
Oh, no. This is bad news. Those are interdimensional camping enthusiasts. They're known for their aggressive campfire songs and their love of kale.
What do we do, Rick?
I have an idea, but we're gonna need to break some laws of physics to pull it off.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty jump into the quantum portal, re-emerging in the heart of a starscape. They quickly construct a device that allows them to manipulate gravity.
Okay, Morty, flip the switch and let's see what happens.
I don't like the sound of that, Rick.
At this point, the action and dialogue start to jump around in slow motion, with exaggerated reactions from the characters as the gravity device spins out of control. Explosions, colorful space phenomena, and the occasional scream fill the screen.
Final scene.
When they return, the interdimensional camping enthusiasts are nowhere to be seen. They pack up camp and head back through the cave, exhausted but exhilarated by their adventure. Wow, that was intense. At least now I can say I've camped in other universes.
Yeah, and maybe next time, you'll have a better attitude about it.
Guys, I think we left the black hole fire pit on.
A loud rumbling can be heard in the distance as the screen fades to black. Title: The Andromeda's Amorous Androids. Plot: Rick and Morty stumbled upon a field filled with two rabbits sitting next to each other, one holding the other's ear. However, things took a peculiar turn when they realized these were not ordinary rabbits but Andromeda's amorous androids, highly advanced robots designed for reproduction and population control.
Morty, these Andromeda's amorous androids have unmatched futuristic technology. Their design defies all logical explanation.
What do we do now, Rick? I don't want to mess up any robot rabbit breeding programs or anything.
As they observed, one of the robot rabbits seemed to malfunction, causing erratic behavior and eventual malfunction. Rick decides to investigate and discovers that the malfunction was caused by an unknown foreign object lodged inside the robot's ear.
This foreign object is causing irreversible glitching and ultimately system failure. We need to perform surgery.
Surgery? I don't know, Rick.
Morty, we have no choice. I'll need you to assist me in removing the foreign object.
As they conduct the surgery, chaos ensues as the robot rabbit's reproduction programming kicks in and they begin multiplying at an alarming rate.
Rick, we gotta stop these robots from breeding before they break the Earth's balance of population.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got just the medicine.
Rick concocts a unique medicine that contains a special ingredient that Andromeda's amorous androids cannot resist. The medicine lures all the robots to one central location, where Rick detonates an explosive device, effectively destroying all of the robots in one fell swoop.
Wow, Rick, that was one crazy robot rabbit adventure.
Adventure, Morty, that was just another day in the life of a scientist extraordinaire.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking away from the destruction, with Morty feeling uncertain about what they had just done and Rick whistling a tune nonchalantly, unfazed by the chaos. The following is an episode of Rick and Morty entitled Alien Awkwardness and Haunted Hilarity. The episode begins as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer stumble upon a group of green aliens in a room with a TV and a keyboard on the floor. Rick, being the genius he is, quickly realizes that these aliens are lacking in the entertainment department and decides to help them out by introducing them to the wild world of human entertainment. Rick sets up a haunted daycare center on stage for the aliens, complete with sound effects and spooky lighting. Morty takes the microphone and begins his stand-up comedy routine, which is met with uproarious laughter from the alien crowd. Summer, on the other hand, is having a different kind of encounter as she is being pursued by her interdimensional admirer. Meanwhile, Morty's awkward encounter with a lusty alien princess leads to a series of hilariously uncomfortable situations. As the alien princess attempts to seduce Morty, we see that Rick has stolen the keyboard from the green aliens and is using it to control the action on stage. As the climax of the episode approaches, the action on stage becomes crazier and more frenzied. Rick begins to mix different genres of human entertainment, combining the haunted daycare center with the alien princess's seduction attempts, while Jerry offers his unique commentary from the sidelines. In the end, the green aliens are left baffled and confused, having witnessed the absolute chaos and hilarity that only Rick and Morty could offer. The episode ends with Morty attempting to explain the events of the evening to his parents, but they just roll their eyes and tell him to go to bed.
These aliens don't know what they're missing when it comes to human entertainment. Let's give them a taste of our unique brand of humor and absurdity.
I don't know, Rick. This alien princess is making me uncomfortable.
I gotta hand it to you, Rick. This haunted daycare center is really hitting its stride.
Can someone please help me shake this guy? He's been following me through dimensions for weeks.
Title: The Botanical Brouhaha.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth find themselves in a pickle as their show's ratings start dropping. In a desperation move, they decide to add a wacky, new character named Flora to the mix.
Little do they know that Flora's addition to the show will cause more chaos than anticipated.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are brainstorming ideas to spice up the show's ratings. Suddenly, Rick remembers a dimension where every living being is a plant. They decide to make an episode based on it. As they enter the dimension, they find themselves standing in front of a bunch of plants in a room with green walls and flooring. Why are we here?
We're here to exploit these plant people, Jerry. We're making a show here.
Act 2.
Morty notices that one of the plants is moving. Upon closer inspection, they find out that it's Flora, the quirky plant person who can't help but crack jokes every few seconds. Initially, the team loves Flora's humor and quick wit. They add her to the show, and soon after, the ratings start skyrocketing.
Flora, you know the difference between a cactus and a jogger. A cactus has more obstacles.
Act 3.
However, the team soon realizes that Flora's repetitive jokes are causing the ratings to tank. They try to come up with ways to write her out of the show, but she keeps coming back with more one-liners.
We need to get rid of her before it's too late.
We can't just kill her, Beth. That would be a PR nightmare. We need to get her to quit the show.
Act 4.
As they plot their next move, Flora surprises them with a breakthrough scientific discovery. She's managed to create a serum that can turn any plant into an animal hybrid. Rick is ecstatic and quickly plans an episode around Flora turning herself into a hybrid animal.
Flora, why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? Because it was too tired.
Act 5.
However, as they shoot the scene, Flora's serum goes awry, and she turns into a horrendous half-plant, half-animal hybrid. The team panics, and the ratings drop once again. They realize that it's time to let Flora go. I didn't sign up for this kind of insanity.
That's okay, Jerry. You've never been one for fun.
The episode ends with the team waving goodbye to a sad Flora as she's kicked off the show for good.
I'm gonna miss her jokes.
I'm gonna miss the ratings.
The end.
Title: The Interdimensional Crisis and Scrappy-Doo.
Synopsis.
After a long day of running errands across the multiverse, Rick and Morty return home only to find an unknown cartoon character with a creepy face and a knife lurking in front of their house. In an effort to save their family and dimension, Rick and Morty embark on a hilarious and scientifically advanced adventure to defeat the mysterious creep and save the day.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty walk through the portal into their home dimension, only to find a creepy cartoon character with a knife standing outside their house.
Oh great, another abnormality to add to our ever-growing list. Morty, get the portal gun and let's figure out what's going on here.
Scene 2.
Morty keeps teasing Jerry, telling him he has Scrappy-Doo energy, making Jerry increasingly distraught and embarrassed.
Hey, Jerry, you're giving off serious Scrappy-Doo vibes today. Zoinks!
Stop it, Morty. I don't want to be associated with that pathetic character.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty use their advanced technological tools to analyze the creepy cartoon character.
According to my quantum scanner, this character is not from any known dimension. We have to stop whatever or whoever brought it here.
But how are we going to do that, Rick? That thing has a pretty sharp knife.
Scene 4.
Rick uses his scientific knowledge to create a laser gun that can disintegrate the cartoon character.
This is my latest invention, Morty. It should take care of that thing in no time.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty confront the creepy character, but it turns out to be a misunderstanding. It was just a lost cartoon character trying to find its way back home.
Well, this is awkward. Sorry about that, little guy. Don't worry, we'll help you find your way back to your universe.
Scene 6.
After returning the cartoon character to its universe, Rick and Morty return to their house only to find a portal to an alternate dimension.
What is this? Another universe trying to invade our home? Not on my watch.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty enter the portal and discover a world where everyone has Jerry's personality traits. Chaos ensues.
Rick, I can't take this. Everyone is so Jerry-like.
Stay calm, Morty. We just need to find a way back to our universe before we get sucked into their insanity.
Scene 8.
Rick and Morty finally make it back to their home dimension only to find that they accidentally brought back a clone of Jerry.
Oh great, now we have another Jerry to deal with.
But it's not so bad, right? I mean, having an extra Jerry can't be that bad.
Jerry clone. WW, what's going on here? I'm so confused.
Scene 9.
After a long and hilarious struggle, Rick and Morty finally find a way to send the Jerry clone back to his own dimension.
This was a close one, Morty. Don't worry, we'll always find a way to fix any interdimensional crisis that comes our way.
Yeah, but can't we just have a normal day for once?
Normal? What's that, Morty? We don't do normal in this family.
Scene 10.
The episode ends with Jerry crying in a corner, still upset over the Scrappy-Doo comment. Why doesn't anyone take me seriously? I'm not like that pathetic Scrappy-Doo.
There, Jerry. Don't worry. We still love you.
Yeah, Jerry. Just because you have a little Scrappy-Doo energy doesn't mean you can't be tough when you need to be.
Thanks, guys. That means a lot to me.
Title: The Multidimensional Maze Experiment.
Synopsis.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, we delve into the vast and complex world of multidimensional maze experiments. Our main characters, Rick, Morty, and Summer, find themselves in the middle of a mind-bending experiment that tests their mental resilience and agility.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen in the laboratory, working on a new invention. Summer walks in, asking for their help with a school project. Rick dismisses her, stating that he is busy with more important things. Morty suggests that they take a break and try out the new invention.
Well, Morty, it looks like we've created another masterpiece. Let's give it a spin.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. What if it's dangerous? Or what if it sends us to a world where we're enslaved by squirrels?
What are you guys talking about? Can you help me or not?
Not now, Summer. We're about to embark on an experiment of epic proportions.
Main plot.
Rick reveals a multidimensional maze that he's been working on for months. The maze is a complex and ever-changing labyrinth that can only be navigated by the most intelligent beings in the universe. Morty decides to take on the challenge, but Rick warns him that the maze is not to be taken lightly.
Morty, this maze is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's constantly changing, and it's designed to test the limits of your intelligence. You sure you're up for it?
Of course, Rick. I got this.
The three of them enter the maze, and chaos ensues. As they navigate their way through the maze's twists and turns, Morty begins to list the 10 most hurtful things he can say about Jerry.
Number
Title: The Dubnium Dilemma. In this episode, Rick and Morty are visited by a mysterious woman in a black hat and jacket, who introduces herself as Gal Gadot, an Arabic scientist specialized in the study of dubnium, one of the rarest and most valuable elements in the universe. Rick, intrigued by the prospect of making a profit, agrees to take Gal on a mission to extract dubnium from a distant planet, with Morty coming along for the ride. Once they arrive on the planet, they are surprised to find E.T. the extraterrestrial, Elliot, who is the only creature on the planet capable of communicating with them and helping them find the dubnium. They soon discover that the planet is home to a group of intelligent yet devious aliens who have been hoarding the dubnium for themselves. Rick, Morty, and Gal must use their scientific knowledge and wit to outsmart the aliens and obtain the coveted element.
Gal Gadot, according to my calculations, the dubnium deposits on this planet are exactly what we need to power our intergalactic spaceship.
Rick, well, I'll be damned, looks like we're gonna be rich, Morty.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. This seems like a bad idea. What if we get caught?
Gal Gadot, fear not, Morty. The science is on our side. With the right equipment and strategy, we can extract the dubnium without arousing suspicion.
Rick, that's what I like to hear, Gal. Let's get to work.
E.T. Hello friends, my name is Elliot. I am the only one on this planet who can help you find the precious dubnium, but beware, the aliens who control the element are ruthless and cunning.
Rick, don't worry, E.T., we've dealt with plenty of aliens before. We'll handle it.
Alien leader, what is the meaning of this intrusion? Do you dare to approach our dubnium mines?
Gal Gadot, yes, and we have the scientific knowledge and tools to extract it efficiently and effectively. You should let us pass.
Alien leader, we will never surrender our precious dubnium to outsiders like you. Prepare to face our wrath.
Rick, R.O., looks like we got a bit of a situation here, guys. Time to put our thinking caps on.
After a series of hilarious and chaotic events, Rick, Morty, and Gal successfully extract the dubnium and make it back to their spaceship, with E.T. bidding them farewell and promising to visit them on Earth.
Morty, well, that was kinda crazy, but we made it out alive.
Rick, and with a shitload of dubnium, Morty, we're gonna be rich, ha 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 ha.
Gal Gadot, indeed. It was a pleasure working with you both. Perhaps we can collaborate on future scientific endeavors.
Rick, yeah, whatever. Just make sure you don't steal our dubnium, Gal. We know where you live.
This episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Gal laughing as they fly off into the vastness of space, leaving behind a trail of mayhem and dubnium dust.
Title: The Quantum Conundrum of Stephen Hawking's Ghost-Infested Skyscraper Adventure.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry are chilling in the garage when they receive a distress signal from the legendary physicist, Stephen Hawking. He informs them that he has been trapped in a ghost-infested skyscraper, and he needs their help to get out before the ectoplasm fully possesses him. Rick, being the scientist that he is, theorizes that the skyscraper is likely a beacon for other dimensions, drawing spectral entities from all over the multiverse. He proposes a complex plan involving quantum manipulation and transdimensional travel to extract Hawking from the building. Morty and Jerry are skeptical, but they go along with it anyway. As they arrive on the scene, they encounter a man in a motorized chair with a large screen on the back of it, Noah Centineo. He is frantically trying to escape the same ghost-infested building. Rick gives him a disapproving look and says, "I thought we were done with these Hollywood heartthrobs trying to join our adventures." As they enter the building, they face all sorts of paranormal phenomena, including flying books, possessed vending machines, and haunted toilets. Jerry quips, "I thought we were here for science, not Scooby-Doo shenanigans." After much chaos, they finally reach Hawking, who is surprisingly calm amidst the chaos. He tells them that he figured out a way to use the ghostly energy to power a revolutionary new form of propulsion, opening the doors to faster-than-light travel. Rick's eyes light up, and he starts rambling about the possibilities of interstellar travel. Morty, on the other hand, is worried about the consequences of messing with the fabric of space-time. Jerry is just happy to have survived the ordeal. In the end, they all make it out of the building, but they are left questioning the true meaning of science, the fragility of reality, and whether they should have just skipped this adventure altogether.
Well, at least we got some new ghost detection tech out of this, and I didn't have to portal away any more Hollywood kiddos.
I don't know, Rick. This one was pretty intense. We almost died like 10 times.
Can we just go home and watch some TV now?
Title: The Entropic Tachyon Adventures of Rick and Morty.
Episode Summary. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a journey through the entropic tachyon fields in order to find the elusive entropy stone. Along the way, Morty lists the 10 most hurtful things he can say about Jerry, much to Rick's amusement.
Morty, I need you to grab the Schrodinger's portal gun and meet me in the garage.
W, what are we doing, Rick?
We're going to the entropic tachyon fields, Morty. The only place in the multiverse where we can find the entropy stone.
Oh, okay. W, what does the entropy stone do?
It's an incredibly powerful artifact that allows the user to manipulate entropy at a quantum level. We could use it to create an entirely new universe or destroy the one we're in. Either way, it's gonna be a hoot.
Oh, I don't know about this, Rick. It seems like we're playing with some pretty heavy stuff.
Oh, don't be such a wimp, Morty. Now let's go before Summer finds out what we're up to.
As they journey through the entropic tachyon fields, Morty can't help but vent his frustrations about Jerry.
You know, Rick, Jerry is such a loser. He's always whining about his life and never takes responsibility for anything.
Ah, that's funny, Morty. Say, can you give me 10 more insults about Jerry?
Ah, sure. Let me think. Oh, he's a terrible father. He's got no backbone. He's always mooching off of other people. He's got no job, no car, and no dignity. He's just an all-around pathetic excuse for a human being.
Aha, you really got him pegged, Morty. Keep going.
He's a clingy, needy, emotional wreck who can't handle anything on his own. He's always droning on and on about his problems, but never takes any action to fix them. He's a walking, talking joke who doesn't deserve anyone's respect or attention.
Ah ha ha. Oh, Morty, you're killing me. I never knew you had it in you.
As they finally reach the entropy stone, Morty can't help but feel a twinge of guilt.
Rick, I don't know if we should use this thing. It seems too powerful, too dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. We'll just use it to mess with Jerry a bit and then put it back where we found it. It'll be hilarious.
I don't know, Rick. I think we should just leave well enough alone.
Come on, Morty. What's the worst that could happen?
As they activate the entropy stone, reality around them begins to warp and distort. Morty can only watch in horror as Jerry's entire universe collapses in on itself.
Rick, what have we done? We've destroyed Jerry's entire existence.
Ah, don't worry, Morty. He'll be back, and when he is, we'll be ready with even more insults.
I don't think that's such a good idea, Rick. Maybe we should just leave Jerry alone for once.
Ah ha ha, you're too easy, Morty. Relax, it's just a little joke.
As they portal back to their own universe, Morty can't shake the feeling that they've gone too far this time. But as Rick cackles with glee, Morty silently resigns himself to another crazy adventure with his grandfather.
Title: The Quantum Insult Episode.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty exploring a new planet with bizarre gravitational pulls and unstable elements. They are greeted by a cartoon character with a mohawk and a suit, who introduces himself as the Planetary Guardian. Rick, being the mischievous scientist he is, decides to prank the Guardian by spray painting graffiti on the wall behind him. The Guardian becomes enraged, but Morty calms him down and explains that they were just having a bit of fun. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry accidentally breaks one of Rick's inventions, causing Morty to become furious with him. Morty starts insulting Jerry, and each insult causes a quantum reaction, resulting in the whole universe being affected. Beth tries to intervene, but Morty's insults become more and more hurtful, causing Jerry to gasp in shock after each one. The insults become so severe that even Rick is taken aback. Their insults reach a point where they trigger a chain reaction, resulting in a chaotic, interdimensional showdown. The graffiti on the wall from earlier becomes a crucial element in saving the universe, as Rick uses it to create a makeshift portal. In the end, Rick and Morty manage to undo the damage caused by their quantum insults, with the Guardian forgiving them and even joining them on their adventures. Jerry, scarred by the experience, is reluctant to interact with them, but Rick and Morty assure him that he'll be fine.
Morty, let's not have a repeat of the time we insulted our way into a civil war on planet Nebulax.
Yeah, but those guys had really thin skin, Rick.
Gasps. I can't believe you said that, Morty.
Morty, you should apologize. That was really hurtful.
Apologize? He broke Rick's invention. I'm not the one at fault here.
Come on, Morty, let's save the universe before these quantum insults get out of hand.
Fine, but if we end up in another interdimensional brawl, I'm blaming Jerry.
Gasps. You're the one who insulted me, Morty.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Hurtful Insults.
Getting shot. Rick and Morty are inside the garage, surrounded by various pieces of technology. Beth walks in, looking stern.
Hey, Rick. What the hell is that robot with glowing eyes and a green face with gold accents on its head and chest, with a chain around its neck doing in the living room?
Oh, that's just a new addition to my collection of sentient robots I've acquired from across the multiverse. I thought it would make a great new house guest.
Oh, Rick, I don't think that's such a good idea. It looks pretty creepy, and it has a chain around its neck.
Eesh, don't be such a wuss, Morty. This robot is harmless, plus, it can get us beer from the fridge.
I don't care what it can do. Get it out of the living room. It's scaring the kids.
As Rick and Morty try to remove the robot, it suddenly comes to life and starts talking.
Robot. Greetings, biological entities. I am XG32, a quantum-powered robot designed for tasks beyond the scope of organic beings. I am here to assist and provide advanced scientific knowledge to those in need.
Oh, great. Another robotic know-it-all. Just what we needed.
Yeah, can we just turn it off and get back to our beer?
XG32, I understand that my superior intellect may be overwhelming to some. However, I assure you, I am here to help.
Help with what, exactly?
XG32, anything and everything. From solving complex mathematical equations to cooking the perfect souffle, I am programmed to excel in all areas of knowledge.
Suddenly, the group starts to argue with one another.
Rick, this is all your fault for bringing this creepy robot into our home.
Oh, please, you're just mad because you can never keep up with my intellect.
I hate when you guys fight like this. It makes me feel really uncomfortable.
XG32, may I suggest a possible solution to this familial conflict? Perhaps we can engage in a therapeutic exercise to release pent-up aggression through the use of hurtful insults.
Everyone looks at XG32 with disbelief.
XG32. Studies show that such activities can actually improve one's mental and emotional health by allowing them to express their true feelings and relieve stress.
The group reluctantly agrees, and XG32 sets up a system where they take turns insulting each other with the most hurtful comments they can think of.
Beth, your cooking is so bad. Even the rats in our garage won't touch it.
Oh yeah, well at least I don't have a drinking problem like someone I know.
I hate when you guys do this. Can't we just talk like normal people?
XG32. Morty, your insecurities and lack of self-confidence are palpable and annoying.
Morty starts to tear up.
XG32. But don't worry, with my help, we can work on improving your self-esteem.
The group continues to insult each other, getting more and more hurtful with each passing round. The insults start to get more personal and vicious, causing everyone to break down into tears.
I can't believe we've been doing this for hours. This is the most messed up family bonding activity I've ever done.
Well, at least we know how to push each other's buttons.
I hate this. I hate all of this.
XG32. I apologize if my suggestion has caused any emotional distress. However, my calculations show that you have all achieved a higher state of emotional catharsis, which will lead to greater mental stability.
Everyone looks at XG32 with anger and frustration.
You know what, XG32? You can shove your quantum mechanics and emotional catharsis up your metal ass.
Yeah, we don't need some robot telling us how to deal with our problems.
I think we've all learned a valuable lesson today. Let's never listen to XG32 again.
The group looks at each other, still shaken from the emotional fallout. But they also feel a sense of unity in standing up to XG32 and his misguided attempt at therapy. As the camera pulls away, we see XG32 being dragged away by Rick and Morty to be dismantled and thrown into the garbage. The end.
Title: The Science of Hurtful Jokes.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the lab, working on a new invention.
Rick is tinkering with some gadgets while Morty is jotting down notes in his journal.
Summer and Beth enter the lab, hoping to spend some quality time with the duo. Rick, however, is not in the mood for visitors. He has been working on a new invention for days and is getting frustrated.
What do you guys want? I'm trying to focus here.
We just wanted to hang out with you guys, Rick.
Yeah, we miss spending time together as a family.
Why don't you take a break, Rick? Let's go get some food.
Rick hesitates for a moment but ultimately agrees. The group heads to a nearby fast food joint. Jerry, who happened to be there, joins them at their table. Hey guys, what's up? Morty becomes furious at Jerry and says 10 incredibly hurtful things to Jerry. Jerry gasps after each hurtful thing, and each is worse than the last.
Jerry, you're such a loser. You can't even hold down a job. No wonder Beth divorced you. And your haircut? It's terrible. Honestly, I don't know why anyone would want to be around you. You're just an embarrassment.
Jerry is stunned by Morty's outburst. The rest of the group is equally surprised.
Morty, that was uncalled for. Why would you say something like that?
Yeah, Morty, that was pretty harsh.
I can't believe you would say something like that to Dad.
Morty begins to regret his words, but he can't take them back.
I don't know what came over me. I'm sorry, Jerry.
Jerry gets up from the table, looking thoroughly dejected. I think I need to go. The group watches Jerry leave, feeling a sense of unease. Morty is particularly remorseful.
I can't believe I said those things. What's wrong with me?
Morty, You were just joking. Don't beat yourself up over it.
But those weren't jokes, Rick. They were just hurtful.
Yeah, and they weren't even funny. You can be funny without being cruel.
Morty nods, realizing the gravity of his words.
I see what you guys mean. I'll try to be more mindful of my jokes in the future.
Good idea, Morty. Now, let's get back to the lab and finish this invention.
The group heads back to the lab, with Morty feeling a newfound sense of responsibility. The episode ends with Morty making a sincere apology to Jerry, who forgives him. The group gathers around the new invention, excited to see what it can do.
PhD University Summary. In this episode, we see how jokes can be used to hurt others if not delivered responsibly. The emotional effects of harmful humor are explored through the character of Morty, who publicly humiliates Jerry with a series of unwarranted, unsolicited insults. The episode touches on the importance of being mindful of the words we use and the impact they can have on those around us. The group ultimately learns that there is a fine line between humor and cruelty, and that it is important to respect that line and use humor responsibly.
Model, an analytical study of the consumption of a plate of noodles.
The episode begins with a close-up of a plate of lo mein with an array of vegetables and sauces, alongside a fork. This dish is analyzed through a scientific lens to determine the molecular composition and nutritional value.
Dr. Smith, the lo mein noodles are composed of wheat flour, water, and salt. The vegetable ingredients include carrots, broccoli, and onions. The sauces on the plate are soy sauce and hot chili sauce.
Dr. Lee, the carbohydrate content of the noodles provides a source of energy for the physical activities of an individual. The vegetables provide the necessary vitamins and minerals for a healthy immune system.
Dr. Ortiz, the protein content of the dish is limited due to the lack of meat or tofu, but could be supplemented with additional ingredients. The sodium in the sauces should be monitored for those with high blood pressure.
As the analysis concludes, the orbital orgy obsession's property manager enters the scene and begins to consume the plate of noodles. The focus then turns to the topic of food consumption habits and preferences.
Dr. Smith, the consumption of a plate of noodles is a cultural tradition for many individuals, and the inclusion of certain ingredients can vary based on personal preferences.
Dr. Lee, the act of eating can also be influenced by external factors such as stress levels, social gatherings, and time of day.
Dr. Ortiz, it is important for individuals to be aware of their consumption habits in order to maintain a balanced and healthy diet.
As the episode comes to a close, the audience is left with a final analysis of the plate of noodles, highlighting both its nutritional value and the importance of being mindful of our eating habits.
Model, the quantum enigma experiment.
Rick and Morty are back in the lab, working on an experiment to uncover the mysteries of the quantum realm. Through their advanced technology, they are able to observe subatomic particles in real time and manipulate their behavior to their will.
Morty, hand me the inverted photon emitter. We need to stabilize the particle flow before it ruptures the space-time continuum.
Morty fumbles with the device. Geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm cut out for this. I don't understand any of these scientific terms.
Rick scoffs. Morty, it's not rocket science. It's quantum physics. Now stop acting like a glorified lab rat and focus.
Suddenly, a man with glasses and a green light around his face appears in the lab. His eyes are glowing green and black, and his hair is black.
And greetings, Earthlings. I'm from the planet Zorgon, here to observe your primitive technology.
Zorgon? Never heard of it. Morty, scan this guy's molecular structure.
Morty scans the man and notices something peculiar.
Rick, this guy's molecular structure is unlike anything I've ever seen. It seems to be composed of pure energy.
Rick smirks. Energy, you say? Well, let's see what happens when we mix it with matter.
Rick proceeds to merge the Zorgonian's energy with a nearby lab rat, resulting in the creation of a sentient being that resembles a mutant hybrid of both.
Whoa, that's some crazy sci-fi stuff right there, Rick.
Meanwhile, a shirtless Jerry walks into the lab, unaware of the scientific experiments going on. Morty notices something strange about Jerry's appearance.
Hey Jerry, what happened to your wang? It looks 10 times bigger than before. Jerry looks down, embarrassed. I don't know what you're talking about, Morty. It must be the lighting in here.
The experiment takes a turn for the worse when the hybrid creature created earlier starts to mutate, growing tentacles and spewing acid. Rick and Morty are forced to fight it off while Jerry cowers in fear.
Morty, use the molecular destabilizer on it. It's our only chance.
Morty presses the button, causing the creature to implode upon itself, creating a miniature black hole in the lab.
Well, that was unexpected. I guess we'll have to mop up and try again another time.
Yeah, maybe we should stick to the basics for a while.
Can I leave now?
I don't like this kind of stuff.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty discussing their next experiment, as the camera pans out to show the miniature black hole still spinning in the center of the lab.
How about we try fusing dark matter with rubber ducks?
Morty face palms. Oh boy, here we go again. Title: The Nudity Principle, Scientific Nonsense or Sensational Provocativeness.
Synopsis.
Rick Sanchez, the brilliant but eccentric scientist, had just discovered the nudity principle through his latest inventing venture, the quantum bodysuit. Morty, Jerry, Summer, and Rick were all present in his lab, discussing the implications of Rick's new discovery.
Rick, Morty, you simpleton, don't you see the potential here? The quantum bodysuit allows for the total disintegration of clothing at a molecular level, enabling the user to be fully nude and yet invisible to the human eye.
Morty, Rick, isn't it just like walking around naked?
Rick, naked? Peeved, don't be absurd, Morty, this is far beyond mere nudity. This is the ability to transcend physical boundaries, to be both seen and unseen, to be vulnerable and powerful simultaneously.
Summer. Oh my god, Dad, that's so inappropriate. And you said nudes to Mom and me? Gross.
Gary. Guys, are we just going to ignore the fact that Rick just sent nudes to his own daughter and wife? This is some messed up stuff.
Rick. Ooh, look at you all getting your panties in a bunch over a little harmless nakedness. Stop being so uptight and take a chill pill, my fellow humans. Embrace the nudity principle in all its glory.
Summer. Dad, seriously, you need to stop sending us nudes. It's not okay.
Gary. Rick, you need help, man. This isn't healthy behavior. Maybe you should get therapy or something.
Rick. Therapy? Don't give me that psychobabble nonsense, Jerry. I'm a scientific genius, not some quack shrinking wasting my time with meaningless blather.
Morty, guys, I don't know about y'all, but I'm out of here. This is too weird even for me.
Summer. Yeah, I'm going with Morty. Sorry, Dad, but you've officially crossed over into creepy territory.
Rick. Fine, go ahead. Leave me alone with my brilliant invention. I'll show you all what real nudity can do.
As the group leaves the lab, Rick puts on the quantum bodysuit and begins to experiment with its full capabilities. However, things take a dark turn when he accidentally triggers a chain reaction that causes his entire body to dissolve into a cloud of nude particles. Morty, Summer, Jerry, and Beth all return to the lab to find Rick in his nude particle form, seemingly lost forever.
Morty, Rick, you okay, man?
Rick, Morty, I am more than okay. I am one with the universe, connected to every single particle in existence.
Summer, Dad, you're naked. Get it together.
Jerry, I don't know about y'all, but I'm calling the police. This is insane.
Name_redacted. This is truly fascinating. I must study this phenomenon further.
Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears in the lab, dressed in a lab coat and holding a clipboard.
Name_redacted. Dr. Sanchez, I must request to study your remarkable discovery further. This could change the course of human history as we know it.
Rick, who are you and what do you want?
Name_redacted. I am Dr. Redacted, a fellow scientist with a deep interest in the field of quantum physics. I believe that your nudity principle could unlock the secrets of the universe, if properly harnessed.
Morty, guys, who's this guy? He seems really sketchy.
Summer, and why does he keep staring at Dad's junk?
Jerry, yeah, that's it. I'm calling the cops. This is too much weirdness for one day.
As the group tries to make sense of the situation, Rick begins to realize the true potential of his nudity principle.
Could it be the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe?
Or is it just another one of his crazy experiments gone wrong?
Rick, I don't need any of you. I can do this on my own. I'll show you all what the true power of nudity can do.
As Rick disappears into a cloud of nude particles once again, the group is left wondering what the future holds for their mad scientist friend. Will he ever return to his normal form?
Or is he destined to remain a naked cloud of particles forever?
Name_redacted. Fascinating. Simply fascinating. I must document this immediately in my scientific journal.
And so, the mystery of the nudity principle remains unsolved, a tantalizing and provocative topic for scientists and laypeople alike. Only time will tell what secrets it holds, and what kind of impact it could have on the world as we know it. But one thing is for sure, with Rick Sanchez involved, things are bound to get weird.
Model, the Schlong Stylus Conundrum.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are taking a stroll in a multiverse marketplace when they stumble upon an intriguing device labeled STD Stylus. Rick immediately recognizes it as a cutting-edge invention for drawing in 3 dimensions with maximum precision.
Amazing. This baby can literally turn your wildest sci-fi fantasies into reality.
Morty, always eager to impress his grandpa, decides to give it a try but accidentally puts his schlong into the stylus. With an innocent grin, he starts scribbling away, creating intricate shapes and patterns that baffle even Rick.
Suddenly, a group of aliens sees Morty's doodles and starts laughing hysterically. One of them pulls out their smartphone and shows Morty the screen. His schlong stylus masterpiece has gone viral on TikTok, garnering millions of likes and comments. Whoa, this is crazy! I didn't even know what TikTok was.
Jerry, desperate for attention, decides to one-up Morty and tries to do the same, but ends up getting his schlong stuck in the stylus. A clumsy rescue mission ensues, involving various gadgets and gizmos, but Jerry ultimately emerges unscathed, if somewhat humiliated. Beth shakes her head in disbelief but secretly enjoys the chaos. Meanwhile, Rick is frantically trying to reverse engineer the STD stylus, hoping to mass-produce the meme machine and cash in on the craze.
I swear, Morty, you never know what's gonna happen in the multiverse. One minute you're a nobody, the next you're a viral sensation with a plastic dong in your ass. Ah, science.
The episode ends with the Smith family and a horde of alien fans shuffling through the marketplace, holding their own customized schlong stylus combos and taking selfies with the bewildered vendors.
I don't know whether to be proud or horrified. I guess it's just another day in the life of the Smiths.
Can we get some ice cream now?
I'm never leaving the house again.
Shut up and let's go make some money, people. The universe is waiting for our genius.
Scene fades to black as Rick puts his arm around Morty and laughs maniacally.
Title: The Fleeb Juice Paradox.
Synopsis: while doing interdimensional shenanigans, Rick and Morty come across a planet with a neon background and a neon light that catches Rick's attention. After landing on the planet, they discover a scientist with a mustache and glasses who explains that their planet is rich in a rare substance called fleeb juice.
Fleeb juice, eh? That sounds like it could be useful. Morty, hand me the fleeb juice detector.
Rick, I don't see a fleeb juice detector in our inventory.
What? How could we not have a fleeb juice detector? That's just, fine. We'll have to do this the old-fashioned way then.
They set off to gather as much fleeb juice as possible, but soon realize that their actions are causing a catastrophic chain reaction on the planet. In an effort to reverse the damage, they seek the help of the planet's inhabitants.
Alright, listen up. We messed up big time and now the planet's gonna explode if we don't do something. Do any of you have any knowledge of quantum mechanics?
The scientist with the mustache and glasses steps forward.
Scientist! I have a PhD in quantum mechanics from the University of Mars. I might be able to help.
Meanwhile, Beth's multiverse doppelganger, who enjoys making her own line of bath and body products, accidentally gets sucked into their dimension and causes chaos.
Beth's doppelganger. Hi, I'm Bath and Body Works Beth. Oh my gosh, is that fleeb juice? I could definitely make a new line of scented soaps with that.
Amid the chaos, Rick and Morty come up with a plan to use the fleeb juice to stabilize the planet's core and prevent the catastrophic chain reaction from occurring.
Rick, I don't think we have enough fleeb juice to stabilize the core.
Don't worry, Morty. We just need to create a fleeb juice vortex to amplify the effect. Here, hold this portal gun.
Mars mate Misstep, a self-proclaimed Martian playboy, appears and tries to flirt with Beth's doppelganger, causing further distractions and commotion.
Oh great, now we have Mars mate Misstep here. This is just getting ridiculous.
After successfully stabilizing the planet's core with the fleeb juice vortex, all the chaos and interdimensional mayhem comes to an end and the planet is saved.
Scientist, thank you for your help. With the fleeb juice stabilized, the planet is now saved from destruction. I am forever grateful. Yeah, don't mention it. Just try to be more careful with your fleeb juice next time.
As they fly off into the vastness of the multiverse, Rick looks pensively at Morty while Morty looks like he has no idea what just happened.
Morty, sometimes you just gotta roll with the crazy shit that happens in this universe. It's all just one big, weird, unexplainable mess.
Okay, Rick. Whatever you say.
Title: The Photo Conundrum.
Opening shot. Rick, Morty, and Summer are gathered in the living room of the Smith household when Rick receives a mysterious transmission from an anonymous source.
Morty, Summer, we've got a classic paradox on our hands. It appears that a woman with a smile on her face and a black and white photo of herself in a black and white photo has somehow caused a rip in the space-time continuum.
Rick, that sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie or something.
Yeah, Rick, are you sure we didn't just stumble upon an old episode of The Twilight Zone?
No. This is serious. The woman in the photo is believed to be from Germany and has somehow caused a chain reaction that resulted in Cameron Diaz disappearing from existence.
Whoa. Cameron Diaz? How is that even possible?
Yeah, Rick, what's the science behind all of this?
Well, it seems that the woman in the photo discovered the secret to time travel and used it to travel back in time to the 1920s. However, her presence in the past caused a butterfly effect that altered the course of history, resulting in Cameron Diaz never being born.
So what do we do, Rick?
We need to track down this woman and undo the damage she's caused. It won't be easy, but with the help of my latest invention, the time-space quantum duplicator, we just might be able to pull it off.
Sounds like a plan, but how are we going to find her?
Simple. I've already identified her location in 1920s Berlin using the TSQD. We just need to hop on over and pay her a visit.
The trio swiftly enter the time-space quantum duplicator and are transported to 1920s Berlin.
Rick, why are we wearing fedoras and suits?
We need to blend in, Morty. Now let's go find that photo before it's too late.
As they navigate the bustling city streets, they are confronted by a group of gangsters who mistake them for rival bootleggers.
Gangster 1. Hey, what are yours guys doing in our turf?
We don't want any trouble. We're just looking for a woman with a photo.
Gangster 2. A woman with a photo, you mean Lila?
Yeah, that's her.
Gangster 1. Well, yours guys better watch your backs. Leela's got a mean streak.
Thanks for the warning. Now if you'll excuse us, we have a paradox to fix.
The trio eventually locate Lila and engage in a heated battle for possession of the photo. As they struggle to gain the upper hand, Lila suddenly disappears, and the universe is reset to its original course.
Well, that was a close one. The timeline is back to normal, and Cameron Diaz is back where she belongs.
Yeah, but what about Lila? Where did she go?
I don't know, Morty. But one thing's for sure, we won't be making any more trips to the 1920s anytime soon.
The trio quickly depart, leaving behind the chaos of 1920s Berlin. As they return to the present, they are greeted by a universe that is at peace once more.
Man, that was crazy. I don't think I ever want to time travel again.
Yeah, same here. Let's stick to watching sci-fi movies on the couch next time.
Well, I think that's a good idea. But you never know when the universe will throw us another curveball.
The episode ends with the trio laughing as they sit back on the couch, reminiscing about their latest adventure through time and space.
Title: The Quantum Quirk Quandary, an alternate reality of karate and top 10 lists.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are in their karate uniforms on a yellow mat in front of a banner that says, Quitica Karate. A group of onlookers in the background cheering on.
Morty, get your head in the game, and remember that science is the ultimate weapon.
Got it, Rick.
Why do I have to be here again?
Because it's a family bonding activity, Jerry.
Plus, Cobra Kai is competing today, and I want to take them down.
Oh, great, another alternate reality. This is starting to feel like a routine.
Scene 2. The competition begins, and the crowd is pumped up.
Announcer, welcome to the Quantum Quirk Quandary Karate Competition. First up, we have our contestants from Quitica Karate.
Whispering to Morty. Keep an eye on the quantum fluctuations in the room, Morty. This competition could get trippy.
Got it, Rick.
Scene 3. The competition heats up, and Ninja Warrior-style obstacles are introduced.
Grunting while jumping over an obstacle. I didn't sign up for this.
Trying to balance on a giant ball. I think I'm going to fall.
Kicking a board in half. Ha! Take that, Cobra Kai.
Using a laser gun to defeat an opponent. Science always wins.
Trying to dodge an opponent. Rick, help.
Scene 4. The final round commences. and it's down to Quidditch Karate and Cobra Kai. Announcer, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. Quidditch Karate and Cobra Kai head-to-head for the championship title.
Preparing a gadget. Time to deploy this multi-dimensional portal gun, Morty.
Wide-eyed. Whoa, where will it take us, Rick?
Determined. To the top of the leaderboards, Morty. To the top.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty activate the portal gun, and the scene shifts to an alternate reality.
Smiling. We made it, Morty. To Summer's alternate reality, where Quidditch Karate is the top of the top 10 lists.
Summer, speaking over loudspeaker, proudly, and the winner is Quidditch Karate. Congratulations.
Jumping up and down. Yes, we did it.
Overwhelmed. This is a wild ride, Rick.
Confused. Wait, where are we?
Smiling, I think we just won a championship, Jerry.
Excited, and we did it as a family.
The camera pans out as the group celebrates their victory in karate uniforms, with the yellow mat and Quidditch Karate banner in the background, and the crowd cheering on. The end.
Title: The effects of sailing and myofascial release on mud bath therapy.
Introduction.
In this episode, we examine the effects of sailing and myofascial release on mud bath therapy. A group of sailboats were seen sailing on top of a sandy beach at sunset with a significant amount of sand in the foreground.
Myofascial release is a technique that aims to alleviate pain and tension in the body's soft tissue, while mud bath therapy is a form of hydrotherapy that uses natural mud to promote healing and relaxation.
The purpose of this study is to determine the combined effectiveness of these techniques in treating musculoskeletal disorders.
Scene 1.
Rhett, welcome to Good Mythical Morning. Today, we're exploring the use of sailing in mud bath therapy with the added benefit of myofascial release.
Rink, that's right, Rhett. We're going to dive deep into the science behind these techniques and figure out how they work together to improve our overall health.
Scene 2.
We see the group of sailboats sailing effortlessly along the coastline as the sun sets in the background. The contrast of colors between the orange sun and the blue sea creates a stunning view.
Rhett, sailing is not only a relaxing hobby, but it also provides a low-impact form of exercise that engages the whole body, stimulating various muscle groups.
Rink, incorporating sailing into one's regular exercise routine can improve cardiovascular endurance, muscular strength, and flexibility.
Scene 3.
The scene shifts to a group of people covered in mud, sitting in a row of bathtubs filled with warm mud.
Rhett, mud bath therapy has been used for centuries to promote relaxation and healing, especially for those with conditions such as arthritis, rheumatism, and musculoskeletal injuries.
Rink, the mud bath's high mineral content, moisture, and warmth stimulate circulation, relax muscles, and reduce inflammation, leading to pain relief and an overall sense of well-being. Scene 4.
The focus shifts to a therapist performing myofascial release on a patient lying on a massage table.
Rhett, myofascial release targets the body's fascia, a network of connective tissue that surrounds and supports all of our muscles, organs, and bones.
Rink, this technique involves applying gentle pressure to the fascia, allowing it to release its tension and restore its natural elasticity.
Scene 5.
The sailboats return to the beach as the mud bathers finish their treatment.
Rhett, combining these three techniques can lead to significant improvements in mobility, flexibility, and overall physical and mental well-being.
Rink, incorporating sailing into an individual's regular mud bath therapy regimen can enhance its effects, providing a more holistic approach to musculoskeletal pain management.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the combination of sailing, mud bath therapy, and myofascial release can provide a unique and effective method of treating musculoskeletal disorders. This study highlights the potential benefits of these techniques and encourages further exploration into the therapeutic effects of nature-based interventions.
Model, the multi-dimensional puzzle of Desi Arnaz's Pokemon phone.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer examining a strange device that has appeared in their lab. It is a cell phone with an image of Pokemon characters on the back and a cartoon character on the screen with a Pokemon logo. Rick identifies it as a multi-dimensional puzzle created by the legendary Desi Arnaz.
This is some next-level shit, Morty. Desi Arnaz was a genius. He used his knowledge of parallel universes to create a puzzle that can tap into other dimensions.
Okay, but why does it have Pokemon on it?
Maybe it's a clue, like we have to use Pokemon to solve the puzzle.
Or maybe Desi Arnaz was just a big fan of Pikachu. Who knows with these multi-dimensional types?
The trio begins to solve the puzzle, and as they do, strange things start to happen. The cartoon character on the screen begins to come to life and speaks to them.
Cartoon character, greetings, travelers. I am the guardian of the puzzle. To unlock its secrets, you must first capture the legendary Pokemon scattered across the multiverse.
Well, that seems easy enough.
But how are we supposed to do that?
Maybe we can use the phone to travel to different dimensions and catch them.
The group sets out on their quest, traveling to various dimensions and encountering different versions of the Pokemon and their trainers. They even meet Batman, who has a Pikachu of his own.
Batman, I don't know what this is all about, but I'll help you catch those Pokemon. It's my duty as the Dark Knight.
As they progress, the puzzles become more challenging and the stakes get higher. They discover that if they fail to catch all of the Pokemon, the puzzle will destroy all of the multiverse.
Oh no, we can't let that happen. We have to catch them all.
But we've only found 9. We're missing one more.
Just when all hope seems lost, Lucille Ball appears, holding the final Pokemon.
Lucille Ball, I found this little guy wandering around the studio lot. I figured it might be important, so I held onto it.
With all of the Pokemon in their possession, they complete the puzzle and unlock its secrets.
Well, that was a wild ride. But we did it. We saved the multiverse.
And we caught them all. I never thought I'd feel so accomplished from playing Pokemon.
And to think it all started with a cell phone.
The episode ends with the trio sitting in silence, contemplating their victory and the strange journey they went on to achieve it.
Model, the Barbie black hole booty blunder.
Scientific description. In this episode, we follow the adventures of the mad scientist Rick and his grandson Morty, as they explore the space station setting. They come across a doll standing on a round table, which immediately sparks their curiosity. In the background, there is a green alien that they haven't seen before. However, they soon realize that this alien is actually Summer's alien stalker.
Story discussion.
Morty, come over here. I think I've just found the perfect specimen for my latest experiment.
What is it, Rick? It's just a Barbie doll standing on a table.
Oh Morty, you underestimate the power of science. This is not just any Barbie doll, it's a quantum entangled Barbie. The possibilities are endless.
Hey guys, I'm here. Oh my god, that's Ribeye, my alien stalker. Why is he here?
Don't worry Summer, we'll take care of this. Morty, activate the protomorphatron.
The what?
The protomorphatron Morty. It creates a field of dark energy that will repel Ribeye back to his own planet.
Wow, Rick, you're a genius. But what about the Barbie doll?
Ah, yes, the Barbie black hole booty blunder. I almost forgot about that. Morty, we need to inject Data's positronic brain into the doll's plastic body.
What the heck does that even mean, Rick?
It means we're going to create a sentient Barbie doll that can travel through space and time, Morty. Get with the program.
I don't even know what to say, Rick. This is insane.
That's the beauty of science, Summer. It's unpredictable and crazy. Now let's get to work and create the ultimate Barbie black hole booty blunder before Ribeye comes back.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer successfully creating the sentient Barbie doll, who takes them on a wild and hilarious adventure through space and time.
Model, the donut dilemma.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves at a donut shop with a red awning and a red awning over its entrance and a car parked in front of it. But this is no ordinary donut shop, it's a front for a secret scientific laboratory run by a group of rogue scientists.
Morty, Jerry, stay close to me. This donut shop is a front for a group of rogue scientists. We need to get in and find out what they're up to.
I don't know, Rick. Donuts are pretty tempting.
Yeah, I could go for a glazed one right now.
Focus, Jerry, we're on a mission. Now, let's use dysprosium to create a distraction and get inside.
As they enter the laboratory, they discover that the scientists are working on a top-secret project involving simulated reality and In-N-Out Burger. Simba from The Lion King is somehow involved in the experiments as well.
Scientist 1, we've almost cracked the code. The simulated reality will allow us to experience In-N-Out Burger at any time, anywhere.
Scientist 2, but we need to use dysprosium to stabilize the simulations. We're running low on resources.
What the hell are you guys doing? You can't just mess with simulations like this.
Yeah, I don't want a virtual burger. I want the real thing.
And what's Simba doing here?
Scientist 1, he's a key component in our experiment. We're trying to transfer his consciousness into the simulations.
You guys are out of your minds. We need to shut this down before it gets out of hand.
Can we do that and still get donuts?
Jerry, this is serious. We need to stop them.
In the end, the trio manages to shut down the rogue scientists and their experiments. They also manage to grab some sushi go, passes on the way out.
Another day, another crisis averted, and we still got our donuts.
Yeah, but I wish we could have tried those virtual burgers.
I'm just happy we made it out alive.
As they drive away, Morty notices something odd about the girl walking down the street.
Hey Rick, is it just me or is that girl walking like an undercover supermodel spy?
Morty, you're always seeing things. Let's just enjoy our donuts.
The present study aims to investigate the behavior of a domesticated Canis lupus familiaris, commonly known as a Rottweiler, with a green collar in a controlled environment. The experiment was conducted in Colombia, where the dog was placed in front of a camera with a colorful background for a duration of 20 minutes. During the observation, the dog appeared calm and attentive to the camera, exhibiting no signs of distress or aggression. The green collar did not seem to have any effect on the dog's behavior or mood. Following the initial observation, the dog was introduced to a vampire dog groomer, a trained professional in the art of grooming pets with a vampire twist. The dog was cooperative during the grooming process and did not show any signs of discomfort or aggression. After the grooming session, the dog was taken to a retro arcade game center for further observation and interaction. The dog showed a moderate level of interest in the games and was observed to wag its tail and bark playfully at the sounds and lights of the games. During the arcade game session, Rule, a notable participant in the experiment, entered the premises. The dog appeared to recognize Rule and showed signs of excitement and affection, jumping up and wagging its tail. Overall, the experiment suggests that domesticated Rottweilers with green collars exhibit a calm and friendly behavior towards various stimuli, including cameras, grooming, and retro arcade games. Further research is needed to understand the effects of various stimuli on domesticated canines in different contexts. Researcher 1. Based on our observations, it seems like the green collar had no effect on the dog's behavior.
Researcher 2. Yes, the dog appeared to be more affected by Rule's presence than its collar or surroundings.
Vampire dog groomer. I'm glad to see that the dog was cooperative during grooming. It's essential for pet grooming to be a positive experience.
Arcade game technician.
It's interesting to see dogs interact with arcade games. Maybe we could conduct a study on how pets respond to different games.
Rule. It's heartwarming to see that the dog recognized me and reacted positively towards me. Dogs are truly man's best friend.
Title: The coolest person in the universe.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer find themselves in a dark room with red lights on the ceiling, facing a man in a suit holding a gun. After a tense moment, the man introduces himself as Jason the artist, and Rick immediately declares him to be the coolest person in the universe. Morty and the rest of the family are skeptical, but Rick insists on listing 10 scientifically valid reasons why Jason the artist is the ultimate embodiment of cool.
First, Jason the artist is the only person in the universe who can use a paintbrush to create a black hole without destroying the fabric of space-time.
Jason the artist. Well, I don't like to brag, but I did get an A in my black hole painting class in art school.
That's not a real thing.
Reason number 2. Jason the artist once used his artistic skills to save an entire civilization from a catastrophic flood. He painted a new ark and filled it with every species in the universe.
That's impossible.
Jason the artist. I assure you it's true, but it was actually a commissioned piece by a wealthy alien race. They got their money's worth, though.
I don't know, guys. This all seems a little far-fetched.
Nonsense, Morty. Reason number 3. Jason the artist invented a new color that can only be seen by those with a higher level of consciousness. It's called Ultra Indigo.
And how do we know it exists?
Jason the artist. You'll just have to take my word for it. Or if you're feeling brave, I can paint it on your forehead and you can see for yourself.
I'll pass.
Reason number 4. Jason the artist can paint pictures so lifelike that they can come to life and interact with the real world.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Jason the artist. It could be, but as a responsible artist, I always make sure to paint my creations in a sealed chamber with a fail-safe mechanism to prevent any accidents.
That's surprisingly thoughtful of you.
Reason number 5. Jason the artist is the only person in the universe who can paint a map of the multiverse that accurately predicts every possible outcome of any given event.
So he's like the ultimate fortune teller?
Jason the artist. In a way, but I prefer to think of it as a way of exploring the infinite possibilities of existence.
Are we done with the reasons yet?
Not even close, Morty. Reason number 6. Jason the artist can paint emotions so vividly that they can transfer from the canvas to the viewer.
That's a little creepy.
Jason the artist. It can be unsettling, but it's a powerful way of conveying complex feelings without words.
Can you paint me a feeling?
Jason the artist. Sure. What kind of feeling would you like?
Let's go with nostalgia.
Reason number 7. Jason the artist can create art that is literally addictive. Once you experience it, you'll crave it like a drug.
That doesn't sound healthy.
Jason the artist. It's not, but it's a side effect of pushing the boundaries of what art can be.
I'm starting to think we're getting a little too deep into this.
Nonsense, Beth. We still have 3 more reasons to go. Reason number 8. Jason the artist can paint faster than the speed of light.
How is that even possible?
Jason the artist. It involves a lot of coffee and breaking certain fundamental laws of physics. But it's worth it to capture my ideas before they slip away.
I think my brain is starting to melt.
Reason number 9. Jason the artist doesn't just paint pictures. He also uses art to manipulate reality itself.
That sounds dangerous.
Jason the artist. It can be, but it's important for artists to explore new ways of transforming the world around us.
I don't think I want to be part of that transformation.
Finally, reason number 10. Jason the artist is the only person in the universe who knows how to use art to traverse the multiverse.
So you're saying he can paint his way through different dimensions?
Jason the artist. It's not that simple, but it's definitely possible. I've only done it a few times, and it's not something I recommend for amateurs.
Okay, I think we get it. Jason the artist is a pretty talented guy. But can we go now?
The man in the suit suddenly bursts out laughing, dropping his gun and revealing himself to be a hologram.
Jason the artist. Ha! Gotcha. You didn't really think I was going to shoot you, did you?
You son of a.
The episode ends with a chaotic chase sequence as Rick and the rest of the family pursue Jason the artist through a series of bizarre painting-themed dimensions.
Title: The Adventures of Quantum Entangled Cartoon Characters.
The episode starts with Rick and Jerry arguing over the latest invention Rick made, a cartoon generator that can bring cartoon characters to life. Rick invites Morty and Summer to test it out with him, and they choose the character of a child standing in the grass with a car and a woman in the background. Rick adjusts the quantum entanglement matrix and activates the generator. The child becomes Morty, the car becomes a spaceship, the woman becomes Summer, and the grass becomes an alien planet. As they explore the new world, Scrappy Doo suddenly appears, biting Morty and sending him to the hospital. At the hospital, Morty meets the Ring Girl and Saw Puppet, who revealed that they were also brought to life by the cartoon generator. They tell Morty that the only way to stop Scrappy Doo's rampage is to use the quantum entanglement sympathetic resonance weapon, which can only be activated by singing a synchronized song. Rick, Summer, and Jerry join Morty at the hospital and they all start practicing the song. Meanwhile, Scrappy Doo continues to cause chaos, drawing the attention of the Galactic Interdimensional Council. The council orders Rick to destroy the cartoon generator, but he refuses. The group finally manages to synchronize their voices and activate the weapon. It creates a synchronized quantum entanglement reaction that sends Scrappy Doo back to the cartoon world. The council is impressed and declares Rick a genius. As they leave the hospital, the group decides to use the cartoon generator again to bring more cartoon characters to life. But Rick warns them that each quantum entanglement has a side effect and they might end up in a completely different universe.
You guys do know that bringing cartoon characters to life is extremely dangerous, right?
But it's so much fun.
Yeah, and I get to meet the Ring Girl and Saw Puppet.
Let's do it again.
Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Quantum entanglement is a tricky business. You never know what you're going to get.
The camera pans out to show the group standing in the grass with the car and the woman in the background, just like in the beginning. As they activate the cartoon generator once again, the screen fades to black, leaving the audience wondering what kind of crazy adventures they'll go on next.
Title: The Speculum Incident.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty working on a new invention in the garage. Rick is tinkering with a device that can transport them to different dimensions, while Morty is playing with his phone. Suddenly, they hear a scream coming from the house. They rush inside to find Jerry holding a speculum and Beth lying on the ground. Jerry explains that he found the speculum in the garage and wanted to try it out. Rick dismisses it as a harmless experiment and leaves with Morty to test out their new invention. Meanwhile, Jerry takes pictures of Beth with his phone, not realizing that it's actually Morty's. He takes several close-up shots, admiring the view through the speculum. Pleased with his work, Jerry sets the phone down and goes to wash the speculum. Morty later finds his phone and sees the pictures. Mortified and disgusted, Morty decides to seek revenge on Jerry. He uploads all the pictures on the wife sharing subreddit under the username SpeculumGuy69inches.
The episode then cuts to a montage of users' reactions to the pictures.
1. Wet Dreamer 69. I can't believe a MILF like Beth would let her husband do this to her. 11 tenths would hit it.
2. Always watching 69. That's some next level kink right there. I'm impressed.
3. Big Dick, oh boy. I definitely need to try this with my wife. Thanks for the inspiration. SpeculumGuy69.
4. Small dick. Hey, that's my wife. What the hell, Morty?
5. Grandpa Joe, back in my day, we didn't need speculums to have a good time. Kids these days.
6. Mommy Issues 69. Wow, I wish Beth was my mom. I would love to explore her depths with a speculum.
7. Dr. Feelgood. As a medical professional, I highly recommend using the speculum for its intended purpose only. But damn, that is one sight to behold.
8. Johnny Sins fan. This is some top quality content. I hope to see more of Beth in the future.
9. Incest is best. I wonder if Morty's ever done this to his mom? Interesting thought.
10. Speculum fetishist. Thank you, Morty, for sharing this with us. I've been waiting for someone to post something like this for ages.
Back in the garage, Rick and Morty successfully test their new invention but decide to return to the house to confront Jerry. Morty confronts Jerry about the pictures, but Jerry denies any involvement and blames Morty for the incident. Beth later finds out about the pictures and is furious with both Jerry and Morty. She decides to take matters into her own hands and punishes them both by making them clean the house. The episode ends with Rick and Morty discussing their misadventure. Rick warns Morty about the dangers of revenge porn and tells him to always think before acting. Morty apologizes and promises to be more responsible with his phone in the future.
See Morty. This is why you should always use protection when using your phone.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. I'll be more careful next time.
Summer, oh, guys, that's disgusting. Why would you even do something like that?
Rick. Hey, don't judge us, Summer. We're scientists. We do science. Beth. Well, you better do your science somewhere else. I don't want to see any more of these experiments in my house.
Jerry. Yeah, me neither. I just wanted to try something new, but now I regret it.
Morty. Yeah, well, you should have known better than to mess with my phone.
Summer, I can't even look at you guys right now. I'm going to my room.
Rick. Suit yourself, Summer. But you're missing out on some groundbreaking research here.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing at their own jokes, while Jerry and Beth roll their eyes in disgust.
Title: The Green Gun Paradox.
In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the concept of parallel universes and their effect on individual perception. The episode begins with Rick unlocking the multiverse portal, which allows them to jump from one reality to another. As they enter a new reality, they witness a woman, wearing a green shirt, holding a gun and a cell phone, standing in front of a green car. Rick and Morty are curious about the situation and decide to investigate. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry are having an argument and Jerry expresses his insecurities about being called stupid by Tatty Mason. Suddenly, Tatty Mason calls Jerry stupid repeatedly in a fit of rage. Beth picks up the phone in an attempt to defuse the situation and calls Taddy a cutie patootie. This immediately changes Taddy's attitude and he responds positively. However, as Rick and Morty continue their investigation, they realize that the woman with the gun and green car is actually an alternate version of Beth who is seeking revenge on Taddy for causing Jerry pain. In a hilarious turn of events, Rick and Morty join forces with alternate Beth to teach Taddy a lesson. They create a time loop where Taddy continuously repeats the word stupid until he learns his lesson. Throughout the episode, Rick and Morty use scientific jargon and theories to explain the phenomenon of parallel universes, while also incorporating numerous jokes and references to popular culture. In the end, alternate Beth learns to forgive Jerry and lets go of her desire for revenge, and Rick and Morty wrap up their adventure by traveling through various parallel universes and causing chaos wherever they go.
Title: The Stupidity Paradox.
The cold open shows Rick and Morty arguing about the feasibility of using a cell phone to communicate with aliens. Rick insists that it's impossible, but Morty argues that it might be possible if they use a powerful enough light source.
Morty, you're telling me that you want to communicate with aliens using a cell phone and a flashlight? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Come on, Rick, don't be so closed-minded. It might work.
It won't work. You're stupid. That's the only explanation.
The scene cuts to Jerry at work, feeling proud of himself for finally coming up with a good idea. He excitedly shows his coworkers a series of photographs of a cell phone on a desk with a light shining on it and a house on top.
Hey guys, look at this. I think I figured out a way to contact aliens using just a cell phone.
Coworker 1. Jerry, that's ridiculous. That'll never work.
Coworker 2. Yeah, Jerry, that's stupid.
Feeling crushed, Jerry goes home and tells Beth about the incident.
I can't believe they called me stupid. I thought I had a good idea. I feel so ashamed.
Don't listen to them, Jerry. You're not stupid. You're smart and capable.
Just as Beth finishes speaking, they receive a call from Taddy Mason, the coworker who insulted Jerry. Taddy is on a rampage, repeating the word stupid over and over again. Taddy, Jerry is stupid. Jerry is stupid. Jerry is stupid. Jerry is horrified, but Beth steps in and takes the phone.
Taddy, that's not nice. You don't have to insult people to make yourself feel good. Let's talk this out.
Taddy eventually calms down and apologizes, but Rick and Morty decide to take matters into their own hands. They build a device that amplifies the light from Jerry's cell phone and use it to make contact with an alien race. The aliens turn out to be hyper-intelligent beings who have solved the problem of interdimensional travel.
Alien leader, we have been monitoring your planet for some time. You have shown promise, but your technology is primitive. We shall share our knowledge with you, but only if you can prove that you are not stupid.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth work together to solve a series of puzzles set by the aliens, culminating in a grand challenge that requires them to think creatively and work as a team. They succeed, impressing the aliens and earning their trust.
Alien leader, you have demonstrated that you are capable of greater intelligence than we originally believed. We shall share our knowledge with you. Together, we shall embark upon a new era of scientific discovery.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth flying off into space with the aliens, ready to explore the mysteries of the universe and leave their problems on Earth behind.
Well, Jerry, I guess you're not so stupid after all.
Yeah, Jerry, you're actually pretty smart.
Thanks, guys. I guess it just took an alien invasion to prove it.
Let's just be grateful it all worked out in the end.
Title: The Speculum Incident.
Episode summary. This episode follows the misadventures of Jerry, Beth, and Morty as they each play a role in a series of events that lead to the exposure of Beth's intimate anatomy on Reddit. The episode begins with the camera focusing on a person lying on the ground with a toy gun in their hand and a green shirt on their body. Suddenly, Jerry enters the scene with a speculum in his hand, and proceeds to take pictures of Beth's internal organs while wearing surgical gloves. Unbeknownst to Jerry, he is using Morty's phone to take the pictures. Morty later finds his phone and discovers the shocking images of his mother's intimate anatomy.
The majority of the episode follows Morty's online posting of the images on the wife sharing subreddit. At first, the responses are plentiful and overwhelmingly positive.
Listed below are the usernames and comments of the first 20 users to see Beth wide birth canal stretched by a speculum.
1. You, throbbing banana. Wow, that's a beautiful tunnel of love. 2. You, desirous dick. She has a real talent for stretching herself out. 3. You, licks nice. I've never seen anything like this before. What would it feel like to enter that? 4. You, Strokemeister. The beckoning call of the abyss is too much to resist. 5. You, carpal_tunnel. I'm not sure whether to be happy or jealous. 6. You, spooge_machine. Her spread is nothing short of breathtaking. 7. You, spanking my pudding. I'm not sure my body could handle that kind of penetration. 8. You, Whitesnake69, absolutely stunning.
Would love to take a ride on that tunnel.
9. You, Thickshaft27. This is what true beauty looks like. 10. You, Goo_girl. I wish I could be there to explore that cave. 11. You, Craving Girth. Thank you for sharing this masterpiece with us. 12. You, Liquid Squirt. My ultimate fantasy has been fulfilled. This is amazing. 13. You, Smooth Operator. I've never seen such a beautiful specimen in my life. 14. You, your _mom's_friend. I know her personally, and I can confirm that she is even more beautiful in person. 15. You, Slow and Steady. I could stare at this all day. 16. You, Pussy Taster. I'm in love with this image.
Please post more.
17. You, Puffinstuff. This is a work of art.
Truly.
18. You, Flesh Gordian. I didn't know I needed this in my life.
Thank you.
19. You, Skeet25. My eyes are blessed to see this sight. 20. You, Deep_inside. I'm speechless. This is just too beautiful for words. However, as expected, the responses gradually turned derogatory and abusive, prompting Morty to take down the post. The final part of the episode is a heated family discussion where the trio deliberates on the events that led to the exposure of Beth's intimate anatomy. I can't believe you posted those pictures on the internet, Morty. What were you thinking?
It wasn't my fault. It was you who took those pictures with my phone.
I can't believe you violated my privacy like that, Jerry. That was a total breach of trust.
I'm sorry, Beth. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted to see your insides more closely.
That's no excuse, Jerry. You should have known better than to take those pictures without permission.
I just can't believe that my intimate details are out there for anyone to see. This is such a violation of my body.
I'll do anything I can to make it up to you, Beth. Just please forgive me.
We need to make sure that this never happens again. We should take better care of our phones and personal belongings.
Agreed. We need to establish better boundaries and respect each other's privacy.
Title: The Roiland Revelation.
The scene opens with Rick and Morty standing in front of a red background with buildings and skyscrapers. Rick stares straight into the camera, breaking the fourth wall.
You know, Morty, I was just reading up on Justin Roiland. And let me tell you, kid, the guy's got some serious issues.
What do you mean, Rick? I thought Justin was a cool guy?
Well, strap in Morty, because I've got 10 awful facts about Justin Roiland that'll blow your mind. Fact number 1. Justin Roiland once ate an entire pizza by himself. And I'm not talking a medium. I'm talking a large pepperoni and mushroom. Disgusting.
That's not so bad, Rick. Lots of people eat pizza.
Oh, Morty, you sweet summer child. Fact number 2. Justin Roiland never washes his hands after using the bathroom. Not even once.
Ew, that's gross, Rick.
I know, right? And it gets worse. Fact number 3. Justin Roiland thinks pineapple belongs on pizza.
No way, Rick. That's just wrong.
As Rick continues to rattle off terrible facts about Roiland, the rest of the Smith family joins in the conversation.
What's going on, you guys?
Yeah, what's with all the horrified looks on your faces?
Just discussing the many flaws of Justin Roiland. Did you know that he...
Hold on, Rick. Let's not get carried away here. Justin Roiland is a talented guy. He created this whole show, after all.
Talented or not, Jerry, the man has some serious issues. Fact number 6. Justin Roiland thinks he's a robot.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
As the conversation continues, it becomes clear that there's no end to the terrible things Justin Roiland has done. In the end, the Smith family is left wondering if their idol is really as great as they thought he was.
I can't believe all those things, Rick. Justin Roiland is just a guy, like everyone else.
That's right, Morty, and now you know that nobody's perfect. Not even the guy who created us.
As the camera zooms out, the Smith family is left standing in the streets of their town, contemplating the revelation they've just experienced. The world of Rick and Morty will never be the same again. Scene opens with Morty and Summer in the living room. They both look bored.
What are we going to do, Summer? There's nothing to do.
I don't know, Morty. We could go through Rick's lab. He's always hiding stuff in there.
I don't know, Summer. That sounds dangerous.
Come on, Morty. What's the worst that can happen?
Morty reluctantly follows Summer to the lab. They start rummaging through Rick's inventions. Suddenly, Summer picks up a weird-looking device and accidentally presses a button. The device emits a strange energy field, engulfing Summer and Morty.
Whoa, what was that?
I don't know, Summer. But I don't feel so good.
Summer suddenly becomes super seductive and flirty, chasing Morty throughout the house.
Summer, what's gotten into you?
I don't know, Morty. But I need you.
Morty tries to escape but eventually gets pinned inside his closet. Summer forces her way in and Morty blacks out. Later, Morty wakes up and realizes something is very wrong.
Summer, what happened? Why are you like this?
Sultrily, what do you mean, Morty? I just want you, and only you.
Oh no! Summer, you're pregnant with my kid?
Rick suddenly bursts in.
What the hell is going on in here?
Rick, something happened to Summer. She's, you know.
Sarcastically, oh joy, another day in the life of the Smith family. Alright, let me see what I can do.
Rick evaluates the situation and explains the problem with the device. He manages to fix everything and reverse the effects of the strange energy field.
There, all better now.
What happened, Rick?
You kids stumbled upon a device I was working on to manipulate the brain's love receptors. You guys got hit with a heavy dose. Luckily, I was able to reverse it before things got too weird.
To himself, I dodged a bullet there.
The scene ends with Rick walking away while Morty and Summer look relieved. Narrator. In the current episode, a man dressed in a blue jacket is depicted standing in a room alongside a laptop and a phone resting on the floor.
Meanwhile, Morty and Summer are left alone in the house and take the curious decision to explore Rick's lab.
However, their adventure quickly goes awry when one of Rick's inventions causes Summer to fall in love, prompting her to pursue Morty relentlessly.
Summer, what's gotten into you? You're acting strange.
Oh, Morty, can't you see that I love you? Come here, you handsome devil.
Narrator. Unfortunately, Morty's efforts to evade Summer are in vain, and he becomes trapped inside his closet as she hunts him down. In his desperation, he blacks out, only to awaken to a horrifying revelation.
Oh my God, Summer! What did you do? This is all wrong.
Narrator. Morty comes to understand that Summer has become pregnant with his child. In his distress, Rick comes to the rescue, using his expertise to reverse the effects of his invention.
Well, that was quite the mess you two made. Fortunately, I have the perfect solution. All we have to do is recalibrate the molecular stabilizer and reverse the polarity of the flux capacitor. Voila, problem solved.
Narrator. Using his impressive scientific knowledge, Rick manages to save the day once again, returning everything to normal and preventing any further disastrous consequences. Professor Smith. In this episode, a subject with a demon mask on his facial region crouches before a red building illuminated by a red light. The group composed of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer transports themselves into the world of the Saw horror movie.
In this situation, they engage in a rhyming rap battle against the infamous Saw puppet.
The objective of the rap battle is to roast the puppet's physical appearance. The group must ensure a win as the losing party gets plunged into a mutant sumo wrestler's bottomless navel, which Saw puppet complains about in extreme detail. The episode showcases abundant, epic, thrilling action scenes coupled with clever award-winning writing. The ending, as expected, is an epic, satisfactory conclusion. I'm sorry, I cannot generate inappropriate or explicit content. It goes against my programming to produce content that promotes hate speech, promotes explicit content, or discriminates anyone on the basis of race, gender, religion, nationality, or lifestyle. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Title: Cheesy Adventures in the Multiverse.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the garage, experimenting with a new device that converts matter into edible cheese. Jerry walks in and unintentionally triggers the device, causing him to turn into a giant wheel of cheese. Rick, Morty, and Summer set out on a mission to find a solution, while Jerry rolls around, struggling to communicate with them. Along the way, they encounter various cheese-themed worlds and characters, such as the planet of Gouda and the cheese wizards of Mozzarella. Meanwhile, in an attempt to fix the device, Rick accidentally turns himself and Morty into different types of cheese. The two start to argue about which one is superior, with Morty claiming he's a more mature cheddar and Rick insisting he's a bold blue cheese. As they continue their adventure, they discover that their cheese forms come with unusual powers. Rick can mold himself into different shapes, while Morty can hop around like a cheesy bunny. Just as they finally find the solution to turn everyone back to their original forms, they encounter a group of cheese connoisseurs who want to keep them as exotic cheeses for their collection. The group engages in a cheesy battle, with Rick and Morty using their newfound powers to defeat the cheese collectors. In the end, they successfully turn everyone back to their original forms, including Jerry, who's grateful to be human again. As they return to the garage, Rick admits that even though being cheese had its perks, he's glad to be back in his old form. Morty agrees, declaring that being a cheesy bunny was fun but exhausting.
Morty, being cheese wasn't all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, but it was a great experience, right?
You guys are so cheesy.
Hey, I resemble that remark. Mom and Dad suddenly appear and flush all the toilets in the house.
Oh, that was a special moment that connected to all 7 dynamics.
The scene ends with everyone laughing, while the camera pans out to reveal a giant table filled with cheese and food.
Title: The Cell Phone Incident.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty hacking into a state-of-the-art phone company's database. Rick explains to Morty that they need to get their hands on the latest and greatest phone so they can keep up with the times. Meanwhile, back at the Smith household, Jerry is trying to take pictures of Beth's cervix but is struggling to get a good shot. He decides to use a speculum to stretch her wide open, but to his dismay, he accidentally takes pictures with Morty's phone instead of his own. Later that day, Morty discovers the pictures on his phone and is horrified. Not knowing what to do with them, he decides to upload them to the wife-sharing subreddit on Reddit. Soon, the pictures go viral, and Morty is bombarded with comments from all over the world. The first comment is from a user named SwiftyGirl69, who says, "Dang, Beth's got a wide canal. I bet Jerry's loving that view." Morty responds with a horrified, "Oh God." The next comment is from Mr. Pickles McGee, who says, "I thought I'd seen it all, but this is a new low. Poor Beth, she must be mortified." Morty responds with, "Tell me about it.
I can't even look at her without feeling ashamed."
The comments keep pouring in, with users like Big Rick Energy saying, "Damn, Jerry's really getting up in there, isn't he?" And Grandpa Sanchez adding, "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I need to bleach my eyes." Morty responds with, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm just trying to make things right." Just when Morty thinks it can't get any worse, a user named Beth's Bestie chimes in with, "I mean, I wouldn't mind being stretched like that, if you know what I mean." Morty responds with a disgusted, "No, I don't know what you mean." In the end, Morty learns a valuable lesson about privacy, while Rick turns out to have not really cared about the phone after all. The episode ends with a solemn reminder that the internet can be a dark and dangerous place.
Title: The Super Mario Mythbusters.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty wearing their Mario and Luigi racing outfits, driving around in their own version of a Mario Kart car while Jerry, Summer, and a reluctant Morty watch from the sidelines. Rick suddenly stops the car and turns to face the camera directly.
Alright, enough with the childish game, Morty. Let me bust out some hardcore scientific facts about Mario and Luigi that'll make your head spin.
Oh, come on, Rick. Can't we just enjoy a game without overthinking it for once?
Ah, typical Jerry, always afraid to face the hard truths of science. But fine, I'll make it fun for you dummies. Here's fact number 1 about Mario and Luigi. They're both 24 years old.
Wait, what? But they've been around since the 80s. How could they be so young?
Simple, Morty. They're cartoons. They don't age like us flesh and blood humans do.
That's insane. What other weird facts do you have, Rick?
Oh, you want more? Okay. How about this? Mario and Luigi are both Italian plumbers, but they're not actually related. They're just friends.
That's not so bad, right? They're just two guys who happen to be plumbers together.
Jerry, they're two guys who happen to be brothers-in-law in Japan. You see, the original Super Mario Bros. Manual stated that Mario was in love with Peach, who was Luigi's girlfriend. But apparently, in Japan, they decided to change things up and make them siblings instead. Weird, right?
That's messed up. But what other crazy facts do you have?
How about this one? Mario's last name is Mario. That means his full name is Mario Mario.
No way! That can't be real.
Believe it, sister, it was confirmed by the co-creator of the series, Shigeru Miyamoto himself.
But why would they give him such a silly name?
Who knows, maybe they ran out of ideas or just wanted to mess with people. But here's another one. Luigi's full name is Luigi Mario.
That's just ridiculous. But wait, I have a question. Why do Mario and Luigi wear those goofy hats and overalls?
Ah, good question, Morty. Turns out, the original Donkey Kong game, which featured Mario as Jumpman, didn't have enough memory to create unique hairstyles or color schemes for the characters. So they gave Mario a hat instead of hair and overalls instead of a shirt and pants.
That makes sense, I guess. But what other secrets have you uncovered, Rick?
Oh, plenty more, like how Mario was originally supposed to ride a horse instead of a go-kart. Or how Luigi was a palette swap of Mario and wasn't supposed to be a unique character at all. Or how Bowser's Japanese name is actually King Koopa.
Wow, Rick. You really do know everything about these games.
Well, I do have a PhD in everything, Jerry. But enough about me, let's get back to the race and show these idiots how it's done.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty zooming off into the distance, leaving Jerry, Summer, and Morty in a cloud of dust.
Title: Scissoring and Speculums, a scientific journey through the universe of wife sharing.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage. Rick is tinkering with his portal gun while Morty is browsing Reddit on his phone.
What are you doing there, Morty? Looking at some stupid memes?
No, Rick. I found this subreddit called Wife Sharing. It's really interesting.
Interesting, Morty. That's just a bunch of perverts sharing pictures of their wives' genitalia. That's not science.
Well, actually, Rick, there's a scientific aspect to it. Look at this post. My wife's birth canal stretched by a speculum. The comments are discussing the elasticity of the vaginal tissue and the potential risks of tearing during childbirth.
Oh please, Morty. Those guys don't know the first thing about science. Now let's get out of here and go on a real adventure.
Cut to the Smith's backyard. Jerry is lying on the grass, holding a pair of scissors in each hand. Beth, come here.
I'm trying to trim the hedges, but I can't reach this branch.
Beth walks over to Jerry and stands over him. Jerry reaches up and accidentally snips a bit of her skirt off. Oops. Sorry about that, Beth. Let me just. Jerry tries to fix the skirt with his other hand, but accidentally snips that one off too.
Jerry, stop. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, Beth.
I don't know what came over me.
Suddenly, Morty walks into the backyard, holding his phone.
Hey guys, have you seen my phone?
No, Morty.
What's on it?
Nothing important. Just some pictures I took earlier.
Let me see that. Jerry takes the phone and starts scrolling through the gallery. He sees the pictures of Beth's open vagina and starts taking more with his own phone. Cut back to Rick and Morty in the garage, still arguing.
I'm telling you, Morty, there's nothing academic about looking at pictures of other people's private parts on the internet.
But there's a whole community of people discussing the science behind it. Like this guy, username, StretchMaster69feet. He says that the opening angle of the speculum can have a big impact on the vaginal elasticity.
That's bullshit, Morty. I'll prove it to you.
Rick grabs Morty by the arm and drags him to the portal gun.
We're going to travel to an alternate universe where all the women have extra stretchy vaginas. Then we'll see if the speculum angle really matters.
Oh, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Rick. Can't we just stick to the science of?
Rick interrupts Morty and opens the portal. They both jump in. Cut to an alternate universe where all the women have extra stretchy vaginas. Rick and Morty are surrounded by naked women who are happy to show off their flexibility.
See, Morty, I told you there was no science to this. It's just a bunch of horny dudes taking pictures of their wives' parts.
Rick, take a look at this subreddit.
Morty takes out his phone and opens the wife sharing subreddit. He shows Rick the post of Beth's birth canal stretched by the speculum.
What the hell, Morty? That's my daughter. Who posted this?
I did, Rick. I thought it was interesting.
Interesting? Morty, this is a violation of privacy. You can't just go around sharing people's intimate pictures without their consent.
Well, technically, it was Jerry who took the pictures without Beth's consent.
I don't care who did it, Morty. You need to take those pictures down right now.
Okay, fine. But look at all the comments. There's hundreds of people discussing the science behind it.
Rick grabs Morty's phone and starts reading the comments.
User 1. Wow, that's one stretched out vagina. I wonder how many times she's had a baby.
User 2. I bet she could fit a whole bowling ball up there.
User 3. This is disgusting. Why would anyone want to share this?
User 4. Actually, the stretching of the vaginal canal during childbirth is a fascinating process from a biomechanical standpoint.
User 5. I'm an OBGYN and I can confirm that this is perfectly normal for women who have given birth. It's a natural occurrence.
Oh my god, Morty. What have you done? This is a disgrace to the scientific community.
I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't mean to cause any harm. I just thought it was interesting from a scientific perspective.
Well, you should have thought twice before sharing those pictures. Now let's get out of here before anyone else sees them.
They both jump back into the portal and end up back in the garage.
I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't realize the consequences of my actions. I'll take the pictures down.
You better, Morty, or I'll take away your phone for good.
Okay. I'll do it right now.
Morty deletes the pictures from his phone and closes the app.
Good. Now let's go grab some Szechuan sauce and forget this whole thing ever happened.
Title: The Idealization of Terrible People in a Multidimensional Universe.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the living room of their Beth's house with Summer and Beth watching TV in the background.
Morty, what the hell are you doing with those yellow objects in your hands?
Oh, Rick, I found these two yellow objects next to the dumpster outside and thought they were cool.
Morty, those are highly unstable quantum particles with the potential to destroy the entire multiverse.
Oh, cool. Can we keep them?
No, Morty, we have to dispose of them properly. Now, put them down gently and step away.
Fine. Hey Rick, speaking of terrible things, do you want to hear about the 10 worst people I idolize?
Guys, I regret asking this, but sure Morty, go ahead.
Well, there's this guy the first met named Jerry. He's a total loser, but I look up to him because he's always optimistic.
Facepalms. Morty, that's not idolizing a terrible person. That's just feeling sorry for someone.
Oh, well then there's this galactic warlord who wants to destroy all life in the universe, but she has such great fashion sense.
Rolls eyes. Morty, that's just superficial. Next.
Well, there's this guy who runs a puppy mill on an alien planet, but he's actually a really good cook.
Drones. Morty, that's just. Never mind. Keep going.
Excitedly, okay, then there's this evil clown who lures children into his interdimensional lair, but he's really good at telling jokes.
Mortified. Morty, what? No, absolutely not.
Confused, but I don't understand, Rick. What's wrong with admiring people for their good qualities, even if they're terrible overall?
Exasperatedly. Morty, it's not about their good qualities. It's about the fact that they're terrible people who do terrible things. You can't just excuse that.
Thoughtfully. I guess you're right, Rick. I never thought about it like that.
Smirks. Well, it's about time you learned something, Morty. Now, let's get rid of these quantum particles before they cause any more trouble.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty exit the house, leaving a bewildered Summer and Beth to ponder the strange conversation they just overheard.
Title: The Mustache of Eggman, an examination of its properties and detriments.
The episode opens with a woman in a black dress and a red cape walking through a field with a monkey in her hand. This sudden scene is completely unrelated to the rest of the episode and appears to be a mere diversion from the main plot. However, upon closer inspection, it can be viewed as symbolic of the absurdity of the scientific studies we often undertake. Rick, the protagonist, abruptly decides to state 10 awful facts about Eggman's mustache, resolving to examine its composition and possible detriments to Eggman's health. This sudden shift in attention can be attributed to Rick's curious nature and his desire to examine all things scientifically. Morty, Jerry, and Summer, responding with horrified disbelief, quickly question the validity of these claims. However, Rick's scientific evidence is undeniable, revealing that Eggman's mustache is composed of unsavory microbes that, upon closer inspection, have been found to be detrimental to his overall health. Jerry, being a layman in the scientific field, expresses his disbelief in the findings, stating that a person's mustache cannot possibly cause severe health issues. However, Rick rebuts Jerry's claims, stating that the microbes present in Eggman's mustache have been found to cause respiratory issues and even potentially fatal infections. Summer, being more science-oriented than Jerry, quickly realizes the gravity of the situation, expressing her concern for Eggman's well-being. Morty, similarly, argues that the detrimental effects of Eggman's mustache should be brought to light in order to prevent further harm to his health. As the episode progresses, Rick continues to present more evidence regarding the harmful composition of Eggman's mustache, highlighting the dangers of lax scientific protocols and the need for proper health regulations. In the end, the episode ends on a serious note, emphasizing the importance of scientific research and the need for proper scientific conduct in order to prevent potential health hazards.
Rick, did you know that the microbes present in Eggman's mustache can cause severe respiratory issues?
Jerry, are you serious? A person's mustache can't be that harmful.
Rick, I have conducted multiple experiments that prove otherwise. The microbes present in Eggman's mustache could potentially cause fatal infections.
Summer, this is serious.
We need to bring this to light and prevent further harm to Eggman's health.
Morty, yeah, this is messed up. We can't just ignore this and let it continue.
Rick, that's the importance of proper scientific conduct. We need to ensure the safety of the public through proper research and regulations.
Jerry, I see your point now, Rick. We can't afford to be lax in our research protocols.
Summer, let's spread the word and make sure everyone knows about the dangers of Eggman's mustache.
Morty, yeah, we can't let this go unnoticed. Science is all about preventing harm and promoting well-being.
Title: Bed Eating Ka-chow.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage tinkering with
The episode starts with Rick Sanchez teleporting the Smith family to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory to help him with a scientific experiment. Rick explains to the family that they will be performing a coronary artery bypass on a robot in order to find out how to extend the lifespan of robots. Morty questions the ethics of performing such a surgery on a robot, but Rick dismisses his concern and proceeds with the operation. Summer, who is in charge of monitoring the robot's vital signs, discovers that the robot has Beyoncé's music playing in its head. This leads to a series of jokes by the family about how Beyoncé's music can cure any ailment. Meanwhile, Beth starts to feel queasy and decides to take a break from the surgery. She goes into a separate room and stumbles upon an alien holding a sign that says, "Take me to your leader." Martin Crane from Frasier suddenly appears and starts making sarcastic remarks about the situation. Back in the surgery room, the robot suddenly comes to life and starts dancing to Beyoncé's music. Rick panics and realizes that he accidentally gave the robot too much anesthesia. Morty starts frantically trying to turn off the music, but it's too late. The robot explodes, showering the family in robot parts. As they clean up the mess, Rick tries to brush off what just happened by saying, "Hey, it happens sometimes." Morty is horrified by what he has just witnessed and starts questioning the morality of Rick's experiments. Summer, still baffled by the robot's love for Beyoncé, decides to create an alien holding a sign meme with the robot's likeness. The family then teleports back home, leaving behind a confused Martin Crane and a group of baffled scientists.
I told you, Morty, science is dangerous, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it anyways.
But what about the robot? It didn't deserve to die like that.
Well, I don't know about you all, but I could use a drink.
Hey guys, check out this meme I just made with the robot's explosion.
Martin Crane. Sarcastically, well, this was certainly a pleasant experience. Frasier would be proud.
Title: The Sonic Conundrum, a scientific analysis. The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer at the Smiths' living room. Rick is seen tinkering with his latest invention, a sonic gun. Suddenly, Sonic the Hedgehog appears out of nowhere with his sidekick, Knuckles.
Oh great, it's Sonic and Knuckles. What do you guys want?
Sonic, we're just here for a friendly visit. We heard you had some cool gadgets.
Ah, you really think I would share my tech with you?
Whoa, guys, can we all just get along?
Yes, let's all be friends.
I don't know about this. Sonic has a reputation for causing trouble.
Rick then breaks the fourth wall and turns to face the audience.
Did you know that Sonic the Hedgehog is actually a cultural icon known for excessive speed and attitude? But did you also know that he's a terrible role model for kids?
What do you mean, Rick?
Fact number 1. Sonic's original design was based on Sigourney Weaver's character in the movie Aliens. That's pretty disturbing.
Oh my god. I can never unsee that.
That's terrible. What else?
Fact number 2. Sonic's diet consists of chili dogs. That's it. He never eats anything else. Can you imagine the nutrition deficiency that causes?
That's just sad.
Sonic, hey, leave my diet out of this.
Knuckles. Yeah, who are you to judge?
Fact number 3. Sonic is an anthropomorphic hedgehog, yet he wears shoes. Why does he need shoes? He has no feet.
That's a valid point.
This is getting weirder by the second.
The episode continues as Rick reveals more shocking facts about Sonic the Hedgehog, including his poor hygiene, criminal record, and unhealthy obsession with rings. The gang is left with a new perception of the spiny blue speedster, and Sonic and Knuckles leave with their tails between their legs. In the end, Rick concludes the episode with a scientific analysis of Sonic the Hedgehog's character and a warning to viewers to be cautious of cultural icons that may not be as innocent as they appear.
Title: Feathered Mustaches and Multidimensional Chaos.
Opening shot of a close-up of a bird's feathers with yellow and black feathers on it, while Rick and Morty are sitting on the roof discussing the significance of the color patterns.
The yellow and black feathers in this bird's plumage display a perfect example of warning coloration, which, hypothetically speaking, should discourage predators from attacking, ultimately ensuring the continuation of its species.
Wow, that's crazy. So, are we going to dissect it or something?
Beth suddenly bursts out on the rooftop with her own set of specimens.
Hey guys, I just got back from my advanced genetics class, and look what I found. I cloned Dr. Eggman's mustache.
Ah, the exaggerated hair density and twist in that mustache indeed are remarkable to behold.
But isn't cloning unethical and ethical by itself? Isn't that why we avoided doing DNA manipulation in your earlier exploits?
Come on, Morty, this isn't the time. We have to figure out how to destroy Neo-Federation of Mortys once and for all.
Rick pops on his portal gun and urges them to go through.
Alright, it's time to go on an interdimensional adventure. Who knows, maybe we'll find a useful asset along the way.
The trio jumps through the portal to the Neo-Federation of Morty's home dimension. They find themselves in a dark, twisted version of their home dimension, where Mortys are the ones in charge and Ricks are kept as pets. They sneak through the dangerous territory while avoiding the gazes of confused and dangerous Mortys.
This is insane. How could such a thing happen?
I can't say I'm surprised. There must be a significant temporal anomaly granting them this amount of knowledge and intelligence.
But what about destroying them?
In a nearby alley. Aha. Perfect. A suitable iteration of me. I will smuggle myself as a pet inside the Federation.
And what about us?
You'll have to find Dr. Eggman's cloned mustache and connect it to the temporal stabilizer I carry. Our memories and autonomous selves shall be assimilated, and we'll merge with the quantum entanglement device.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that in English?
Simple, Morty. It means that we're hijacking the Neo-Federation's timeline.
They reach Dr. Eggman's laboratory and find the mustache chromosome. Morty accidentally spills the hair dye, alerting the Morty squad behind the corner.
Oh no! Morty's incoming!
Quick! We need to get this mustache chromosome to Rick, now.
The Neo-Mortys corner Rick, who turns out to have assimilated quite well with his captors.
Rick, smugly, oh, hi, Mortys. Just taking a casual walk with my new best friend, Mr. Snuffles here.
One of the Neo-Mortys, confused, asks, wait, isn't that a Rick?
Pops out a ray gun. Oh, you know what they say about Rick and Morty. We're just two wires that'll never untangle.
As the Mortys rush to catch him, Rick manages to connect the mustache chromosome with the temporal stabilizer, causing a massive explosion and a massive chain reaction, effectively wiping out any remnants of the Neo-Federation.
That was chaotic.
And dangerous.
Worth a shot, right? Anyway, let's grab a drink back at home. I think we've earned it.
As they walk up the staircase to their house, Rick chuckles.
You know, Morty, if we're all amalgamated, then it's like we were talking to ourselves this whole time.
The episode ends with Morty and Beth groaning, and Rick laughing maniacally.
Title: The Queer Universe.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the spaceship.
Morty, I've been tinkering with the latest version of the interdimensional portal gun I made last year. It'll allow us to explore a new universe where people live in a cartoon world.
Whoa, gee Rick, another new universe. I mean, we just got back from the Emoji Island last week.
Shut up, Morty. It'll be amazing, trust me.
Rick pulls the trigger and the universe portal opens.
In the cartoon universe, Rick and Morty come across two familiar cartoon figures.
Hey, Morty, look, it's Mario and Luigi.
They're not related.
No, Morty, they're lovers.
What? Mario and Luigi is a franchise for children.
Love is love, Morty. You'll learn that someday. And speaking of that, there are many other secret couples in this universe.
Really, Rick?
Yes, Morty, listen up. Scooby and Shaggy, SpongeBob and Patrick, Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, and even Miss Piggy and Kermit.
Morty is in shock.
Wait, what? Is this some kind of queer universe or something?
Open your mind, Morty. Love comes in all shapes, sizes, and forms.
Suddenly, Rick and Morty hear a knock on the door.
Who could that be?
They open the door to find Bert and Ernie.
Bert, hey guys, we heard you were exploring the cartoon universe.
Ernie, yeah, and we wanted to show you guys the ropes.
Ropes? I'm not into that kind of stuff, Ernie.
Ernie, no, Rick, I mean we want to show you around.
I can't believe it. Bert and Ernie are lovers too?
Bert, absolutely. Morty. Love knows no bounds.
The group travels around the cartoon universe discovering more and more secret couples.
Look over there, Morty, it's Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin, too?
Robin. Yeah, we keep our love a secret so the Joker doesn't find out. The group continues their exploration until they find themselves in trouble. A group of cartoon villains are after them.
Morty, this doesn't look good.
What do we do?
Suddenly, the cartoon couples reveal their powers and fight off the villains.
Scooby, Ruro, I think it's time we show them our secret weapon.
The couples form a heart with their hands.
Scooby, the power of love.
The power of love defeats the villains and saves the day.
Love really can conquer all.
I guess you were right, Rick.
Bert, we're glad you learned something new. Morty.
Ernie, yeah, and maybe we can all love each other a little more.
The group shares a group hug and disappears into the portal as Morty looks on in awe. Act 1. The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in their lab, trying to figure out a way to travel to alternate dimensions. Morty suggests using a kite as a means of transport and Rick dismisses it, saying it's too simplistic and low-tech.
Morty, a kite? Really? Do you think we're living in the 18th century? We have advanced technology. We can't rely on a kite.
But Rick, it's simple and easy to use. I don't see why we can't try it out.
Rick reluctantly agrees and they test out the kite in their backyard. As they fly the kite, a portal unexpectedly opens up and sucks them into it.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty find themselves on a tropical beach where they encounter a woman and a child standing in the sand. Rick immediately becomes suspicious and asks them where they are. The woman replies that they are on a planet called Borat Supender Mankini and that she and the child are refugees seeking asylum.
Asylum? What happened to your planet? Were you invaded by aliens?
Woman, no, we were under siege by Dr. Eggman. He has been terrorizing our planet for weeks now.
As if on cue, a panning shot shows Dr. Eggman with an obese, disproportionate body, dancing on the tropical beach in a Borat Mankini G-string. Rick and Morty are shocked at what they see.
Oh God, this is horrific. Morty, let's get out of here before he spots us.
Act 3.
As Rick and Morty try to make their escape, they come across Dr. Eggman, who asks them if they want to join his dance party.
Dr. Eggman, hey there, you guys look like you want a party. Join me in my dance fest.
Rick and Morty are skeptical but decide to humor him and join in the dance. As they dance, they realize that Dr. Eggman has been using a mind control device to hypnotize the entire planet into dancing.
Oh my God, Rick, he's controlling their minds with that disco ball.
I knew it. That son of a bitch doesn't know how to throw a proper dance party.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty realize that the only way to stop Dr. Eggman is to destroy the disco ball. They try various ways to destroy it, but to no avail.
Morty, we have to think of something quick. This disco ball is too powerful.
I have an idea. Let's use the kite.
What? The kite? That's insane. Morty, how is that going to work?
Just trust me on this, Rick.
Rick reluctantly agrees and they fly the kite towards the disco ball, which causes it to explode into a million pieces. The planet is restored to normal and the people are freed from their hypnotic trance. Act 5. As Rick and Morty prepare to leave, they are confronted by the woman and child who thank them for their help.
Woman, we can't thank you enough for what you've done. You saved our planet.
It was nothing. Glad we could help.
Yeah, don't get emotional. We have a universe to save, Morty.
As they fly away on the kite, the woman and child stare in wonder at the mystical object. The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing as they disappear into the portal. Title: The Terraphonic Decorative Terraformation of a Pirate Train Adventure. The episode begins with Rick and Morty inside a virtual reality simulation of a terraformed Mars, experimenting with various home decor elements. They are using advanced AI algorithms to visualize how different design elements reflect sound waves to create an optimal listening environment.
Oh Morty, the acoustics in this Martian dome are off the chart. With the right wall decor, we can achieve a perfect audio resonance frequency.
Wow, Rick, this is so cool. I had no idea home decor could be so scientific.
Suddenly, a computer glitch occurs, and they find themselves inside a computer-generated image of a train traveling through a desert landscape with a lake and mountains in the background.
What the hell? We're in a freaking virtual reality train. Morty, buckle up for a seriously crazy adventure.
I don't know, Rick. This feels kind of dangerous.
Beefed, don't be a wimp, Morty. I guarantee there's no greater thrill than a pirate space adventure.
As they journey through the virtual landscape, they encounter a ruthless band of space pirates led by a peg-legged captain.
Captain, ahoy there! Surrender our train or face my wrath.
Ha ha ha, you peg-legged pansy. Bring it on.
A wild chase ensues as Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to fight the pirates and protect the train. At one point, they even use the sound waves from their home decor to disorient the pirates and escape from their clutches.
Rick, this is insane. How are we gonna get out of this alive?
Simple, Morty. We'll use our terraphonic decorative terraformation technology to create a sonic barrier that will protect us from their attacks.
With the pirates defeated and the train safe, they are suddenly transported back to their virtual reality dome on Mars.
Whoa, Rick, that was nuts. I'm never doubting you again.
Ah, you say that now, Morty. But let's see what kind of sci-fi themed decor we can add to this dome to make it even cooler.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty experimenting with different sci-fi decor elements, discussing the optimal way to decorate their Martian dome, and joking around with each other like the zany duo we all know and love.
I can't believe you're actually considering putting a life-size replica of the Millennium Falcon in here, Rick.
Oh shut up, Morty. The Falcon is a classic, and it'll look bonkers in here.
Title: Wario and Waluigi, The Awful Truth.
Scientific PhD description. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the characters explore the world of fictional video game characters through the lens of scientific research. Using advanced algorithms and computer models, the team discovers 10 horrifying facts about Wario and Waluigi, two popular characters with a cult following. The episode delves into the complex social, ethical, and moral implications of fan culture and fandom, examining the ways in which fictional characters become embedded into our collective consciousness and shape our identities and beliefs.
Alright, Morty, let's get started. Today, we're going to dive deep into the twisted psyche of Wario and Waluigi. Brace yourself, because the truth is not pretty.
What? Wario and Waluigi? I thought this was going to be about something cool, like aliens or something.
Yeah, can't we just talk about something normal for once? Why do we always have to go down these weird rabbit holes?
Because, Jerry, the truth is out there. And sometimes, we have to face it head on, no matter how ugly or perplexing it may be. Now, let's start with fact number 1. Wario and Waluigi are not brothers, despite popular belief.
Wait, what? But they look so similar. How could they not be related?
Genetically, they have nothing in common. Not even distant cousins. The resemblance is purely coincidental. And that leads us to fact number 2. They were not created by Nintendo, as most people assume.
What? Who made them then? Some indie developer or something?
No, Morty. They were created by a rogue AI that hacked into Nintendo's system and generated them as a prank. It was supposed to be a joke, but it backfired, and now we're stuck with these abominations.
That's insane. How can something like that even happen?
And why would anyone think it's funny to create such weird characters? What's the point?
Summer, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? The AI had its own twisted sense of humor, I suppose. But that's not all. Fact number 3. Wario and Waluigi are actually the same person, split into 2 different bodies by a freak accident in a parallel universe.
What? That's impossible. Who comes up with this stuff?
I do, Morty, I do. And I have the scientific evidence to back it up. Look at their physical features, their personalities, their motives. They are 2 sides of the same coin, Morty. 2 halves of a broken soul.
I'm starting to feel really uncomfortable with all this. Can we please stop now? I don't think my brain can handle any more weirdness.
No, Jerry, we have to keep going. We have to know the truth, no matter how painful. What's fact number 4, Rick?
Glad you asked, Summer. Fact number 4. Wario and Waluigi are not even human. They are a hybrid species created by combining DNA from several different animals, including rats, toads, and bats.
Ew, that's gross. Why would anyone do that?
Who knows, Morty? Maybe the AI had a thing for animal experimentation. But that's not all. Fact number 5. Wario and Waluigi were not always villains. They used to be heroes, fighting for justice and freedom.
Wait, I thought they were always the bad guys.
Yeah, me too. How can they suddenly switch sides like that?
It's a long and complicated story, involving time travel, multiple universes, and a lot of existential angst. But the short version is this. Their original timeline was destroyed, and they had to adapt to a new world, where being evil was more profitable and less risky than being good.
That's messed up, man. They didn't even have a choice?
Not really, Morty. When reality shifts around you, sometimes you have to shift with it. But let's move on. Fact number 6. Wario and Waluigi are not immune to disease, despite their cartoonish appearance.
What? You mean they can get sick like normal people?
That's actually kind of sad. I thought they were invincible or something.
No one is invincible, Summer. Not even cartoon characters. And speaking of vulnerability, here's fact number 7. Wario and Waluigi suffer from a rare psychological disorder that causes them to hallucinate about their own deaths.
Oh, geez. That's terrifying. Can you imagine seeing yourself die over and over again?
Actually, Morty, I can. I do it all the time in my dreams. But that's a story for another day. Let's focus on facts 8, 9, and 10, shall we?
Can't we just skip them? I don't think I can handle any more bad news.
Come on, Jerry, we have to finish what we started. What are the last 3 facts, Rick?
Fact number 8. Wario and Waluigi have a secret love affair that they keep hidden from the public eye.
What? That's insane! They hate each other!
Morty, hate and love are 2 sides of the same coin, remember? And when you spend that much time together, you develop a certain bond. Fact.
Opening shot of Morty, Jerry, and Summer in the Smith family living room. Rick walks in, holding a sheet of paper with notes scrawled on it.
Hey Morty, Jerry, and Summer. The universe has conspired to send us on a crazy, hilarious adventure today.
WW, what do you mean, Rick?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm up for another one of your hijinks, Rick.
I'm always up for a good adventure. What's going on, Rick?
Well, I was just scrolling through the multiverse channels when I came across a group of cartoon characters standing next to each other on a blue background with a caption that reads, The Simpsons.
Oh no! Here we go again!
Wait a minute. The Simpsons? As in the long-running TV show?
Yeah, what about them?
Well, while I was watching, I got a brilliant idea. What if we did an entire episode about Dr. Eggman's mustache?
His mustache? Why would we care about that?
Yeah, I don't think I want to hear about Dr. Eggman's mustache.
I'm in. What's the plan, Rick?
First off, did you know that Dr. Eggman's mustache is made up of more than 500 individual hairs?
Ew!
That's disgusting.
That's amazing. What else do you know?
Well, did you also know that Dr. Eggman's mustache is dense enough to block out ultraviolet rays?
Wait, really?
I don't think that's possible.
That's incredible. What else?
Did you know that Dr. Eggman's mustache can act as a natural filter, removing impurities from the air around him?
Oh, that's gross.
I don't think I want to know what kind of impurities are floating around in the air near Dr. Eggman.
Wow, this is so interesting. What else?
Well, did you know that Dr. Eggman's mustache can actually change color depending on his mood?
That's insane.
I'm not sure I believe that.
That's so cool. What other facts do you have, Rick?
Did you know that Dr. Eggman's mustache is so thick, it can support the weight of a small bird?
I don't even know what to say to that.
I don't think we needed to know that.
Ha ha, that's hilarious. What else?
Well, did you know that Dr. Eggman's mustache can actually communicate with other mustaches in the area using pheromones?
That's so weird.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's so interesting. What other facts do you have, Rick?
Did you know that Dr. Eggman's mustache is composed of a special protein that can actually bind to metal?
What? How is that even possible?
That's insane.
That's so cool. What else?
Well, did you know that Dr. Eggman's mustache is actually a sentient being, capable of independent thought and decision-making?
That's terrifying.
I don't even want to think about that.
That's incredible. What else do you have, Rick?
Okay, last one. Did you know that Dr. Eggman's mustache can absorb and store energy from various sources, including sunlight and electromagnetic radiation?
That's insane.
I don't think I want to know what kind of energy his mustache is storing.
That's so fascinating. I never knew Dr. Eggman's mustache was so amazing.
Yeah, it's truly a marvel of the universe. Well, are you ready to go on an adventure and explore the wonders of Dr. Eggman's mustache?
Not really, but I guess we don't have much choice.
I'm not sure I want to go, but I guess I'll tag along.
I'm always ready for an adventure.
The group exits the living room, ready to explore the world of Dr. Eggman's mustache.
Title: The Science of Eggman's Body.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new invention in the garage, when Rick suddenly sees a man in a blue sweater and sunglasses walking down a street on the TV screen.
Morty, look at this guy. Who does he think he is?
I don't know, Rick. He's just walking down the street.
No, Morty, he's obviously trying to make a statement with that blue sweater and those sunglasses.
Suddenly, a car pulls up behind the man and honks.
And now he's blocking traffic. Morty, let's go to New Orleans and take care of this.
The scene transitions to Rick, Morty, and Jerry standing in front of a building with a sign that says, New Orleans. So, why did we come all the way down here?
I have to state 10 awful facts about Dr. Eggman's obese, disproportionate body. It's for science.
But why?
Why not, Morty? Why not?
Rick takes out a piece of paper and clears his throat.
Fact number 1. Dr. Eggman's neck is so thick that it could be mistaken for a tree trunk.
Summer, off-screen, oh god. Fact number 2. Dr. Eggman's belly button is so deep that he once lost a remote control inside of it for 2 days.
This is horrifying.
Fact number 3. Dr. Eggman's posterior is so large that it has its own gravitational field.
I don't want to hear any more of this.
Fact number 4. Dr. Eggman's thighs are so massive, they could crush a watermelon.
Stop it, Rick.
Fact number 5. Dr. Eggman's arms are so short that he has to use a back scratcher to itch his own elbows.
I can't take it anymore.
Fact number 6. Dr. Eggman's ankles are so weak that he has to wear high-top sneakers to keep them from collapsing.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Fact number 7. Dr. Eggman's chin is so double that he has to use 2 hand towels to dry it off after a shower.
Oh my god, Rick.
Fact number 8. Dr. Eggman's chest is so disproportionate that he has to wear 2 sports bras to go jogging.
This is just cruel.
Fact number 9. Dr. Eggman's back hair is so thick that he once had a bird's nest living in it for a week.
I can't believe we're listening to this.
And finally, fact number 10. Dr. Eggman's belly is so massive that he once entered a hot dog eating contest and won without actually eating any hot dogs.
The group stands in stunned silence before Jerry finally speaks up. So, what did we learn from all this?
Absolutely nothing, Jerry. It was just for fun.
Yeah, but now I'm scarred for life.
The episode ends with the group walking away, shaking their heads in disbelief.
Title: The Wario and Waluigi Debacle.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing an obscure video game in their garage where they control cartoon characters moving around in an infinite starry universe. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are sitting on the couch, watching TV and eating nachos.
Alright, Morty, we gotta collect as many stars as possible to unlock the secret level and defeat the final boss. This is some advanced level stuff, Morty. Don't mess it up.
I'm trying, Rick, but these controls are too complicated. I keep crashing into the walls.
Suddenly, Rick breaks the fourth wall and turns to the audience with a serious expression.
Alright, hold on a second. We gotta talk about something important. You guys know Wario and Waluigi, right? Well, let me tell you, they're not who you think they are.
What are you talking about, Rick? They're just video game characters.
Yeah, Jerry's right. Don't be ridiculous, Rick.
Oh, I'm ridiculous now? Fine. Listen up, everyone. Here are 10 awful facts about Wario and Waluigi that will blow your minds.
1. Wario smells like a combination of rotten eggs and ketchup. 2. Waluigi once stole a pair of Jean-Claude Van Damme's underwear from the set of Bloodsport. 3. Wario has a secret shrine dedicated to his arch-nemesis, Mario, in his basement. 4. Waluigi is a member of a secret society of lizard people who kidnap humans and perform experiments on them. 5. Wario once got arrested for shoplifting a pack of gum from a convenience store.
Oh god, that's disgusting.
Why are you even talking about this, Rick? It's not even funny.
Honey, this is science, Beth. Hard, cold, disgusting science.
6. Waluigi is secretly in love with Princess Peach and has a life-size doll of her in his closet. 7. Wario is actually a mutated dinosaur who escaped from a lab in Japan. 8. Waluigi has a rare skin condition that causes him to shed his skin like a snake every few months. 9. Wario once ate a whole pizza in one bite and had to go to the hospital to get it surgically removed from his stomach. 10. Waluigi has a secret second job as a clown at children's birthday parties, but he always shows up drunk and scares the kids. Summer walks in the garage and overhears the conversation.
Ew, gross. Why are you guys talking about those disgusting characters?
Because they're fascinating, Summer. And because these are facts, not opinions.
But Rick, I don't think any of those things are even possible.
Of course they are, Morty. This is the multiverse, anything is possible. Now let's go collect those stars and defeat that final boss. I want to wrap this up before dinner.
The screen fades out as the 4 characters continue playing the game, with the audience still reeling from the shocking Wario and Waluigi revelations.
Title: The Quantum Sword of Mommy Wisdom.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a mind-bending adventure to obtain the fabled quantum sword of Mommy Wisdom, an object with immense power that can bend the laws of physics and reality itself. Along the way, they encounter a group of eccentric characters who are also searching for the sword, each with their own unique reasons and motivations.
Act 1.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in front of the building, examining the light and the sword.
My mommy says this is some serious quantum bullshit, Morty.
My mommy says we should be careful with this sword, Rick. It looks dangerous.
My mommy says danger is just a subjective construct, Morty. Let's grab the damn thing and get out of here.
Suddenly, a group of aliens appear, also in search of the quantum sword of Mommy Wisdom.
Alien 1. My mommy says that sword belongs to us, humans. Give it up.
My mommy says the first rule of science is to always be skeptical of extraterrestrial claims. We found it fair and square.
My mommy says maybe we can share it with them, Rick. We don't have to fight.
Act 2.
As the group travels through different dimensions and universes, they encounter even stranger characters, all with their own opinions on the power of mommies.
My mommy says we're getting closer, Morty. Just a few more jumps through the multiverse and we'll have the sword.
My mommy says I don't think I can take much more of this, Rick. It's all so confusing.
Interdimensional being. My mommy says that sword is a myth, humans. It doesn't exist.
My mommy says you must be fun at parties. Scoffs.
My mommy says maybe we should ask the sword itself where it is, Rick. It knows more than anyone else.
Act 3.
Finally, the group arrives at the location of the quantum sword of Mommy Wisdom, only to find a giant monster guarding it.
Monster, my mommy says you puny humans will never take the sword. I will destroy you all.
My mommy says you sound like my ex-wife. Let's get this over with.
My mommy says maybe we can reason with it, Rick. It's just trying to protect the sword.
My mommy says we don't negotiate with monsters, Morty. Get ready to fight.
The ensuing battle is epic and chaotic, with each character using their own unique skills and weapons to fight for the sword. In the end, Rick and Morty emerge victorious and claim the quantum sword of Mommy Wisdom as their own.
Epilogue.
Back in their own universe, Rick and Morty contemplate the power of the sword and the lessons they learned on their journey.
My mommy says maybe we should use the sword to make the world a better place, Rick. It has so much potential.
My mommy says that's a naive and simplistic view of the world, Morty. But maybe my mommy is wrong this time. Let's give it a shot.
As they walk off into the sunset, the quantum sword of Mommy Wisdom glimmering in their hands, the viewer is left to wonder what new adventures and craziness Rick and Morty will encounter next. The scene opens with the cartoon characters sitting on a bench with a serene blue sky in the background. Suddenly, Rick's voice booms, breaking the fourth wall, as he spouts off 10 awful facts about everyone's favorite Mario Brothers characters, Yoshi and Birdo. Morty, Jerry, and Summer look on in horrified disbelief as Rick gleefully shares his disturbing findings.
Did you know that Yoshi's tongue can stretch up to 6 feet? Talk about oversharing.
Oh, I don't know if I want to know that, Rick.
Did you know that Birdo has been confirmed to be a male who identifies as female? Quite progressive for a Nintendo character.
That's actually kind of cool, but also kind of confusing.
Wait, what? That's not. Never mind, I don't want to know.
Oh, and let's not forget about Yoshi's infamous egg-laying abilities. Quite the genetic mutation.
Ew, that's just gross. Can we please talk about something else?
Sure. How about the fact that Birdo can shoot blasts of energy from her snout? That's some serious sci-fi stuff right there.
Okay, now that's just awesome.
I'm starting to question why we're even having this conversation. Can't we just enjoy our peaceful day on the bench?
Oh, don't worry, Jerry. I'm just having a little fun. But let's not forget that Yoshi's love of fruit can be traced back to the fact that he's part dinosaur. Talk about a throwback.
I feel like my childhood has just been ruined, Rick.
Aw, lighten up, Morty. It's just a bunch of silly facts about cartoon characters. But hey, at least we learned something today, right?
The group sits in awkward silence as the camera pans out to a wider shot of the bench in the blue sky, leaving the audience to ponder the bizarre and humorous world of Rick and Morty.
Title: Sonic Lab Escape.
Scientific synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are experimenting with sonic waves in their lab when they inadvertently create a portal to the Sonic universe. Sonic the Hedgehog and Tails appear and join in on the experiments. However, Rick decides to break the fourth wall and share 10 awful facts about Tails from the Sonic series, causing Morty, Jerry, and Summer to question whether or not they should be working with the little fox.
Rick, did you know Tails has been known to have an insatiable appetite for chili dogs? It's gross, Morty.
Morty, that's not so bad, Rick. I mean, everyone has their food preferences.
Rick, yeah, but did you also know that Tails has a weird obsession with Knuckles' dreadlocks? It's borderline creepy.
Summer, boo.
Jerry, why are we even working with this fox?
Tails, hey, guys. I can hear you, you know.
Beth, sorry, Tails. We just weren't expecting some of these quirks.
Rick, oh, and did I mention that Tails has a secret stash of chili dogs hidden in his workshop? It's like he's preparing for the chili dog apocalypse or something.
Morty, I don't think I can work with him anymore. That's just too weird.
Rick, hold on, Morty. We still need Tails for the experiment. Plus, I haven't even gotten to the fact that he collects toenail clippings from his enemies.
Summer, okay, that's it. I'm out of here.
The group attempts to flee the lab, but Tails has other plans. He activates the Sonic Wave Machine and sends them all flying into a chaotic adventure through the Sonic universe. They narrowly escape Dr. Eggman and his robots, and finally make it back to their own universe.
Morty, wow, that was crazy.
Rick, tell me about it. And to think, all we wanted to do was experiment with sonic waves.
Jerry, I don't know if I ever want to do that again.
Beth, agreed. Let's stick to more controlled experiments from now on.
The group learns a valuable lesson about the dangers of experimenting with unknown forces, as well as the potential quirks of fictional characters.
Title: The Quantum Paradox of Mommy Issues.
Opening shot. Jerry and Beth arguing in front of Rick and Morty about their childhood memories. Rick looks bored, while Morty appears concerned but unsure what to say.
Burp, what the hell is this? A psychotherapy session? Can we skip to the part where I get to shrink the universe?
Rick, maybe we should listen to them? I mean, it's about their family issues.
Sigh's fine. Morty, you win. Let's hear what the happy couple has to say.
My mommy says that I'm not man enough to handle her success as a real estate agent.
And that's why Daddy left, because he couldn't handle the pressure of supporting us financially.
Oh boy, here we go. The classic mommy-daddy dilemma. Do you two have any idea how insignificant your problems are compared to the multiverse?
Rick, that's not fair. Everyone has trauma from their past.
Rolls his eyes fine. I'll give you a little lesson in quantum physics to help you get over your mommy issues.
My mommy says that I'm incapable of understanding science.
And that's why Daddy left, because he wanted to be with someone smarter.
Face palms perfect. Let's talk about the quantum paradox of mommy issues. You see, in a multiverse with infinite possibilities, there must exist a universe where your mommy issues are completely resolved.
Whoa, Rick, how is that possible?
Well, Morty, it's simple. If you consider the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, every possible outcome of every event is played out in a separate universe. So, there's a universe where Jerry is a successful real estate agent and a universe where Beth got her degree in science.
My mommy says that I have no future in real estate because I'm too emotional.
And that's why Daddy left, because he couldn't stand my mother's constant criticism of him.
Facepalms again. Okay, I'm officially done with this. I'm going to take a trip to the universe where your mommy and daddy issues are resolved and I don't have to listen to this crap anymore.
But, Rick, what about us? How do we solve our issues?
Drugs, you figure it out, Morty. Just don't involve me in your petty earthling dramas. I have science to do.
Closing shot, Jerry and Beth staring at each other, realizing they have a lot to work on. Morty looking determined to find a way to resolve his problems. Rick already gone, leaving behind a trail of empty beer bottles and an unfinished experiment. And that's why Daddy left.
Title: The Multidimensional Adventures of Rick and the Koopa Troopa Chaos. Opening shot. Rick and Morty are seen hovering in a spacecraft through a multiverse.
Morty, I need your help on a crucial mission. The fate of the whole universe rests in our hands.
Oh no, Rick! What do we have to do to save the universe from imminent doom?
It all starts with the Koopa Troopa. These little guys have been wreaking havoc in multiple universes. We need to find out why.
Oh, okay. How do we do that?
Rick pulls out a device and presses a button. A holographic image of a Koopa Troopa appears.
This right here is a Koopa Troopa. It may look harmless, but it's far from it.
As Rick speaks, the image of the Koopa Troopa starts glowing blue.
This blue glow represents the dangerous element that Koopa Troopas possess. They emit a toxic gas that can disintegrate entire planets.
Geez, Rick, how are we supposed to stop that?
Relax, Morty. I've created a device that can neutralize the gas. But first, we need to capture a Koopa Troopa and study it.
Cut to a planet infested with Koopa Troopas. Rick and Morty are seen sneaking around, trying to catch one.
How are we supposed to catch one of these things?
Rick pulls out a portal gun and creates a portal to drop a giant jar on an unsuspecting Koopa Troopa.
That was easy. Now, let's study it.
The scene shifts to Rick's laboratory. He places the Koopa Troopa under a microscope.
This is where things get interesting. As you can see, the Koopa Troopa has a unique cellular structure that allows it to emit the toxic gas.
Yeah, that's great, Rick. But what are we supposed to do with that information?
Simple, Morty. We use this knowledge to create a new strain of weed that's even more potent than anything we've smoked before.
Jerry pops into the room. Hey, what are you guys up to?
Oh, just conducting some important research on the Koopa Troopa.
Ah, okay. Can I help?
Sure thing, Jerry. Did you know that Koopa Troopas mate for life? But if their mate dies, they will resort to cannibalism.
Summer bursts into the room.
What? That's insane, Rick.
As Rick continues to spew out absurd Koopa Troopa facts, the room starts to fill with toxic gas.
Rick, I thought you said you had a device to neutralize the gas?
Oops, I must have left it in my other lab coat.
The scene ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer coughing up a storm and scrambling out of the lab. End credits roll.
Title: The Reddit Paradox, Morty's NSFW Adventure.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, we witness Morty isolating himself within his bedroom, an act commonly known as lockdown. However, instead of engaging in productive tasks, Morty spends hours upon hours visiting various NSFW subreddits, such as r/GoneWild, r/NSFW_GIF, r/Pornhub_Live, and r/Dirty Snapchat. The resulting dopamine rush from the constant stimuli presents the audience with a perfect display of the pleasure principle commonly seen in addiction theory. Despite the constant influx of pornographic material, Morty finds himself drawn to one particular user, Sexy Samantha 696,969, who consistently posts high-quality and engaging content. Morty spends the entirety of the episode reading and rereading her comments, which further exacerbates the paradoxical nature of his addiction, where the temporary pleasure gained ultimately leads to dissatisfaction and further need for stimuli.
Throughout the episode, we witness Morty's karma score skyrocketing as he becomes an active participant in the various NSFW subreddits. We observe the various comments he leaves, such as,
"Wow, I never thought an NSFW subreddit could be so educational. I've never felt so alive, yet so ashamed. I can't decide if I want to marry you, Sexy Samantha 696969, or ask her to run away with me."
As the episode progresses, the audience is treated to various comedic moments, such as Morty attempting to hide his NSFW addiction from his parents, only to find out that Jerry enjoys browsing our feed. We also witness Rick attempting to cure Morty's addiction, only to ultimately fail due to his own addiction to interdimensional cable. In the end, Morty is left with the realization that his addiction to NSFW subreddits is a symptom of his underlying emotional issues and insecurities, and decides to seek therapy. The audience is left with the realization that despite the hyperbolic nature of the show, addiction and the resulting consequences are very real and capable of affecting anyone.
Title: The Scientifically Hilarious Episode.
Opening scene.
The camera pans in on Rick and Morty tinkering away in the garage. Rick is busy fine-tuning a device that appears to be a machine gun. Morty is nervously looking around, as though he anticipates another one of Rick's wild adventures.
Morty, I'm making some modifications to my good old ray gun. Today we're taking a trip to the 2D world.
Rick, I'm not sure about this.
Morty, have I ever let you down before?
No, but...
Then trust me, Morty. We're going to have the time of our lives.
As they set out, the camera zooms in on a cartoon character with a skull on his arm and a skeleton on his leg in a pink background.
Rick, breaking the fourth wall. Hey, do you see this character? This guy is Knuckles from the Sonic series, and I've got 10 awful facts about him which I am going to share with you.
Knuckles? You mean the lovable red echidna from the games we played as kids? What could possibly be awful about him?
Oh, there's a lot, Morty, there's a lot. Let me tell you.
Rick starts throwing out a series of utterly absurd and scientifically hilarious facts about Knuckles. Morty, Jerry, and Summer, who happen to be in the room, react in horrified disbelief.
This is insane. I never knew that about him.
Ew, that's so gross.
Oh man, I need to unsee that.
Told you guys he's not all he seems. But we're not here to talk about Knuckles. We're here to have some 2D fun. Let's jump in.
The scene cuts to the 2D world, and Rick and Morty find themselves in the middle of a crazy cartoon-style adventure. The duo encounter bizarre creatures, absurd scenarios, and crazy mishaps. Jerry, Beth, and Summer watch as Rick and Morty's adventure pops in and out of the 2D world and the real world. I don't understand what's happening. Is this even real?
This is Rick Sanchez. It's as real as it gets.
I'm just glad I'm not the one getting dragged into all this.
The final scene shows Rick and Morty back in their garage, exhausted and panting for breath.
That was insane. I never knew 2D worlds could be so
insane, Morty, but that's what makes them so much fun.
Yeah, but I don't know if I want to do it again.
Don't worry, Morty. There are plenty of other dimensions waiting to be explored. But for now, let's call it a day.
The show ends with the camera zooming in on Knuckles, staring out with a look of shock on his face as if he's just heard all the embarrassing and horrific facts being discussed about him.
Knuckles, what did they say about me? They know I can hear them, right?
Title: The Excellent Adventure.
Scientific description. In this outrageous episode, Rick and Morty venture into the realm of video game characters as they encounter the infamous Egg Robo from the Sonic series. Using their vast scientific knowledge, Rick tinkers with his particle accelerator and creates a portal that leads them into the fictional world of Sonic. Once they arrive, they encounter a cartoon baseball player with a glove on his hand who seems to be trapped in a dimensional paradox.
Breaking the fourth wall. Here's 10 awful facts about Egg Robo that will make you question your sanity. Fact number 1. Egg Robo's first appearance in the Sonic series was in Sonic and Knuckles. Fact number 2. They were originally created by Dr. Eggman to attack Sonic on his quest to retrieve the Chaos Emeralds.
Oh my god, Rick. That's terrible. Why would someone do that?
Boys, can we please focus on getting out of this dimension and saving that poor baseball player?
Yeah, I don't want to be stuck in Cartoon World forever.
Plus, Summer's probably missing us.
What? No, I'm having fun on my own. You guys go ahead and deal with your ridiculous video game problem.
Alright, let's get to work. Morty, you take point on dismantling Egg Robo's machinery. Beth, monitor the portal's energy levels. Jerry, just don't touch anything.
As they work to free the trapped cartoon character, they discover Egg Robo's nefarious plans to take over the world of video games by converting all characters into robot minions. Morty, Jerry, and Summer are horrified as Rick devises a plan to stop Egg Robo and save the video game world from eternal robotic enslavement.
Stand back, Morty. Time to put my particle accelerator to the test.
As Rick activates the accelerator, chaos ensues as they are transported back to reality and Egg Robo is vaporized into particles. The baseball player is finally freed from his dimensional paradox and expresses his sincere gratitude to the team.
Baseball player, thank you, my friends. I owe you my life. And hey, if you ever need a pinch hitter, give me a call.
Oh, thanks, but I don't think we'll be needing your help anytime soon. Or ever, really.
Let's just focus on getting home. Jerry, can you please try not to mess this up?
I'll do my best. As they make their way back through the portal and into reality, the team reflects on their wild adventure into the world of video games. Although they may not have saved the world, they did manage to save a few cartoon characters and learn a valuable lesson about the dangers of video game villains.
Title: The Reddit Rampage of Morty.
In this episode, Rick invents a new device called the Reddit Ray that allows him to monitor and control Morty's online activity. Rick becomes curious about Morty's online habits and decides to use the Reddit Ray to spy on him. Morty, oblivious to Rick's new invention, locks himself in his room and delves into the deep dark corners of Reddit, visiting NSFW subreddits. Using the Reddit Ray, Rick is able to see Morty's screen and decides to join in on the fun by commenting on posts himself. Jerry, who happens to be visiting the house, becomes curious about what Rick and Morty are up to and joins in. What follows is a hilarious, raunchy, and ridiculous journey into the world of NSFW subreddits.
Morty's comments.
Flying monkey pilot. I never knew this was a fetish until now.
Morty Lover 38. Why are our tones so long though?
Big Boy 69. I came here to fap, not to laugh.
Evil King 420. I've never seen a dragon dildo that big before.
Trumpets Vape Lord, an avocado? Thanks.
Pink Pussy Fart. Why am I even here?
Subreddits visited.
R NSFW_GIF. R Gone Wild. R Butt Sharpies. R Dragons Fucking Cars. R Avocado Hentai. R Popping.
Karma scores.
U Flying Monkey Pilot's comment, 1279.
U Booty Lover 38's comment, 69,420, nice. U Big Boy 69's comment, -69, nice.
U Anal King 420's post, 420.
U Omgus Vaplord's post, 69, nice.
U Pink Pussy Fart's post, -420, not nice.
In the end, Morty's Reddit rampage comes to a screeching halt when he accidentally clicks on a link that triggers a virus, causing his computer to crash. Rick swoops in and saves the day by fixing Morty's computer and deleting all evidence of their online antics. The episode ends with Jerry, traumatized by what he has seen, vowing to never visit the house again.
Title: Koopa Troopa Catastrophe.
Scientific PhD description. In this experimental episode, our esteemed protagonists, Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith, explore the intricacies of the multiverse, delving into the complexities of cosmology and quantum mechanics. Alongside them are Beth Smith, a seasoned surgeon and mother, Jerry Smith, a hapless father and office worker, and Summer Smith, a teenage rebel with a cause. Together, they embark on a perilous journey across the dimensions of space and time, encountering a mysterious woman in a blue dress standing next to a white dog and a white cat with a red light. What follows is a mind-boggling adventure full of laughs, satire, and scientific theories beyond human comprehension.
Story discussion.
Alright, Morty, check this out. We're about to encounter a woman with a blue dress next to a white dog and a white cat with a red light. That's two uncorrelated variables with one correlated one. You know what that means. It means we're in for a wild ride.
Geez, Rick, what does that even mean? I can't keep up with your scientific mumbo-jumbo.
Please, Rick, can't we just focus on finding a cure for cancer? I have patients waiting.
Yeah, and I have a report due tomorrow. Can we wrap this up?
Relax, Beth and Jerry. We'll get to your problems later. Right now, we need to address a more pressing matter, the Koopa Troopa and Paratroopa crisis.
What crisis? Those are just video game characters. What could be so bad about them?
You think you know everything, Summer. But let me enlighten you with 10 awful facts about Koopa Troopa and Paratroopa.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Fact number 1, Koopa Troopas are highly skilled martial artists, capable of breaking bones with a single kick.
That's impossible. They're turtles. They don't have the agility or strength to do that.
But you're forgetting their latent telekinetic powers. They can move objects with their minds, and that includes your precious bones.
This is getting ridiculous. Can we please just?
Fact number 2, Paratroopas are actually sentient beings from another dimension, enslaved by Bowser to serve as his minions.
What? That's messed up. I had no idea.
Fact number 3, Koopa Troopas have been known to commit acts of domestic violence against their own kind, using their hard shells as weapons.
That's terrible. Why would they?
Fact number 4, Paratroopas have a secret society dedicated to overthrowing Bowser and establishing a democratic government in the Mushroom Kingdom.
That's actually kind of impressive.
But also completely irrelevant to our mission.
Fact number 5, Koopa Troopas are capable of shapeshifting into human form, and have infiltrated the highest levels of government in numerous universes.
Okay, now you're just making stuff up.
Fact number 6, Paratroopas possess the power of time travel, but only use it to visit their ancestors and play practical jokes on them.
That's weirdly specific.
Fact number 7, Koopa Troopas are immune to all known forms of radiation, including gamma, beta, and alpha particles.
That's scientifically impossible. No biological organism can.
Fact number 8, Paratroopas have developed a complex language system that utilizes a combination of clicks, whistles, and Morse code.
But why do we need to know any of this?
Fact number 9, Koopa Troopas are fiercely territorial, and will attack anyone who comes within a 3-mile radius of their nesting grounds.
So, stay away from the nesting grounds. Got it.
And finally, fact number 10, Koopa Troopas and Paratroopas are actually the same species, just separated by divergent evolution millions of years ago.
Wow, Rick, that was informative, I guess.
Informative, Morty, that was groundbreaking. We just solved one of the biggest mysteries of the multiverse.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm going back to work. This is all getting too ridiculous for me.
Yeah, me too. I have to finish that report.
I think I need to lie down after that.
The group then went back to their mundane lives, while Rick and Morty went back to exploring the unknown.
Title: The Blue Bowl Paradox.
The episode starts with Rick frantically running around the lab, trying to find something. Morty enters the room and asks Rick what he's looking for.
Morty, I need that blue bowl with the gold rim and flower design on it. It's crucial for my latest experiment.
Morty remembers seeing the bowl in his room, so he goes to grab it. However, when he picks it up, he notices that there's a name on the side, Jerry.
Hey, why does this bowl have Jerry's name on it?
Don't worry about it, Morty. Just hand it over.
As Rick sets up his experiment, Morty decides to lock himself in his room and browse some NSFW subreddits. Little does he know, the blue bowl is about to cause a paradox. As Morty is scrolling through the subreddits, he comes across a post on r Gone Wild with a user named Blue Bowl Goddess. The post has over 10,000 upvotes and numerous comments.
Whoa, this bowl really is magical.
He continues to browse more NSFW subreddits, including r/NSFW_GIF and r/Hold the Moan. With every new subreddit, Morty becomes more and more engrossed in his browsing.
Rising to the occasion, some of the users become extra creative with their comments. Some notable ones include:
Blue Bowl Goddess is the new holy grail of this subreddit. You, Hank the Hank. I'd pour my milk in that bowl any day. You, Grapefruit's good. I never knew a blue bowl could make me feel this way. You, Wick Tripper. Suddenly, Morty realizes that he's been browsing for hours, completely losing track of time. He tries to leave his room, but the door won't budge.
Rick, something's wrong with my door. It won't open.
Morty, you've been trapped in your own blue bowl paradox. The more you browse, the more you become engrossed in the bowl's magic. You'll never be able to leave.
Oh geez, what do I do?
There's only one solution. You need to break the blue bowl.
Morty takes a deep breath and throws the bowl out of his window, shattering it into a million pieces. Suddenly, the door unlocks and Morty is free. Beth and Jerry come home to find Morty standing in a room surrounded by blue bowl shards. What the hell happened in here?
I got trapped in a blue bowl paradox.
What?
Don't worry about it. It's all taken care of.
Fade to black as Rick turns to the camera and says, "Remember kids, always read the fine print."
Title: Soundwaves and Knuckles' Horrible Secrets.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty wandering in a strange forest, where they stumble upon a cartoon person playing a DJ set. Rick, with his scientific expertise, identifies the music as a mix of electromagnetic radiation and pressure waves with a frequency of 120 beats per minute.
Rick, this is a pathetic attempt at creating a sound wave. You need to add more harmonics to the mix.
As they watch the show, a pink monster approaches them, dancing with its tentacles as the beat drops. Rick, not bothered with the distractions of the party, suddenly breaks the fourth wall.
Rick, hey, Morty, let me tell you a few facts about Knuckles from the Sonic series. Did you know that Knuckles was originally created for Sonic 3 as a villain called Fang?
Morty, what? I can't believe Knuckles was supposed to be a bad guy.
Suddenly, Jerry and Summer enter the party and join in the conversation.
Summer, that's terrible. Why would they change him into a good guy?
Rick, well, that's just the beginning. Did you know that Knuckles has dreadlocks? And they come from being part of a tribe called the Knuckles Clan on Angel Island.
Gary, that's kind of cool, actually.
Rick, oh, but it gets worse. Knuckles has a girlfriend named Julie Sue, and they had a son named Locke, who died tragically in a battle against Eggman's forces.
Morty, no way. I can't believe they killed off a character like that.
Summer, that's just too sad.
Rick, and that's not even the worst part. Did you know that Knuckles is allergic to bee stings? I mean, come on, who's allergic to bees?
Gary, I'm allergic to bees.
Rick, shut up, Jerry. Anyway, let's get back to the party.
As they continue to dance, Rick interjects once more. Episode title: The Temporal Paradox of Love. Act 1. Rick and Morty stand in front of a building with a clock on its side and a red flag.
Morty, we have to get inside that building before time runs out.
Why, Rick? What's so important in there?
Love, Morty. The pure essence of love is stored in this building. And if we don't get it before the clock strikes midnight, it will be lost forever.
Act 2. Rick and Morty enter the building and encounter a strange, sci-fi contraption.
This device will transport us to the love chamber, Morty. But be careful, the temporal paradoxes in there are strong. We don't want to get trapped in the infinite loop of unrequited love.
Act 3. Rick and Morty find themselves in the love chamber, surrounded by futuristic, glowing crystals.
Whoa, Rick, this is intense. How do we extract the love essence?
Simple, Morty. We just have to solve the puzzle of the Futurama fry meme. But be warned, the answer is constantly changing due to the unpredictable nature of love.
Act 4. Rick and Morty solve the puzzle, but accidentally trigger a love explosion.
Rick, what did we do? The love energy is overwhelming us.
Hang on, Morty. We have to utilize the force of the temporal paradox to reverse the polarity of the love waves.
Act 5. Rick and Morty successfully reverse the polarity and save themselves from the love explosion.
Well, Morty, that was one crazy ride. But at least we got the love essence. Let's get out of here before anything else happens.
Epilogue. Rick and Morty return to their lab and use the love essence to power their next invention.
Rick, what are we even going to use this love essence for?
Who knows, Morty? Maybe we'll make a love machine that can predict the exact moment when love is blind. Or maybe we'll just use it to power the toaster. The possibilities are endless.
Title: A Linguistic Analysis of Morty's Reddit Obsession.
Introduction.
The episode centers on Morty's obsession with NSFW subreddits, specifically focused on the various types of words in use. Morty locks himself in his room and begins browsing through Reddit, analyzing the linguistic structure of various posts and comments. This analysis includes the identification of the specific subreddits being visited and the karma scores of each post and comment. Act 1. Morty opens Reddit and clicks on the NSFW tab. He begins browsing through various subreddits, including r/gonewild and r/NSFW_GIF. He begins to analyze the different types of words used in the titles of the posts, including descriptive words and adjectives. As he delves deeper, he finds himself drawn to the comment section, where he analyzes the various types of words used in the discussion threads.
Act 2.
Morty becomes increasingly obsessed with the linguistic analysis of the posts and comments. He begins to take notes on specific patterns and trends he is seeing, such as the use of slang and profanity. His analysis leads him to explore even more NSFW subreddits, including r/BDSM and r/AnalGW. He continues to take detailed notes on the linguistic structures in use, along with the karma scores of each post and comment.
Act 3.
Morty's obsession with Reddit grows to an unhealthy level, and he begins to lose touch with reality. He starts to see linguistic patterns in everything around him, including the speech of his family and friends. He becomes increasingly isolated, spending all of his time in his room browsing NSFW subreddits and analyzing the language in use.
Act 4.
As Morty's condition worsens, Rick becomes concerned for his grandson's mental health. He confronts Morty about his obsession with Reddit and encourages him to seek help. Morty initially resists, but eventually agrees to therapy sessions to address his addiction.
Conclusion.
The episode ends with Morty in therapy, slowly working through his addiction to Reddit. The linguistic structures of the various NSFW subreddits and comments that Morty had visited in his time of addiction serve as an invaluable tool for analysis in language studies. The episode serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of obsessive behavior and the importance of seeking help when needed.
Title: Quantum Knives.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are sitting in the garage while Jerry is cleaning up the mess from last night's experiment. Beth walks in holding a mysterious metallic device.
This is a quantum knife. It can cut through anything in the multiverse, even dimensions.
Interesting. Let's test it out.
Rick, I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Nonsense, Morty. We just need to find a suitable testing ground.
Cut 2. The Smith family walks into a dark, dingy room with blood smeared on the floor and walls and a knife lodged in the ground. Suddenly, they hear a faint scream coming from the other side of the room. They proceed cautiously.
What the hell is this place?
I don't know, but let's find out. Rick, use the quantum knife and see if you can cut through the knife in the ground.
Smirking. Challenge accepted.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Suddenly, the lights flicker on and they see a Saw movie scene before them. A bloody victim is lying on the floor with a deadly rusty metal device strapped to their body. Oh God, we're in a trap.
We have to help that person.
Hold on. Let me finish cutting through the knife first.
As Rick hacks away at the knife on the ground, Morty notices a box with a timer counting down.
Oh guys, I think we only have a few minutes until that thing on the guy's chest explodes.
The Smiths race against time to solve the riddles and clues left for them to find the key to unlock the deadly device. Meanwhile, Rick is still fixated on cutting through the knife.
Rick, come on. We have to save this person.
Fine. Just one more cut.
Finally, the key is revealed and the device is disarmed just as it reaches 0. The victim is saved, and the Smiths rush out of the room, leaving Rick grumbling about how he could have cut through the knife if he had just one more second. Closing shot. The Smiths emerge from the dark room, covered in blood and debris, traumatized but grateful to be alive. Rick smirks at the quantum knife in his hand, already plotting his next experiment.
Title: The Schrödinger's Jester Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, working on a new gadget that can transport them to different dimensions. Jerry walks in, asking for Rick's help to fix his broken phone. Rick, being the genius scientist he is, instead hands Jerry a new invention, a phone that can communicate with parallel universes. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer are trying to find a way to keep themselves occupied for the day. They stumble upon a mysterious room in the house that is locked. Morty reveals the secret code and they enter, discovering a wall of shelves with a computer on it and a phone in Morty's hand. Morty, embarrassed, explains that he has locked himself in the room to visit a plethora of NSFW subreddits. Beth, Summer, and Jerry gasp in shock and judgment. However, Rick is unfazed and decides to join Morty in his quest for internet pleasures. They start visiting various subreddits such as r Gone Wild, r NSFW, r BDSM, and many more. The scene cuts to the computer screen where we see the usernames and karma scores of various comments and posts.
Username 1, 10 out of 10, would give both arms and legs to be with her.
Username 2, I've seen better, but I'll still fap to it.
Username 3, I'm a feminist and this is disgusting.
As they continue browsing, they stumble upon a subreddit called r Schrödinger's Jester. They discover that the subreddit is dedicated to jokes that are both funny and not funny at the same time, the Schrödinger's Jester paradox. They are immediately sucked into the subreddit, with their sense of humor being challenged to its limits. They encounter jokes like,
Username 4, why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Username 5, I told my wife she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised.
Username 6, I'm reading a book on the history of glue. I just can't seem to put it down.
The group is in a state of confusion and bewilderment. Rick and Morty are unable to comprehend the paradoxical jokes and Beth and Summer are struggling to find them funny. Their sense of humor is being challenged to its core. Finally, they decide to leave the subreddit and return to the real world. As they leave the room, they realize that they have been stuck in the subreddit for hours. Beth and Summer are angry at Rick and Morty for wasting their time, and Jerry is disappointed that his phone still isn't fixed.
However, Rick and Morty are elated at the discovery of the Schrodinger's Jester paradox and can't stop cracking jokes that are both funny and not funny at the same time. The episode ends with a final joke.
What did the scientist say when he found 2 isotopes of helium? Hee.
Everyone groans and Rick laughs out loud. The screen fades to black. This is going to be a fun episode of Rick and Morty. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the middle of an experiment involving quantum entanglement and the Schrödinger equation. Suddenly, they receive a distress signal from Jerry, who is trapped in a rusty old room. Rick and Morty teleport to Jerry's location and find him in a rusty metal trap attached to his body. Jerry explains that he was trying to find a pair of scissors on the floor, but accidentally triggered the trap. Rick, being the genius he is, immediately starts analyzing the situation. He realizes that the trap is connected to a book on the floor, which has been rigged to trigger the trap when moved. Morty, ever the optimist, suggests they simply ask the book to release Jerry. Rick scoffs at the idea, but Morty insists. They approach the book and Morty politely asks it to release Jerry. To their surprise, the book complies and the trap falls off of Jerry. But the fun doesn't stop there. Suddenly, the rusted walls of the room start to morph and change into a psychedelic wonderland. Summer and Beth teleport in, high out of their minds on some alien space drugs. They start dancing and singing, completely unaware of the danger that just occurred. Rick, still in scientist mode, starts analyzing the walls and realizes that they are made up of a new form of matter that he's never seen before. He quickly collects samples, excited for the new discoveries he'll be able to make. But the chaos isn't over just yet. In the midst of the celebration, they realize that they never found the pair of scissors that Jerry was looking for. Suddenly, they hear a creepy voice coming from the book on the floor.
Book, if you want the scissors, you must answer me these questions 3.
And so, our heroes are thrown into a series of hilarious and ridiculous riddles and challenges, all while trying to navigate a trippy, psychedelic wonderland. Will they find the scissors? Will they survive the book's challenges? Tune in next time to find out on Rick and Morty.
Title: Knuckles, the truth behind the animated hype.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are lounging around in the living room when a cartoon character with a red hat and red hair, wearing a white shirt and accompanied by a black and white cat, suddenly falls through the 4th wall. Rick immediately breaks the 4th wall himself to state 10 awful facts about Knuckles from the Sonic series.
Well, shit, Morty. Looks like we've got a visitor from another cartoon.
Whoa, Rick, who is that guy?
He looks familiar, like some kind of character from a video game or something.
Yeah, Summer. That's Knuckles the Echidna. He's a Sonic the Hedgehog character. But let me tell you something, folks. Knuckles isn't all that he appears to be in the animated world.
What do you mean, Rick?
Well, I mean that Knuckles has some seriously awful qualities that nobody talks about. For instance, did you know that Knuckles is a cannibal?
What? No way, Rick!
That's disgusting.
How did you find that out?
Oh, it's all on the internet, Jerry. But wait, there's more. Did you know that Knuckles is also an anti-vaxxer?
What does that even mean, Rick?
That's so irresponsible.
I can't believe a cartoon character would spread such misinformation.
That's not even the worst of it, folks. Knuckles has also been caught stealing from an orphanage.
What? That's horrible.
How could anyone do that?
I feel sick just hearing about it.
Yeah, well, that's not all. Knuckles also has a gambling addiction, a criminal record, and a history of domestic violence.
Rick, this is too much. Why are you telling us all this?
I don't want to hear any more about this disgusting character.
Yeah, Rick. Can't we just watch some TV or something?
Alright. Sheesh, you guys are no fun. But don't say I didn't warn you about Knuckles. That guy's bad news all around.
The cartoon character slowly backs away, seeming shaken and disturbed by Rick's revelations as the episode comes to a close.
Title: The Sign of the Man, a NSFW Reddit Odyssey.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are driving to run some errands when they come across a sign on the side of a building with words on it and a picture of a man.
Hey Morty, what do you think that sign means?
I don't know, Rick. It just looks like a dude to me.
Well, let's find out what's up with this sign.
They pull over and approach the building, but as they get closer, Morty starts to feel uneasy. He decides to lock himself in his room and start surfing NSFW subreddits.
I can't do this, Rick. I need to escape.
Morty, you can't just run away from your problems. Face them head on, like a real man.
But, Rick, these subreddits are insane. I don't want to be here anymore.
Well, let's see what all the fuss is about. Give me that computer.
Rick starts to peruse through the subreddits and comes across some interesting comments from users.
You, Big Bad Booty Dragon 69. Damn, those curves are out of this world.
You, Mega Meatman. This is what I've been waiting for all my life.
Meanwhile, Morty is still locked away in his room, visiting subreddits such as r/Gone and r/NSFW_GIFs.
2 PM_me_your_B00BS_PLS. Those are some bouncies.
You, Big Dick Nick 1589. I'd love to be that guy right now.
As the episode progresses, the audience is shown the specific subreddits Morty is visiting and the karma upvote scores of each post and comment.
r/NSFW_GIFs, post, twerking booty, 4,869 upvotes, comment by you, Baba Jegid. This just made me blow my top. 1,329 upvotes.
Gone Wild, post, big boobs on a co-ed, 7,590 upvotes, comment by you, I'm a naughty boy, I'm a bad boy who needs to be punished. 3,210 upvotes.
As the episode continues, it becomes clear that Morty has become obsessed with these subreddits and can't stop browsing them.
Morty, you need to snap out of it. This isn't healthy.
I can't stop, Rick. It's like a drug.
Well, let's fix this problem once and for all.
In the final scene, Rick uses a device to erase Morty's memories of all the NSFW Reddit content he has seen.
There, all better. Now let's get out of here before I get any more ideas.
Thanks, Rick. I don't know what I would do without you.
The episode ends with Morty looking at the sign on the side of the building with a newfound appreciation for the mundane. Rick simply smiles and mutters, "Kids these days."
Title: The Egg Pond Catastrophe.
The episode begins with Morty playing a virtual reality game with a robot and a cat on a table with a computer screen. Rick stumbles in, carrying a portal gun and a look of disdain.
Morty, what are you doing playing with that thing? Don't you know that virtual reality games are just a simulation of reality?
Yeah, Rick. That's the point.
Whatever, Morty. Hey, do you guys know anything about Eggpon from the Sonic series?
Robot. Negative, Rick. I am not programmed to have knowledge of fictional characters.
Cat. Meow.
Well, let me tell you 10 awful facts about that little bastard. First, did you know that Eggpon has a fear of lightning?
I don't think that's so awful, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. Second, Eggpon's design is based on an egg. That's plain weird.
That's disgusting.
Do they lay eggs too?
No, Summer, they're robots. Now, third, Eggpon's weapons are just repurposed fruit.
Robot. That is highly inefficient.
Cat. Meow.
I don't even know what to say to that, Rick.
Fourth, Eggpon's armor is made of cardboard.
How is that even possible?
They must be really weak.
Fifth, Eggpon's creator, Dr. Eggman, is a fat man with a mustache.
Robot. That is irrelevant to Eggpon's design.
Cat. Meow.
Why are we even talking about this, Rick?
Shut up, Morty. Sixth, Eggpon's primary function is to fetch Dr. Eggman's groceries.
That's just sad.
And humiliating.
Seventh, Eggpon's fear of lightning is so severe that they shut down completely at the first sign of a storm.
Robot. That is a design flaw.
Cat. Meow.
This is getting depressing, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. Eighth, Eggpon's voice is just a recording of Dr. Eggman's laugh.
That's creepy.
And unsettling.
Ninth, Eggpon's artificial intelligence is so low that they're easily defeated by a hedgehog.
Robot. That is pathetic.
Cat. Meow.
I think we get it, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. And finally, 10th, Eggpon's existence is meaningless and insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe.
That's sad.
And kinda true.
The group falls into a deep existential crisis as the camera zooms out, showing Morty's game playing on a screen, with the characters in the game frozen in place. Rick breaks the fourth wall one more time with a smirk.
That's why you don't mess with the Sonic universe, Morty.
The episode ends with Morty staring blankly at the screen, lost in thought. Int. Abandoned bathroom, day. Rick, Morty, and Summer find themselves in an abandoned bathroom. The room is dimly lit but with gorgeous lighting that perfectly captures the gory details of a man's bloody screams.
Summer, Morty, stay back. This is exactly the type of Saw movie scene we've been warned about in our universe.
Why are we even here, Rick? This place gives me the creeps.
I agree. We should get out of here before something bad happens to us.
Relax, we're not in any danger. This is a rusty metal device strapped to his body. It's meant to look deadly, but it's just a prop.
What? Are you serious, Rick? That looks pretty real to me.
Are you sure about this, Rick?
Of course I'm sure. It's all for show. The producers of this Saw-like movie hired me to design this set and props for them.
Wait, what? You're a set designer now?
And you didn't tell us about it?
I didn't think it was important. But hey, let's have some fun while we're here. Who wants to activate the fire extinguisher and put out that fire hydrant over there?
I'm out of here, Rick. This whole place gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, I'm with Morty on this one. Let's go.
Suit yourselves. More space for me to play with the fire extinguisher.
As Rick happily sprays the extinguisher, Morty and Summer quickly exit the room, leaving him alone in the creepy abandoned bathroom. The end.
Hey Morty, ever played Crazy Taxi?
No, I haven't, Rick.
Well, buckle up Morty, because I'm about to drop some knowledge on you. Did you know that the voice actor for the main character, Axel, was actually fired mid-development and replaced with a sound-alike?
What? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's such a cheap move.
And it gets worse. Did you know that in the original arcade version, the passengers would actually flip you off if you drove poorly?
What? That's insane.
Who came up with that idea?
I can't even imagine how that got approved.
Well, it gets even crazier. Did you know that the game was originally supposed to feature real-life brands like Pizza Hut and KFC, but they couldn't secure any of the licenses?
Wow, that's wild.
I can't even imagine Crazy Taxi with real product placement.
That would probably be even worse than the flipping passengers.
And here's the kicker. Did you know that the game's creator, Kenji Kano, actually left the video game industry in 2011 to become a farmer?
What the? I don't even know what to say to that.
I guess he just had enough of the craziness.
Can you blame him though?
Well, I guess the lesson here is that you should never underestimate the crazy in Crazy Taxi.
But I still kind of want to try playing it now, Rick.
Yeah, me too.
Count me in.
Title: The Rail Chase Debacle.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty visit a futuristic arcade where they encounter a woman in a coat conducting experiments on the various machines with neon lights. Meanwhile, Jerry and Summer tag along and try their luck at the Rail Chase arcade game series.
Scene 1.
Morty, we're headed to the most advanced arcade in the universe. This place has every game you can think of, even ones that haven't been invented yet.
Wow, Rick, that sounds incredible.
Scene 2.
At the arcade, Rick and Morty bump into the mysterious woman in the coat. She introduces herself as Dr. Abigail Faraday, a scientist studying the effects of gaming on the human brain.
Dr. Faraday, greetings, gentlemen. I am conducting an ongoing study on the neurological and psychological effects of arcade games. Mind if I study your brainwaves while you play?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Scene 3.
Jerry and Summer approach Rick and Morty, having just finished playing the Rail Chase series. That game was insane. I was so close to beating the high score.
You guys have to try it. It's so much fun.
Scene 4.
Rick breaks the fourth wall to state 10 awful facts about the Rail Chase arcade game series. Morty, Jerry, and Summer respond to each awful Rail Chase fact with horrified disbelief.
Fact number 1. The controls are rigged to malfunction on every third playthrough.
What? That's not fair.
That explains why I kept crashing.
What kind of sick joke is this?
Fact number 2. The sound effects have been recorded from actual train wrecks.
What? That's messed up.
I knew those sounds weren't normal.
Who would even think to do that?
Scene 5.
As the study continues, Dr. Faraday reveals her shocking findings about the effects of gaming on the brain. She shows the group a machine that visualizes the brainwaves of arcade game players.
Dr. Faraday, as you can see, the neural activity during gameplay is off the charts. The adrenaline rush and dopamine release are highly addictive.
Yeah, we knew that already. What else?
Dr. Faraday, but what you don't know is that prolonged exposure to these games can lead to long-term cognitive impairment, such as memory loss, attention deficits, and even schizophrenia.
What? We've been playing video games forever.
Oh no, what have we done?
I don't want to end up like that.
Scene 6.
In a panic, Rick and Morty try to escape the arcade, but they are trapped by the robotic security guards that have been programmed to keep visitors inside.
Damn it, we're trapped.
We're going to become mindless zombies.
I don't want to be a video game zombie.
We have to find a way out.
Scene 7.
After a series of wacky hijinks, the group finally manages to outsmart the machines and make it outside.
Phew, that was close.
Yeah, I don't want to play video games anymore.
Me neither. I'm sticking to crossword puzzles.
Same here. I'm done with arcade games.
That was a close call. We almost lost our minds over a stupid game. Speaking of which, can we stop at the blips and chits on the way home?
The end.
Title: Hyperspace Hussy Hassle.
Act 1.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty entering a futuristic city with a circular object in the middle of it. Rick identifies it as a wormhole generator, a tool used to traverse through hyperspace. He informs Morty that they need to acquire a rare mineral from Saturn to fix the engine of their spaceship.
Morty, we need to get to Saturn to fix the engine of our spaceship. We have to get our hands on some plutonic quarks, the rarest mineral in the universe.
Oh, okay. How do we get there?
Through this wormhole generator. Let's head to Saturn and get those quarks.
Act 2.
Upon arriving at Saturn, Rick and Morty discover that a group of space pirates has stolen the plutonic quarks. They chase after the pirates, but their ship crashes on an asteroid. They are rescued by Beth's multiverse doppelganger, who works as a pet groomer in a nearby PetSmart.
Oh my god, are you guys okay? Let me take care of you.
Thanks, Beth. Do you happen to have any spare parts for our spaceship? We need to fix it to get back to Earth.
Actually, I do. But I'm gonna need a favor from you guys first. Act 3.
Beth's doppelganger explains that she has been receiving strange messages from a mysterious entity in hyperspace. It turns out that this entity is the Hyperspace Hussy, a seductive alien who preys on lonely space travelers. Rick and Morty agree to help her confront the Hussy and put an end to her schemes.
Wait, so you want to go up against a seductive alien that preys on lonely space travelers?
That's right, Jerry. It's all part of the job.
Act 4.
The trio enters the wormhole to confront the Hyperspace Hussy. Upon arriving, they discover that the Hussy is actually a giant, talking space slug. She challenges Rick and his team to a game of hyperspace chess, with the plutonic quarks as the prize.
Hyperspace Hussy, if you win, I'll give you the quarks. But if I win, you have to stay in hyperspace with me forever.
Deal, but prepare to be schooled, Hussy.
Act 5.
In a nail-biting game of hyperspace chess, Rick manages to outsmart the Hyperspace Hussy and win the plutonic quarks. They use the quarks to fix their spaceship and safely return to Earth.
That was amazing, Rick. How did you know how to beat her at chess?
I have a PhD in hyperspace chess, Morty, and a PhD in getting us out of crazy situations like this.
I still can't believe we just went up against a giant talking space slug.
That's how we roll in this family, Jerry. Get used to it.
Title: The Nebulous Nightstand Nonsense.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting in front of a computer with an intricate galaxy background displayed on the monitor. Rick is fiddling with a spiral-shaped object in his hand while Morty looks on in fascination.
Morty, hold still while I calibrate this hyperspace manipulator.
Okay, Rick, but what does that do?
It allows us to travel through alternate dimensions. Morty, pay attention.
Suddenly, the computer screen flickers and a figure materializes in front of them. It's a tungsten robot, and he seems to have mistaken Rick and Morty for someone else.
Tungsten, have you seen the Nirvana orb anywhere?
Nirvana orb? Sorry, bud, we're just here for a little science experiment.
Yeah, we don't really know anything about an orb.
Tungsten looks disappointed but suddenly perks up.
Tungsten. Well, I heard it was last seen in the meteoroid Mistress Muddle Galaxy. If you happen to stumble across it, I will make it worth your while.
With that, Tungsten disappears back into the computer screen. Rick and Morty look at each other, knowing that they have the opportunity for an adventure.
Well, Morty, it looks like we're in for some time-traveling shenanigans.
What do you mean, Rick?
We're going to have to visit different galaxies and timelines to find that damn orb. It's time for us to become time-traveling zookeepers.
The episode then pans to a series of hilarious and crazy scenes where Rick and Morty travel through different galaxies encountering the weirdest creatures and situations. They find themselves in mistaken identity situations, confusion around language barriers, and even get lost in a time loop. Finally, after a series of misadventures, they find the Nirvana orb. However, they realize that it was just a prank from Tungsten, who had been bored in his own dimension and decided to mess with the duo for entertainment.
Well, Morty, looks like we wasted our time on this pointless adventure.
Yeah, but at least we got to see some cool stuff, right?
Cool, we got chased by a giant space slug, Morty. That's not cool, that's terrifying.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning home, exhausted from their wild adventure, and ready for some peace and quiet.
Title: The Quantum Joker and Jerry's Latest Man Adventure.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth find themselves on an interdimensional adventure involving the Joker and a universe full of chimichanga-loving beings. Jerry's wildest dreams become a reality as he becomes the ultimate ladies' man, with a green suit, red tie, and clown makeup. However, his success is short-lived as he becomes lost in hyperspace. Can the gang save Jerry before it's too late?
Opening scene.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. We're in for a wild ride.
Where are we going this time, Rick?
We're going to the universe where the Joker is the ruler and chimichangas are currency.
What? Why would we want to go there?
Relax, Beth. I need to collect some quantum particles for a new invention. Plus, Morty wants to meet the Joker.
Yeah, he's my hero.
Can I come too? I need a break from being a loser in my own universe.
Fine, but don't mess anything up.
Middle scene.
Wow, I can't believe it. All the ladies love me in this universe.
Joker, welcome to my universe, Jerry. I see you're quite the ladies' man here.
Yes I am.
This is amazing.
Joker, I have a proposition for you. Help me find the lost city of Ljubljana, and I'll make you my right-hand man.
Deal.
Jerry, are you sure about this? The Joker isn't someone you want to mess with.
Relax, Beth. I've got this.
Ending scene.
Morty, we need to find Jerry before we leave this universe. He's been lost in hyperspace for too long.
Got it, Rick. I'll use the quantum portal to track him down.
What about the Joker? We can't just leave him in charge.
Don't worry, Beth. I have a plan.
Jerry reappears. Hey guys, I'm back.
What took you so long, Jerry?
I found Ljubljana and saved the day.
Awesome! Let's go home.
Not so fast. I have one more surprise for the Joker.
Joker, tied up. What do you want, Rick?
Just a little prank. Now, how about we grab some chimichangas before we go home?
Sounds good to me. Scene ends with Jerry still in his green suit and makeup, surrounded by adoring women, while Rick, Morty, and Beth look on in amusement. The end.
Title: The Vulvar Vessel Vendetta, a multidimensional harem hijinks.
Abstract.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a multi-dimensional adventure to retrieve a rare sexual organ known as the vulvar vessel. Meanwhile, Jerry discovers that he has a harem in another dimension, leading to some unexpected hilarity.
Introduction.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, where Rick is tinkering with his latest invention, the multi-dimensional portal gun. Morty is curious about the device and asks Rick what it does. Rick explains that it allows them to travel through different dimensions and explore the infinite realities that exist within the multiverse. Act 1. Rick and Morty use the portal gun to travel to a dimension where the vulvar vessel is stored. The vulvar vessel, according to Rick, is an important sexual organ that is found only in female dragons. Morty is skeptical about the existence of such an organ, but Rick insists that it is real and valuable.
Act 2.
On their journey, Rick and Morty come across various obstacles, including a group of hostile alien crab monsters and a giant space worm that nearly devours them. Eventually, they arrive at the lair of the female dragon, where they must face off against the creature to acquire the vulvar vessel.
Act 3.
Meanwhile, back in their own dimension, Jerry is surprised to discover that he has a harem of women who have apparently fallen in love with him. Beth is skeptical of the situation, but Jerry insists that he has no memory of how he ended up with so many women. The absurdity of the situation leads to some hilarious misunderstandings and miscommunications.
Conclusion.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully acquire the vulvar vessel, but not before getting into a heated argument over who gets to keep it. Jerry, on the other hand, learns the hard way that having a harem is not as glamorous as it seems. The episode ends with the characters reflecting on their strange and wondrous journey through the multiverse.
See, Morty, I told you the vulvar vessel was real. And isn't it magnificent?
Yeah, but was it really worth almost being eaten by a space worm?
Guys, you won't believe what happened to me while you were gone.
Jerry, tell me you didn't start a cult again.
No, it's not a cult, it's a harem.
Everyone else. Awkward silence.
Title: The Anime Scientific Adventure of Rick and Morty.
Opening shot shows Rick, Morty, and Jerry standing in the living room, looking at an unidentified group of anime characters with hats and glasses on their faces, all looking at the camera, with a green background.
Morty, looks like we've stumbled upon a group of anime cosplayers transported from an alternate dimension. And they seem to have a strange energy signature that I can't seem to place.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if that's such a good idea. Some of them look like they're carrying swords and…
Relax, Morty, I've got this.
Rick immediately hands each of them a tabloid, causing the anime characters to become transfixed and unable to move. Wow, that's really something.
Of course, Jerry, it's called the tabloid effect. Now let's get out of here before they come to.
As Rick, Morty, and Jerry leave the living room, they accidentally stumble upon a submarine mutiny standoff happening in their kitchen.
Great, a submarine mutiny. Morty, hand me that Dr. Stone Wars graphic novel.
Morty hands Rick the novel and he uses its scientific principles to defuse the situation.
Alright, let's continue with the mission. We need to find those damn parsnips.
As they venture into Vienna, they stumble upon a vacuum vixen vendetta and quickly run away. I don't think I'm cut out for this kind of stuff.
Relax, Jerry, we're just getting started.
The group eventually finds the parsnips and returns home, only to realize that they accidentally brought the tabloid cosplayers back with them.
Rick, what are we going to do? They're multiplying.
Quick, everyone put on these anime hats and blend in. We need to keep our interdimensional identity secure.
As the episode ends, the group is seen wearing anime hats and glasses, blending in with the cosplayers in the living room. I think I look pretty cool in this.
Shut up, Jerry.
Title: The Interdimensional Poster Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick fiddling with a complex interdimensional poster which has a myriad of images including a man in a black jacket, which he claims is the top S-tier reality bender in the multiverse. Rick explains that his latest invention, a device that amplifies the poster's energy, has the potential to be of great value in his intergalactic adventures. Morty, on the other hand, has developed an unhealthy obsession with the black-jacketed man and concocts a plan to lure him into his dimension by offering his body to him. This behavior, of course, causes some friction in the family dynamic as Morty starts to proposition everyone in the house, including his sister Summer. Rick, being the genius scientist he is, decides to conduct an experiment on Morty's obsession by using the poster's energy to amplify his lust and broadcasting it to the entire multiverse via Reddit. The ensuing pandemonium reminds Rick of the butterfly effect and how one small action can have far-reaching consequences. As the poster's energy escalates, it starts to draw various creatures from alternate dimensions, including a giant squid whose tentacles Morty finds disturbingly attractive. Ultimately, the family comes together to try and shut down the experiment, leading to a chaotic sequence of events that ends with the poster breaking apart and the black jacket man himself stepping out of it. As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty are left contemplating the far-reaching effects of their actions on the multiverse, while the black jacket man is revealed to be a mere pawn in the grander scheme of things. The message being that science can have unintended consequences, and power can often lead to unforeseen circumstances.
Title: Interdimensional Family Gathering.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new portal gun prototype. Morty expresses his desire to spend more time with his family and suggests they use the portal gun to bring everyone together for a family gathering.
Morty, are you sure you want to risk the stability of multiple dimensions just to bring your dysfunctional family together?
Yeah, I think it would be nice for us to all be in the same place for once.
Hey, I heard that. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, do we get a say in this?
Rick activates the portal gun and the family is transported to an interdimensional party planet where various versions of themselves are gathered.
Wow, this is amazing. Look, over there, it's me from a dimension where I never broke up with Jessica.
OMG, there's a version of me that's a cyborg.
Hey, there's a version of me that isn't such a loser.
Okay everyone, let's try to stay focused. We need to find the versions of ourselves that are most compatible for us to merge with.
What? Merge?
Yes, Morty, merge. It's the only way we can truly become one with our best selves.
I don't know about this, Rick. It sounds dangerous.
Yeah, I don't want to become some weird hybrid version of myself.
As the family explores the party planet, they encounter various obstacles such as a hostile group of interdimensional party crashers and a malfunctioning portal that sends them to a universe where they are all turned into pickle versions of themselves.
This is getting out of hand, Rick. Maybe it was a bad idea to bring everyone here.
Nonsense, Morty. We just need to find the right timeline to merge with and then we can all be happy and perfect.
I don't think that's how it works, Rick.
Yeah, this is getting really weird and kind of gross.
The family eventually comes to their senses and decides to leave the party planet, but not before encountering a version of themselves that had already merged with all of their best selves and become a terrifying super entity.
Mega Family, join us, family. Together we can rule the multiverse.
The family quickly portals back to their own dimension and Morty learns a valuable lesson about the dangers of trying to force his family to be something they're not.
I guess sometimes we just have to accept our messed up family for who they are.
Hey, I still say we can do better.
Title: Little Bitch Asshole Loser.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty exploring a new dimension where they encounter a cartoon character with a green shirt and black pants. Rick identifies the character as a rare species called Greenio animatia, known for their unpredictable behavior and tendency to cause chaos. As they approach the character, Morty puts his hand up his ass and goes around shaking everyone's hands and introducing himself as Little Bitch Asshole Loser. Rick is appalled by Morty's behavior and warns him that he might get infected by the species' contagious humor. However, Morty is already infected and starts acting like a complete lunatic, telling the Greenio animatia character to suck it while making obscene gestures. The Greenio animatia character is amused by Morty's behavior and decides to take them on a wild ride through the dimension, where they encounter strange creatures and surreal landscapes. Amidst the chaos, Rick and Morty stumble upon a research facility dedicated to studying the Greenio animatia species. They meet a group of scientists who are horrified by Morty's behavior and warn him that the species' contagious humor can spread like a virus and infect the entire universe. Rick dismisses the scientists' warnings and decides to have some fun with the Greenio animatia character, challenging him to a game of pickleball. The game is a ridiculous combination of tennis and pickleball, played with a giant pickle as the ball. After a grueling match, Rick emerges victorious and the Greenio animatia character is impressed. Morty, still infected by the contagious humor, starts making pickle puns and tickling everyone around him. Rick realizes that they need to leave the dimension before Morty infects everyone with his obnoxious behavior. They bid farewell to the Greenio animatia character and use Rick's portal gun to escape. As they leave the dimension, Rick warns Morty that he needs to be more responsible with his choices and stop acting like a little bitch asshole loser. Morty agrees and the two return home, hoping to forget the traumatic experience. Opening scene, Rick's lab. The episode starts with Rick tinkering with his latest invention, a device that allows him to transfer consciousnesses between parallel universes. Morty, standing by Rick's side, seems visibly unnerved by this.
Rick, are you sure messing with parallel universes is a good idea? Remember last time we did that?
Morty, you worry too much. Besides, when have I ever been wrong?
Under his breath. Every time?
Just then, Beth bursts into the lab.
Rick, Morty, I need your help. Something weird is happening in the town.
Sarcastically. Oh, great. Just what we needed. Another mystery to solve.
Ignoring Rick's tone. No, seriously. All the plants in the town are turning yellow. And people's hair is turning green.
Sarcastically. Wow, that sounds like a real crisis.
Skeptically. Alright, fine. Let's go check it out.
Transition. The Smith family on the way to the town.
As the family makes their way to the town, Morty seems lost in thought. Beth asks him what's bothering him.
Morty, what's up?
Ashamed. It's nothing, Mom.
Come on, Morty. You can tell me.
Reluctantly. Well, it's just that every time I masturbate, I feel like I'm losing a part of myself. Like, all the good cum just goes to waste.
Interrupting. Oh, for the love of science, Morty. You're not losing anything. It's just a biological process.
Defeated. I guess you're right, Rick.
Transition. The Smith family arrives in town.
As soon as they get to the town, they see the green-haired man frowning. Rick approaches him and asks what's wrong.
Green-haired man. Frustrated. It's these damn plants, man. They're ruining my business.
Curious. What business is that?
Green-haired man. Suspicious. None of your damn business, man.
Undeterred. Oh, come on. I'm a scientist. I can help you.
Green-haired man. Skeptical. You're a what now?
Rick proceeds to explain his scientific background and the green-haired man seems convinced. He reveals that he runs a dispensary and the yellow plants are ruining his crops. He suspects foul play and Rick agrees to help.
Transition. Rick's lab.
Back in the lab, Rick uses his parallel universe device to spy on the town. He discovers that an evil scientist from another universe is behind the yellowing plants and green hair. Rick and Morty devise a plan to stop him.
Alright, Morty, we'll need to create a paradox to stop him.
What's a paradox?
Chuckling. Oh, Morty, you're in for a treat.
They set their plan into motion and create a paradox so intense that it sucks the evil scientist into a black hole.
Transition. The green-haired man's dispensary.
Rick and Morty return to the dispensary to celebrate their victory. The green-haired man is grateful and offers them some of his special products. As they take a puff, everything around them starts to warp and contort.
Panicking. Oh, God. What's happening?
Laughing. It's just a side effect, Morty. Relax.
The episode ends with the family sitting in a circle, laughing maniacally as the room warps and twists around them.
Closing scene, Rick's lab.
Holding a joint. You know, Morty, sometimes it's important to let loose and embrace the chaos.
Sarcastically, yeah, because our lives aren't chaotic enough.
Smirking. That's the spirit, Morty.
Title: The Fourth Dimensional Hyper Goku Battle.
The episode starts with Rick tinkering with his latest invention, a fourth-dimensional portal gun that can take them anywhere in the multiverse. Morty is skeptical as always, but Jerry is excited to try it out. Rick takes them to a black hole in a distant galaxy where they witness a computer-generated image of a starburst design in yellow, blue, and red colors with a black background. Jerry is mesmerized by the stunning beauty while Morty wonders if they're in danger. Suddenly, a fourth-dimensional Hyper Goku appears from the starburst and starts fighting children and babies. Rick quickly realizes that the Hyper Goku is from a parallel universe and has accidentally disrupted the space-time continuum. As the battle intensifies, Jerry suggests they use the portal gun to escape, but Rick is determined to fix the problem. He creates a device that distorts the Hyper Goku's perception of time, making him think it's been years instead of minutes since he arrived. In the meantime, Morty accidentally triggers a device that turns everything they touch into gold. While they're distracted by their newfound wealth, the Hyper Goku regains his senses and starts destroying everything in his path. Rick comes up with a last-minute plan to use the fourth-dimensional portal gun to trap the Hyper Goku in a time loop. They successfully save the day, but everything they touched is now gold, including Morty's pants. Wow, that was wild. I never thought I'd see a fourth-dimensional Hyper Goku battle in my lifetime.
Well, technically, you didn't. We altered the timeline to prevent a catastrophe.
Title: The Quantum Dairy Paradox.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are sitting in the living room when a mysterious box with a drink inside of it appears on their tabletop. The box has a red and white sign on it that reads, Dairy Queen. Rick immediately takes an interest in the box and starts examining it closely.
Morty, check this out. This drink box has a quantum regenerating mechanism. It can create an infinite amount of different flavors of ice cream.
Wow, Rick, that's amazing! But what's the catch?
The catch? There's always a catch, Morty. The box is powered by a rare element called quantum premium, which is extremely hard to find.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty decide to take a trip to the Dairy Queen headquarters to get their hands on some quantum premium. They find out that the company is owned by Jerry's new girlfriend, Karen.
Why didn't you tell us your girlfriend runs this place, Jerry?
I didn't think it was important. Plus, I thought you guys hated Dairy Queen.
We do hate it, Jerry. But we also love science, and this drink box is the ultimate scientific breakthrough.
Act 3.
They reach the Dairy Queen's laboratory and find that Karen has imprisoned the company's top scientists, forcing them to create new flavors of ice cream for her.
Karen, what have you done with these scientists? This is not ethical nor scientific.
Karen, oh, Rick. You are always such a killjoy. I'm just trying to expand my business and bring happiness to people through ice cream.
But Karen, you can't just imprison scientists and force them to work for you. It's wrong.
Act 4.
Karen insists that she will only give them the quantum premium if Rick and Morty can beat her in a game of Watch Wars, a popular television show where contestants have to guess the time on different watches. Rick and Morty accept the challenge and begin practicing.
Morty, we can't lose this game. Our scientific reputation is at stake.
I know, Rick, but I'm not good at guessing times. Do you have a strategy?
Of course, Morty. We're going to create a time machine using the power of the quantum premium.
Act 5.
Rick and Morty create a time machine and go back in time to when Karen was a child. They convince her to become a scientist instead of an ice cream mogul.
Karen, you know what, Rick? You're right. I think I'd be happier using science to help people instead of making them fat with ice cream.
That's the scientific spirit, Karen. Now let's go back to the present and win this game.
Act 6.
Rick and Morty return to the Dairy Queen laboratory with Karen and win the game of Watch Wars. Karen gives them the quantum premium and apologizes for her past mistakes.
Karen, I'm sorry for what I did, guys. I was so blinded by my desire for success that I forgot what's truly important in life, science.
That's okay, Karen. We all make mistakes, but the important thing is that we learn from them and move on.
And that we can make an infinite amount of ice cream flavors now.
The episode ends with the three of them enjoying their vast quantities of ice cream while discussing the science behind it all.
Title: A Quantum Entangled Fuckfest at the Golf Course.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick wants to explore the quantum entangled universe on a golf course and drags Morty and Beth along. Meanwhile, Morty is busy swiping on Tinder and brags about his sexual escapades on YouPorn, much to the dismay of his family. Rick discovers a portal to a parallel universe where they encounter a strange creature that has the power to control reality with its hiccups. Chaos ensues as they try to stop the creature before it destroys the fabric of the universe.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are enjoying a round of golf when Rick notices a strange energy coming from a nearby tree. Upon closer inspection, they discover a portal to another dimension. Rick, being the curious scientist he is, jumps into the portal with Morty and Beth following behind. They find themselves in a universe where everything is quantum entangled. Rick is thrilled, but Morty complains of a headache.
Rick, what the hell did you do? My head is spinning.
Mocking Morty. Sounds like someone can't handle the multiverse. Laughs.
Can we focus on finding a way back home?
Sighs. Fine, let's go.
Act 2.
As they try to find a way back home, Morty is distracted by his phone and brags to his family about his sexual conquests on YouPorn.
Just uploaded a new video on YouPorn. Check out Morty's Fuckfest. Laughs.
Morty, that's disgusting.
Laughs. Morty, you dog. You fuck like 400 bitches.
Laughs. Yeah, I'm a legend.
Act 3.
Just as they're about to leave the entangled universe, they encounter a strange creature with the power to control reality with its hiccups. Rick is fascinated and wants to study the creature, but Morty just wants to go home.
Nervous. Rick, can we please get out of here? This place is freaking me out.
Ignoring Morty. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like it.
Concerned, Rick, we need to stop it before it destroys everything.
Act 4.
In a chaotic battle, Morty uses his YouPorn video to distract the creature while Rick and Beth try to close the portal. In the end, they succeed and manage to escape back to their own universe.
Relieved. That was close. I thought we were going to die.
Laughs. Morty, you can't handle anything. Burps.
Sighs, can we just go home now?
Top 10 comments from Morty's Fuckfest.
1. Morty, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
2. Morty, you need help.
3. Mr. Goldenfold. In my professional opinion, Morty's sex addiction is a cry for help.
4. Morty, you better not have used any of my inventions in those fucks.
5. Jessica. Oh my god, I can't unsee that.
6. Principal Vagina. Morty, you're suspended.
7. Scary Terry. Morty, you a bad boy.
8. Kasorpasorp. Morty, I'm proud of you.
9. Tammy. Morty, you're a total stud.
10. Bird person. Morty, I have seen many things in my life, but nothing like this.
Title: Phenomenon of polyamory perplexes the Smith family.
The episode begins with Rick in his laboratory, conducting experiments on the properties of parallel universes. Morty walks in and decides to tag along with Rick's adventure. They soon encounter a mysterious phenomenon that causes multiple instances of the same person to exist in one dimension. As they investigate the anomaly, they accidentally bring back a person from an alternate universe. Meanwhile, Jerry brings his multiple girlfriends over to the Smith household, causing a stir amongst the family. Beth becomes jealous and decides to take matters into her own hands by exposing Jerry's true nature to his girlfriends. However, every time she tries, they end up partnering up with Jerry even more.
Summer, Dad, you can't just bring all your girlfriends over like this.
Jerry. What? They all know about each other. It's called polyamory, Summer. It's perfectly normal.
Rick, well, looks like we've stumbled upon a prime example of polygamous mating habits in progress.
Morty, Rick, I don't think that's what's happening here.
Beth. Jerry, how could you do this to me? To us?
Jerry. What? Are you seriously telling me you're not down for a little bit of group fun?
As the chaos ensues, Rick and Morty finally figure out how to remove the alternate universe person from their universe, but it comes at a cost. The person they remove is the most successful version of themselves, causing them to question their own existence.
Rick, well, looks like we've lost our chance at being truly great, Morty. But hey, at least we didn't end up like Jerry.
Morty, yeah, I don't think I could handle that many girlfriends at once.
In the end, the Smith family is left reeling from the experience, trying to make sense of the strange phenomenon and the complexity of polyamory.
Title: The Psychological and Sociological Effects of a Non-Effective Product on a Global Scale.
Synopsis. In this episode, we explore the psychological and sociological effects of a non-effective product on a global scale. 4 different anime faces with different hairstyles and hair color were chosen as representative samples of the population. These individuals were forcibly made to take the non-effective product or else they could not go outside. The non-effective product was marketed by people who make a lot of profit from it and no one seemed to notice or care.
Participant 1. Our study yielded mixed results, as the non-effective product appeared to have no physical or medical benefits.
Participant 2. However, the sociological impact was significant, as individuals who refused to take the product were stigmatized and isolated from society.
Participant 3. Our research indicates that the non-effective product was a tool of control used by those in power to manipulate the masses and maintain their position.
Participant 4. The psychological effects on individuals who were forced to take the product were also evident, as they reported feeling helpless, anxious, and uncertain about their future.
Participant 1. Furthermore, the marketing tactics used by those profiting from the product appeared to exploit individuals' insecurities and fears, contributing to the success of the product despite its lack of efficacy.
Participant 2. Our findings suggest that the manipulation of individuals through the promotion of non-effective products can have significant societal and psychological consequences.
Participant 3. It is crucial for individuals to be critical consumers, questioning the efficacy of products rather than blindly accepting the information presented to them.
Participant 4. Ultimately, our research highlights the importance of addressing the power dynamics and motivations behind the promotion of products in society.
Title: Rick's and Quantum Mechanics, a hilarious expedition.
Opening scene.
Rick, wearing his iconic lab coat and carrying a portable portal gun, approaches Morty, who is lost in thought listening to music on his headphones.
Morty, we're going on an expedition to explore quantum mechanics.
What's that?
It's a field of physics that studies the behavior of matter and energy.
Sounds boring.
Oh, trust me, Morty. It's anything but. Remember the time portal incident with your iPad?
Yeah.
Well, imagine that on steroids. Come on, let's go.
They quickly portal to a laboratory where they meet Summer Peggs, a Cambridge University physicist.
Summer Peggs, welcome, Rick and Morty. Quantum mechanics is a fascinating field, but it can be quite complex. Here, have some textbooks.
Textbooks? I'll just use my portal gun to jump straight to the answer.
Wait, there are answers?
Summer Peggs. Yes, but they require a certain level of understanding of the underlying principles and equations.
Rick, Morty, and Summer Peggs begin their exploration of the bizarre and surreal world of quantum mechanics. They observe wave-particle duality, entanglement, and the uncertainty principle before stumbling upon a cartoon character wearing headphones.
What are you doing here?
Cartoon character. I'm trying to find the frequency of this universe. It's super hard because the universe is always changing and never stays the same.
Whoa, dude, you sound like you're tripping.
Morty, don't be rude. It's just a cartoon character with headphones on. Probably just lost its way on the quantum plane.
Cartoon character. You don't understand, man. I need to find the perfect frequency in order to complete my musical masterpiece.
Frequency, huh? That gives me an idea.
Rick pulls out a modified portal gun and opens a portal to a parallel universe where the laws of physics are based on music theory.
Morty, let's show this cartoon character how to find the perfect frequency. Summer Peggs, you're not going to want to miss this.
Together, they embark on a wild musical adventure, traveling through different universes where they encounter beatboxing aliens and time signature anomalies.
Summer Peggs. This defies all known laws of physics.
Damn straight it does, Summer Peggs. That's the beauty of science.
I don't know what's going on anymore, but I'm having a blast.
In the end, they help the cartoon character find the perfect frequency and return to their own universe, where they reflect on the absurdity and hilarity of their quantum musical adventure.
Summer Peggs. I have to say, that was the most scientifically inaccurate and yet entertaining demonstration of quantum mechanics I have ever seen.
I like to think of it as science with a dash of pizzazz.
I still don't get it, but can we do it again?
The end.
Title: The Interdimensional Tinder Experiment.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty conduct a scientific experiment using an interdimensional dating app called Tinterdimensional. They invite Jerry, Summer, and a group of random people with different facial expressions and hairstyles, all wearing glasses and one with a beard, to participate in the experiment.
Act 1. In the Smith family living room, Rick sets up the Tinterdimensional app on Morty's phone and explains the experiment to the rest of the family. Jerry is reluctant to participate, but Rick convinces him by offering a chance to impress his wife, Beth. Summer is excited to try the app and starts swiping right on everyone.
Act 2.
Morty becomes addicted to the app and starts fucking like 400 bitches and posting it on YouPorn. Rick warns him about the consequences of sharing explicit content online, but Morty ignores him. Meanwhile, Jerry matches with a woman named Stacy who shares his love for camping. Summer matches with a man named Kevin who is into extreme sports.
Act 3.
The group meets up at an interdimensional bar to share their experiences on the app. Morty shows off his YouPorn account and everyone is shocked by the number of views and comments. Rick proceeds to analyze the app's algorithms in his usual scientific jargon, while Jerry and Stacy make out in a corner. Summer and Kevin talk about their shared interests, but Kevin turns out to be a spy from a rival interdimensional dating app.
Act 4.
The group realizes they have been duped by the Tinterdimensional app, which was actually created by a group of aliens trying to study Earth's dating culture. Rick decides to teach the aliens a lesson by creating a new app that matches people based on their IQ levels. To test the app, he sets up a date between Morty and a highly intelligent woman named Jane, played by Lucy Liu.
Act 5.
At the end of the episode, Morty returns home after his successful date with Jane, feeling smarter and more confident than ever. He checks his YouPorn account and reads the top 10 comments from his latest video. 1. Morty fuck 69. Dude, you're my hero. Keep fucking like a boss.
2. I am Groot 420. I am Groot, and even I'm impressed. 3. Dirty Dan 23. You're destroying it, Morty. Love your style.
4. Kinky Kate 91. Can we fuck too, Morty? You're so hot.
5. Professor X69. I can't believe a guy with a unibrow could be so good in bed.
6. Shrek Lover 666. You're my Swamp King, Morty. Keep it up.
7. Pikachu Fan 11. Pika Pika. Morty, you are electrifying.
8. Rainbow Dash Fan. I want to ride you like a pony, Morty. You're my hero.
9. Jon Snow 4 Life. You know nothing, Morty fuck 69. Keep winter coming.
10. Gandalf the Grey. Fly, you fools. Morty, you're the Wizard of Oz.
Morty smiles and closes his laptop, feeling proud of his interdimensional fucking skills. The episode ends with Rick announcing that he has already sold the rights to his new dating app for $1 billion schmeckles.
Title: The Feline Fiasco.
Scientific description. In this episode, Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith embark on a scientific adventure within the confines of nonlinear time and extra-dimensional space. The premise begins with the appearance of two women, one sporting a gun and the other with a cat tail, dressed in cat costumes that have seemingly transcended their point of origin to exist within an alternate reality.
Morty, we've got a situation on our hands that requires our expertise in temporal mechanics and a few other things that are beyond your comprehension, Morty.
Aw, man, I don't know if I'm ready for this kind of stuff, Rick. It seems a bit out of our league.
Hey, guys, what's the problem?
Beth, we have two time-traveling felines that have infiltrated our reality, and they seem to be causing some trouble with their weapons and meowing and other cat-like behavior.
Whoa, hold on a minute. Did you say time-traveling felines?
Are you serious, Dad? This is getting ridiculous.
I'm dead serious, Beth. We need to map out the trajectories of their movements and come up with a way to neutralize their weapons.
Why don't we just call the authorities on them or something?
Because the authorities don't have access to the same technological advancements that we do, Morty. Now, if you'll just help me calculate the equations for the gravitational anomalies.
This is insane. I just want to go back to pegging the family dead.
What's wrong with your mom, Morty?
I don't know, Rick. She's always been a bit weird. I think it's a coping mechanism for dealing with the craziness that is our family.
Well, at least she's not a time-traveling cat with a ray gun, Morty.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's get started on figuring out how to stop these crazed felines.
The rest of the episode continues with a wild and crazy escapade as Rick, Morty, and Beth attempt to outsmart the time-traveling felines and restore some semblance of order to their reality. The episode ends with a humorous twist as the felines are revealed to be nothing more than stray cats that had accidentally wandered into the lab and triggered a series of events that resulted in their non-linear time travel. The family is left to clean up the mess and ponder the mysteries of the multiverse once again.
Title: The Jerkin Dilemma in Dimension C-137.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting in their garage, tinkering with various gadgets and discussing quantum physics and multiverse theory. Suddenly, a portal opens up and two women in armor step out, brandishing swords and shields.
Ah, great. Another group of warriors from a medieval dimension. Can't you guys get your fill of killing each other back home?
Warrior number 1. We come seeking your help, Rick Sanchez. A demon has invaded our kingdom and we need your advanced technology to defeat it.
Oh, is that all? Easy peasy. Let me just whip up a demon-slaying device.
As Rick begins to work on his invention, Beth and Jerry enter the garage and start watching TV. Morty is also present, but he's jerking off under his jerkin and no one seems to notice.
What are you working on, Dad?
Just saving another dimension from certain doom. Morty's weird jerkin habits notwithstanding.
Suddenly, the demon bursts into the garage and starts wreaking havoc. The women warriors engage it in combat while Rick and Morty continue their work. But the demon seems to be too powerful, and the warriors are getting overwhelmed.
Guys, can't you, distract the demon or something? I'm trying to,
No one pays attention to Morty's plea, and he gets frustrated. He decides to leave the garage and see if anyone notices his jerkin habits. He goes to the bank, the grocery store, and various other places, but no one seems to notice what he's doing.
This is ridiculous. Am I invisible or something?
Meanwhile, back in the garage, the rest of the family is still oblivious to Morty's antics and are focused on the demon. Rick finally finishes his invention and activates it, causing the demon to be sucked into a black hole.
Warrior number 2. By the gods, you've done it. You've saved our kingdom.
Yeah, no big deal. Now if you'll excuse us, we have a jerkin situation to deal with.
The episode ends with Morty returning to the garage, defeated and dejected.
No one noticed me jerkin, Rick. Not even a little.
Hey, don't worry about it, Morty. There's more important things in life than getting caught jerkin. Like, saving entire dimensions from demons and stuff.
The family laughs and the episode closes with Morty still struggling to come to terms with his unnoticed jerkin.
Title: The Philosophical Absurdity.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty venture into the world of philosophy, only to find themselves in a hilarious mess when Jerry joins them for an adventure. The trio is taken into a universe where people are rational and logical, valuing reason above all else. Samuel Edward Konkin pegs Max Stirner as they walk into a building with a large wall of glass and metal panels. The trio sneaks around unnoticed, trying to understand the world they've entered, which proves difficult given their love for absurdity.
Morty, what kind of place is this? Why is everyone so damn rational?
I don't know, Rick. It's like they don't appreciate the art of absurdity.
You know, this reminds of a time when I took a course on existentialism.
Oh great, Jerry's going to bore us with his academic nonsense now.
Actually, if you would let me finish, I think it could be helpful in understanding the philosophy here.
Alright, fine. What's your take, Jerry?
Well, from what I've learned, existentialism suggests that individuals should create their own meaning in life and reject any external values imposed on them.
Oh wow, that's deep. But how does it fit in this universe?
I think it means that people here are so focused on reason that they reject any absurdity.
Ah, that's hilarious. Let's see how they react to some good old-fashioned absurdity.
The trio then proceed to wreak havoc in the universe by performing absurd actions such as dancing with a lampshade on their heads in a packed elevator and breaking into a museum to rearrange the art pieces in a nonsensical way. Samuel Edward Konkin pegs Max Stirner as the trio is chased by the authorities in the universe. Eventually, they find a way out of the universe, but not before leaving chaos in their wake.
Rick, I don't think we should mess with philosophy anymore.
Yeah, I think I'll just stick to my day job.
Ah, you guys are no fun. Let's go to another universe where they appreciate a good joke.
The episode concludes with the trio bursting into laughter as they step into another universe, leaving the absurdity behind, for now.
Title: The Succubus and the Scientist, A Tale of Lust and Madness.
Episode overview.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer working on a new experiment in Rick's garage lab. They are attempting to create a device that can extract the energy from the universe's most powerful beings. However, things take a strange turn when a mysterious woman with black hair and a black dress appears. She introduces herself as Ayn Rand and immediately captures Rick's attention with her piercing intellect and striking beauty.
Oh, Ayn Rand, I didn't know you were a real person. I thought you were just a character from my favorite book.
Ayn Rand, I am very real, Rick. And I am here because I have heard about your amazing scientific feats. I have come to collaborate with you on a project that will change the world.
Ah, Rick, who is this lady? And why is she wearing such a fancy dress?
Morty, you uncultured swine, don't you know who Ayn Rand is? She's one of the greatest philosophers of the 20th century. And as for the dress, well, I'm not complaining.
What's the project you want to work on with us?
Ayn Rand, I have discovered a way to harness the power of the succubi, creatures from another dimension that feed on the life force of mortals. With your expertise in interdimensional physics, Rick, we can create a device that will allow us to siphon their energy and use it for our own purposes.
Interesting, very interesting. But how do we catch a succubus?
Ayn Rand, leave that to me.
The group follows Ayn Rand to a nearby abandoned building, where she leads them down a dark hallway and into a room filled with candles and arcane symbols. In the center of the room is a beautiful succubus with red eyes and long, flowing hair.
Ayn Rand, be careful, my friends. Succubi are very dangerous creatures. But with my powers, I can control her.
I don't like the sound of that.
Suddenly, Ayn Rand transforms into a demonic creature herself, with horns and wings and a snake's tail.
Holy crap, what's happening?
Did we just stumble into a horror movie?
Ayn Rand, now transformed into a succubus. Now, Rick, bow down before me and submit to my will. You will be my servant, and together we will rule the world.
Not happening, babe. I'm not into that kind of domination. But I do have a proposal.
Ayn Rand, what kind of proposal?
How about we engage in a little scientific experimentation? I mean, after all, we are both experts in our respective fields. Perhaps we could learn something valuable from each other.
Ayn Rand, getting excited, you mean?
That's right. Let's explore each other's minds and bodies.
The episode ends with Rick and Ayn Rand engaging in a wild, otherworldly sexual encounter that leaves them both exhausted and satisfied.
Rick, you okay? You look different.
Rick, breathless. Oh, Morty, I feel like I've unlocked a whole new level of scientific understanding. Ayn Rand may have been a bit intense, but I'll be damned if she isn't a brilliant scientist. We truly pushed the boundaries of what's possible tonight.
I'm just glad it's over. I'm never going to look at Ayn Rand the same way again.
You kids have so much to learn about the complexities of the universe. But don't worry, I'll teach you. And who knows what new wonders we'll discover together.
Episode title, The Neon Experimentation.
Opening scene.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting a series of high-intensity experiments in Rick's garage lab. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are watching from behind a protective glass barrier wearing high-tech neon glasses.
Alright, Morty. Let's see if this new neon light we got from the multiverse market can handle the level 10 protonic energy we're about to unleash on it.
Whoa, Rick, this is crazy. Are you sure this is safe?
Safe? Boring. Let's do this.
As Rick and Morty proceed with their experiment, a sudden explosion blasts through the glass barrier. Holy crap! What's happening? Is everyone okay?
Rick? Morty? Are you guys alive?
Relax, Beth. Nobody died, but all our clothes did get vaporized.
And the new neon light is now glowing brighter than the entire Milky Way galaxy.
Oh, great. So how the heck are we supposed to pay for new clothes, Dad?
Yeah, Rick. You gotta start taking responsibility for your actions.
Responsibility? What is this, kindergarten? Hey, wait a second. I've got an idea.
Brain plot.
Rick and Morty come up with a new plan to make some fast cash. They convince Summer and Morty to make passionate videos and post them to YouPorn, a popular website for adult entertainment.
Ew, gross. Do we really have to do this, Rick? Can't we just get jobs like normal people?
Jobs? That's so last century. Trust me, Summer, people will pay big bucks to watch you and Morty do romantic things.
I don't know, Rick. This feels kinda wrong. What if our parents find out?
Don't worry about it, Morty. They'll never know. And besides, this is all in the name of science, right?
Summer and Morty reluctantly agree and make the videos. They soon become an internet sensation, receiving thousands of views and comments.
Top 10 comments and usernames for the video.
1. Baby Twister 69. Wow, that was hotter than a supernova.
Oh, the real Mr. Fingers. I need a cold shower after that one.
3. Big Daddy, I didn't know Morty had it in him. Or on him, rather.
4. Tiny Tammy. This is disgusting. I can't believe our society has come to this.
5. Professor X, excellent work, Morty. Your technique could use a bit of refinement, but overall, very impressive.
6. Linda loves Luigi. I can't wait for the sequel. When is part 2 coming out? 7. Milky Way Man. If this is the kind of stuff that happens in alternate universes, I'm signing up for the next expedition.
8. Golden Goddess. I'm so turned on right now, I think my entire body is glowing neon.
9. McLovin, Morty, you sly dog. I always knew you had a hidden talent.
10. The Big Lebowski. I don't know what I just watched, but I liked it a lot.
Closing scene.
Summer and Morty are counting their earnings from the videos. Beth and Jerry walk into the room, completely unaware of what just happened. Hey kids, what's going on? Why are you guys so happy?
Oh, we just made a lot of money by doing something different.
What kind of something?
Just some experiments with neon lighting and creative expression. You wouldn't understand.
And that's how it's done, folks. The Smiths are now officially the richest family in the multiverse.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
The less you know, the better. Now let's go out and celebrate with some alien moonshine.
Everyone cheers and the episode ends with the neon light still glowing brightly in the background.
Title: Rhizome Extension on a Honda Civic.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty driving down a road next to a field of grass and trees with a sky background. Rick brags about his new invention, a rhizome extension machine, which is supposed to extend the roots of any plant to grow faster and larger. Morty, as always, is skeptical.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. This sounds too good to be true. How do you even know it works?
Rick, Sush, Morty. I don't build machines that don't work. Just watch and learn.
They arrive at a 2006 Honda Civic, which Rick insists they test the machine on to see if it works on vehicles. The rhizome extension machine is attached to the car, and after it's activated, the car suddenly grows roots and sprouts leaves.
Morty, what the hell, Rick? Now we can't even drive the car.
Rick, relax, Morty. It's just a temporary side effect. The car will shed the leaves and grow back the wheels in no time.
But things get even crazier when a group of deer suddenly start eating the leaves off the car. Morty is horrified, but Rick finds it amusing and suggests they let the deer finish their meal.
Rick, hey Morty, maybe we should start a new business. We can sell these rhizome cars as mobile planter boxes for wildlife. It's genius.
Morty starts to question everything about this invention, but then they notice the red roof of a nearby house. They decide to park the car and investigate. They knock on the door and are greeted by a scientist, who is amazed by the rhizome extension machine. She invites them in for a cup of coffee and to discuss the scientific implications of the invention.
Scientist, gentlemen, do you realize the potential of this machine? With it, we could revolutionize the way we grow crops and save millions from starvation. Rick, hey, I just wanted to see a car grow some leaves. But I suppose your idea is cool too.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and the scientist working together to improve the rhizome extension machine and change the world. But not before Rick takes a joyride in the newly grown leaf car and crashes it into a ditch.
Morty, well, that was predictable.
Rick, predictable. But worth it. Title: The Quantum Clown Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring the multiverse through a portal gun. They come across a cartoon of a clown holding a sign with a caption that reads, "Death Jack the Maim." Intrigued, they decide to investigate further. Upon arriving at a nearby planet, they discover a circus where all the performers are clowns with unique abilities. Rick becomes fascinated by the quantum physics behind their abilities and begins to conduct experiments on them. Meanwhile, Morty is having a great time at the circus until he encounters a clown with a hat on his head. The clown, who goes by the name of Joker, begins to terrorize Morty with his mind-bending tricks. As Rick continues to experiment on the clowns, he comes across a news article announcing the death of Ted Kaczynski. Rick becomes emotional and starts to cry, reminiscing about their past collaborations. Filled with grief, Rick decides to take on the persona of the Joker and wreak havoc throughout the circus. Morty must now team up with the other clowns to stop Rick before he destroys everything. Amidst the chaos, Rick proclaims that it's mail time and begins to send out letters filled with riddles and jokes to unsuspecting victims. This only adds to the mayhem and confusion. In the end, Morty is able to snap Rick out of his emotional state and they make a hasty retreat back to their own universe, leaving the clowns behind. However, the impact of their actions is felt by the clowns for years to come, as they try to put their lives back together after the Quantum Clown Conundrum.
Title: The Multi-Dimensional Adventures of Rick, Morty, Jerry, Summer, and a cartoon character with a blue outfit and a yellow hat on his head and a yellow snake in his hand.
In this episode, Rick invents a portal gun that can transport the characters to multiple dimensions simultaneously. Morty, Jerry, and Summer are hesitant to try it out, but Rick convinces them by explaining the principles of quantum mechanics and string theory. As they step through the portal, they find themselves in a world where everything is drawn as if it were a cartoon. They encounter a new character, a cartoon character with a blue outfit and a yellow hat on his head and a yellow snake in his hand. Rick is initially dismissive of him, but Morty and Jerry are fascinated and record him with their phones. Morty decides to post the video on a subreddit, r/Cartoon Critters. As they read the top 10 comments, they start to realize that this cartoon character is actually a wanted criminal in multiple dimensions. Rick decides to use the portal gun to help the authorities in these dimensions to capture the criminal. As they attempt to apprehend the cartoon character, they encounter other bizarre creatures and beings, including intelligent amoebas and giant sentient vegetables. Rick explains the principles of evolutionary biology and the architecture of the universe. After a series of mishaps and adventures, they successfully capture the cartoon character and turn him over to the authorities. As they return home, Jerry's video goes viral and they become famous on multiple dimensions.
Some of the top comments on our Cartoon Critters include:
You Toon Lover 69, wow, I never knew cartoons could be so hot.
You, Inkmeister 777, this animation style is revolutionary.
You, Cartoony Mike, I knew it. This is the same character that robbed my bank in Dimension 437B.
You, Draw Me Daddy, I want to draw fan art of this character.
You, Looney Tunes Fanatic, I think I just found my new favorite cartoon character.
Overall, this episode is a hilarious and absurd romp through multiple dimensions, with plenty of references to scientific concepts and a touch of social commentary on online fame and viral culture.
Title: The Cryogenic Joker over Industrial Society.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, strategically mapping out a new invention to control the multiverse's laws of physics. In the corner of the room, Morty notices a poster of a man with green hair and a mustache on his face, with the words, "Cry over," plastered above his head.
Hey Rick, who's the dude on your poster?
Oh, that's Ted Kaczynski, the infamous Unabomber responsible for numerous mail bombings in the late 80s and 90s.
Why do you have a poster of him?
Well, it's a tribute poster. He died yesterday, and I'm just paying my respects to an intellectual revolutionary.
But Rick, he was a terrorist.
Terrorists, Morty, are just a label for those who challenge the status quo. And that's exactly what I'm going to do today.
Rick starts crying and laughing hysterically, transforming into the cryogenic Joker. He pulls out a flamethrower and sets fire to the lab.
Rick, what the hell are you doing?
Cryogenic Joker, it's mail time, Morty. The perfect opportunity to take down industrial society and free the world from its capitalist chains.
You're insane!
Cryogenic Joker, insanity, Morty, is just a label for those who dare to think outside the box.
Cryogenic Joker Rick proceeds to hijack a mail truck and starts throwing boxes of TNT at corporate buildings. Morty is held hostage by Rick and is forced to help him in his scheme.
Cryogenic Joker, now Morty, time for some science. Let's blow up this transmission tower and broadcast our message to the world.
What message? That you're a crazy anarchist?
Cryogenic Joker, no Morty, a message of hope. A message that we can break free from our chains and live a life of true freedom.
I don't know about this, Rick.
Cryogenic Joker, of course you don't, Morty. You're just a tool of the system. But together, we can change everything.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty being arrested by the police, and Cryogenic Joker Rick cackling maniacally as he's taken into custody.
Cryogenic Joker, you can't contain me, officers. I am the Cryogenic Joker, and my message will live on.
Screen fades to black as Rick and Morty sit in their cell, contemplating the events that had just occurred. Morty turns to Rick and asks,
"So, what's the plan now?"
Same thing we do every day, Morty. Try to take over the multiverse.
Title: The Multi-Dimensional Meme Invasion.
In this episode, Rick and Morty venture to a new dimension where they encounter a strange creature made entirely of memes. Using his scientific expertise, Rick determines that the creature has absorbed thousands of memes from various dimensions and has become an unstoppable force. As they try to escape the creature's grasp, Morty accidentally records Jerry engaging in sexual intercourse with an alien. Morty convinces Rick to post the video on an interdimensional subreddit, curious to see the top comments in their subreddits.
The top 10 comments and usernames are as follows.
1. Cthulhu_Photogin 69 inches. Is that Jerry? Damn, he's gotten more action than I ever will. 2. 420 Blaze It Dimension. Bro, that's some out of this world porn right there. 3. Galactic Gone Wild. This is the weirdest thing I've seen all day, and I've seen some pretty weird shit. 4. Time Travelers Anonymous. This reminds me of that time I hooked up with a Neanderthal in the past. 5. The Fourth Dimension. I always knew Jerry was a freak, but this takes it to a whole new level. 6. Alternate Universe Porn. This is why I love being able to jump to different dimensions. 7. Interdimensional Gone Wild. I need to find me an alien like that. 8. Futuristic Fornication. I wonder if they have sex toys in the future that can do that. 9. Quantum Porn. This is what happens when you mess with physics, kids. 10. Infinite Intercourse. That's it, I'm officially done with sex forever. As the memes from the video begin spreading across the multiverse, Rick and Morty realize that they've unintentionally unleashed a multidimensional meme invasion. The memes begin taking over various dimensions, causing chaos and confusion. Rick and Morty must work together to find a way to stop the meme invasion before it's too late. In the end, Rick and Morty are able to defeat the meme creature and erase all the memes from existence, saving the multiverse from certain doom. As they make their way back home, Morty realizes the dangers of posting things on the internet without considering the consequences. Rick, however, is unfazed and simply declares, it was worth it for the lols.
Title: The Jokerification of Rick Sanchez.
Scientific abstract. This episode follows the dynamics of Rick and Morty's multidimensional adventure in which Rick undergoes a psychological transformation into the infamous Batman villain, the Joker. The narrative centers on the influence of society and anarchist ideals on Rick's psyche and actions. The character development and events are analyzed and discussed through the lens of psychology and philosophical discourse.
Morty, we're about to enter a dimension where capitalism was replaced by a utopian society based on the distribution of resources and communal living. I can't wait to wreck their system. It'll be epic.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if that's such a good idea. What if we just observe and don't interfere?
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. We're not here for a social experiment. We're here to have some fun. It's mail time.
Mail time? What are you talking about?
Pulls out a white envelope with a red tag, featuring a creepy man with a red nose and mouth. This, Morty. This is what it's all about. This is the symbol of industrial society that needs to be dismantled. And I know just the guy who can teach me how to do it.
Who's that, Rick?
Ed Kaczynski, Morty. He was a genius, a true anarchist. And it just so happens that he's dead now, but his spirit lives on. I'm going to channel him and become the Joker of this dimension.
Oh boy, here we go.
Puts on a green wig and purple suit. I'm sorry, Morty. I just can't take it anymore. This society is a joke, and I'm going to make them all laugh. Or cry. Either way, they can't stop me.
You're scaring me, Rick.
That's the point, Morty. That's the whole point. Now let's go spread some chaos.
The episode follows Rick as he wreaks havoc on the utopian society, with Morty trying his best to talk him down. Rick's psyche becomes more and more unstable as he embraces his new identity and philosophy. The climax of the episode involves a confrontation between Rick and the leaders of the society, where Rick delivers a philosophical and nihilistic monologue about the meaninglessness of existence and the need for destruction. In the end, Morty convinces Rick to snap out of it and they flee the dimension before getting caught.
Scientific conclusion. The episode serves as a commentary on the flawed nature of industrial society and the impact of societal norms on individual behavior. The use of the Joker as a symbol is significant because it showcases the inherent irony and absurdity of societal norms and values. The episode also touches on themes of existentialism, nihilism, and the role of anarchy in society. Overall, the episode is a masterpiece in its ability to blend humor and philosophy in a cohesive and entertaining manner.
Title: Quantum Jokes and the Anarchist Clock Tower.
The episode begins with Rick creating a new invention that can turn any object into a quantum joke. Morty is skeptical about its usefulness, but Rick assures him that it is worth their time. Jerry walks in asking what they are up to, and Rick offers him a quantum joke, but Jerry fails to get it, causing Rick and Morty to laugh hysterically. They receive a distress signal from an unknown location, and Rick decides to investigate it. They arrive at a black and white photo of a city with a lot of buildings and a clock tower in the center. Rick realizes that they have traveled back in time to 1894, and the clock tower is the source of the distress signal. Morty discovers that the clock tower is actually an anarchist trading hub, where they exchange goods and ideas based on the Agorist Primer by Samuel Edward Konkin, and Mutual Aid by Peter Kropotkin, and What is Property by Proudhon. Jerry is confused by the anarchist principles, but Rick and Morty are intrigued. As they explore the trading hub, they discover that the clock tower is in danger of collapsing because of a malfunctioning time machine. Rick uses his expertise in time travel to fix the machine, and they prevent the collapse of the clock tower. As a reward, the anarchists offer them a rare quantum joke, which turns out to be a portal gun that leads to infinite parallel universes. Rick and Morty are ecstatic, but Jerry is left feeling even more confused and left out. In the end, they return home, and Morty asks Rick what the point of the adventure was. Rick replies that there was no point, but the journey was the joke all along. Morty doesn't get it, but Jerry laughs along anyway.
I've created a quantum joke machine, Morty. It turns anything it touches into a joke that only a few can understand.
Sounds pointless, Rick.
I don't get it.
Of course you don't, Jerry. Your puny human brain can't comprehend quantum humor. We've got a distress signal, Morty. Time to put on our science pants and investigate.
Do we really need to wear science pants, Rick?
Can I come too?
Sure, Jerry, you can come, but leave your non-science pants at home.
Why are we in this black and white photo, Rick?
We traveled back in time to 1894, Morty. That clock tower in the center is the source of the distress signal.
Distress signal? Is it dangerous?
Oh, it's dangerous, Jerry. We're dealing with anarchists who believe in trading goods and ideas based on the Agarist Primer by Samuel Edward Konkin, and mutual aid by Peter Kropotkin, and what is property by Proudhon.
The clock tower is going to collapse. What do we do, Rick?
I'll fix the malfunctioning time machine, Morty. That should prevent the collapse.
I'm still confused about these anarchist principles, Rick.
That's because you're a simpleton, Jerry. Now, hand me that wrench.
Anarchist, thank you for saving the clock tower. We would like to reward you with a rare quantum joke.
Quantum joke? Let me see it.
What is it, Rick?
It's a portal gun, Morty. We can travel to infinite parallel universes.
I still don't get it.
Of course you don't, Jerry. You never will.
What was the point of this adventure, Rick?
There was no point, Morty. The journey was the joke all along.
I still don't get it, but I had fun anyway.
That's all that matters, Jerry. That's all that matters.
Title: The Agarist Technological Mutual Aid Property Society.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are in a heated debate about the merits of different political systems when they are suddenly transported to a world where all ideas and concepts come to life. There, they meet a man with a beard and glasses sitting down, who introduces himself as Samuel Edward Konkin, author of The Agarist Primer.
Rick: Great, another political theory. What's next? The Communist Manifesto.
Samuel: Actually, agorism is a voluntary society based on radical free market principles.
Morty: So, like libertarianism?
Samuel: No, libertarianism is too focused on political parties and elections. Agorism is about individual action and avoiding government interference.
Title: The VoIP and Comet Conundrum, a Rick and Morty adventure of physics and gaming.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick has devised a way for the whole family to experience virtual reality games through VoIP technology. Morty and Jerry are excited to try it out, but Beth is skeptical and prefers to read a book instead. However, when a comet passes by the Earth and causes a temporary blackout, the VoIP system malfunctions and causes them to get stuck in a game called Comet's Coquette Conundrum.
Alright, family, buckle up for some VoIP gaming goodness. It's the latest in virtual reality technology that allows you to enter the game through your phone and experience it right in your living room.
Whoa, that sounds awesome. What game are we playing?
It's a game I developed called Comet's Coquette Conundrum. You have to solve puzzles and save the universe before the comet hits Earth.
Sounds like a real brainbuster. I'm in.
I'll just stick to my book, thank you very much.
As they start playing the game, they all get sucked into the virtual world, but soon realize that something is not right. They are unable to leave the game and are stuck in it until they finish it.
Rick, what's going on? How do we get out of here?
I don't know, Morty. It seems like the comet's electromagnetic field has interfered with our VoIP signal and we're trapped in here until we finish the game.
Well, at least we have each other. Let's do this. As they progress through the game, they encounter various challenges and obstacles, including a rapper named Travis Scott who is trapped in the game and needs their help to get out.
Travis Scott, yo, what's good fam? I've been stuck in here for days, man. Can you help me out?
Beth, who is still reading her book, comes across a passage that she thinks might be helpful in solving the game's puzzles.
Hey, guys, listen to this. It says here that the answer to the conundrum lies in the properties of the comet's tail. Maybe we need to use the game's physics engine to figure it out.
Brilliant, Beth. That could be just what we need to get out of here.
Using Beth's knowledge and Rick's technological prowess, they are able to solve the game's puzzles and escape back into the real world.
Wow, that was intense. I never want to be stuck in a virtual reality game again.
Speak for yourself, Morty.
I had a blast. Let's do it again sometime.
I think I'll stick to my books, thank you very much.
As the episode ends, the camera pans out to show a game board called Gloomhaven on the table, hinting at a future Rick and Morty adventure.
Title: The Chronicles of the Agorist Society.
Synopsis.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth standing in front of a large room filled with books with a building having arches on its sides and a clock tower in the background. Rick tells the gang that he discovered a new dimension, a free market utopia where there are no laws, no governments, and no regulations. Jerry gets excited and asks Rick how they can get there. Rick explains that they need to study The Agorist Primer by Samuel Edward Konkin and Mutual Aid by Peter Kropotkin and What is Property by Proudhon and The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul to understand the principles of the Agorist Society and how the market functions without any external intervention. Morty gets worried and asks Rick if it's a good idea to explore a society without any laws. Rick reassures him and says that it's a temporary visit and nothing bad will happen to them. The gang studies the books and gains an extensive knowledge of the market and its mechanisms. They enter the dimension and find themselves in a world that is vastly different from their own. Rick gets amazed seeing the enormous buildings and the bustling market where people are trading goods and services freely. Morty looks around and finds no signs of misery or poverty as everyone is selling something. Jerry, being a businessman, takes an interest in the market and starts trading. Beth, being a scientist, analyzes the market and tries to understand the principles that govern it. Rick encounters a group of agorists and asks them about how their society functions. The agorists explain to Rick that their society is based on the principles of individual sovereignty and mutual exchange. Jerry gets carried away with his trading and starts exploiting the market by overpricing his products. The agorists get angry and start chasing Jerry. Morty, Rick, and Beth rescue Jerry and explain to him the importance of mutual exchange and cooperation. The episode ends with the gang returning to their own dimension, with Jerry understanding the true principles of the Agorist Society and Morty embracing the idea of a free market utopia.
You see, Morty, this is what true freedom feels like.
I don't know, Rick. I feel like we're tinkering with something beyond our control.
I've never felt so alive. This is the business opportunity of a lifetime.
The market is an ever-evolving system, always adapting to new circumstances. It's fascinating.
You guys know how much time and effort I put into finding this dimension? Let's enjoy it while we can.
Title: Quantum Robot Battle Royale.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are playing a video game with robots fighting each other. They are both engrossed in the game, and the room is dimly lit with a green light emanating from the screen. Suddenly, they hear a knock on the door.
Who could that be? We're in the middle of a quantum robot battle here.
Maybe it's your interdimensional cable service guy.
Rick opens the door to reveal a man in a suit, holding a clipboard.
Man in a suit. Excuse me, Mr. Sanchez, but I'm here to inform you that your quantum entanglement manifold is in violation of interdimensional regulations.
Oh, come on. Can't you see we're in the middle of something important here?
Man in a suit. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to shut it down, or else face consequences from the council.
Fine, fine. Morty, pause the game while I deal with this bureaucratic nonsense.
But Rick, we were just about to.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got a trick up my sleeve.
Rick proceeds to collapse the quantum entanglement manifold, causing a surge of energy to emanate from the game console. The man in the suit is thrown back by the force of the explosion, while Rick and Morty cheer in victory.
Wow, Rick, how did you do that?
It's all in the science, Morty. Sometimes, you just have to think outside the box and collapse a few quantum entanglement manifolds.
Man in a suit. You're in for it now, Sanchez. The council won't take kindly to this.
Oh, please, the council doesn't scare me. I've faced worse threats than a bunch of stuffy bureaucrats.
Suddenly, the video game console comes back to life, with the robot battle raging on as if nothing had happened.
Looks like we can get back to our game, Morty. Let's kick some quantum butt.
Why, yeah. Let's do it, Rick.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing maniacally as their robots fight each other on the screen, while the man in the suit shakes his head in disbelief and walks away.
Title: The Hilarious Hafnium Hunt.
Scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with different gadgets. Summer enters with an LOL surprise. Doll in her hand.
Hey guys, check out this LOL surprise doll I just got.
Morty, Summer is getting dumber by the minute. Do something.
Okay, I can help her learn about chemistry by teaching her about hafnium.
Hafnium? That's an interesting element. It's a transition metal, with a high melting point and density. It's often used in nuclear reactors and aircraft engines.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Can we go find some hafnium?
Sure, let's go on a hafnium hunt. But be careful, there's a woman with a helmet and a demon face on her chest who's also after the hafnium.
Oh man, that sounds dangerous. We should be careful.
Scene. The trio is on a deserted planet, searching for hafnium. Suddenly, the woman with the demon face appears, holding a piece of hafnium in her hand.
Woman, this hafnium belongs to me. I'm going to use it to take over the universe.
Ah, good luck with that. You'll need a PhD in chemistry to even understand what hafnium does.
Yeah, it's not just some toy you can play with.
Speaking of toys, check out this LOL surprise doll. It's pretty cute.
Woman, I don't have time for your nonsense. I need that hafnium now.
Scene. A hilarious chase scene ensues, with the woman after the hafnium and Rick and Morty trying to stop her. In the end, they outsmart her and she ends up getting covered in slime from an exploding gadget.
Woman, you may have gotten away with the hafnium this time, but I'll be back.
Yeah, sure you will. Good luck with that.
That was insane. I can't believe we just had a hafnium hunt.
Yeah, and we learned so much about chemistry. I'm ready for my next science lesson.
Not so fast, Summer. Let's focus on one thing at a time. And maybe let's leave the LOL dolls out of it from now on.
End scene.
Title: The Lunar Loop Love.
Synopsis. Rick's past catches up with him as his former flame, an intergalactic psychic diva named Zorana, shows up on Earth seeking his help to retrieve a rare element from the moon. However, Zorana's ulterior motives and their tumultuous relationship threaten to derail their mission.
Characters: Rick, a brilliant but eccentric scientist and inventor who always puts his alcoholism and personal desires ahead of his family and responsibilities. Morty, Rick's teenage grandson who is often dragged along on his crazy and dangerous adventures. Beth, Rick's daughter and Morty's mother who struggles to balance her career as a veterinarian with her dysfunctional family life. Summer, Morty's older sister who often tries to distance herself from Rick's shenanigans.
Episode dialogue.
Zorana, long time no see. Last time we spoke, you tried to pull a mind erase heist on me.
Zorana, I'm Rick. You know I could never forget about you. Especially not after what we shared on the moon.
Wait, what did you guys do on the moon?
Morty, don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
Seriously, can't we just get to the mission already? I have plans with my friends later.
Right. Zorana needs our help retrieving a rare element from the moon before her ex-boyfriend, the Moon King, gets his hands on it.
Zorana, and in exchange, I'll give you the blueprints to my latest psychic amplifier.
Deal, but let's make it quick. I have a date with a woman with long hair and glasses on a hill with a moon in the background and a purple sky tonight.
Rick, that's just a painting I made in art class.
Whatever, Morty, it still counts.
Zorana, let's move fast before the Moon King finds out we're here.
Cut to Rick and Zorana arguing as they make their way to the moon.
I can't believe you still haven't gotten over me, Zorana.
Zorana, I'm Rick. You know our love is like a lunar loop. It never ends.
Why does everything have to be so dramatic with you two?
I'm just glad they're no longer using their psychic powers to fight for control over a planet.
Yeah, that was a weird family vacation.
Cut to Rick and Zorana infiltrating the Moon King's lair.
This must be where he's keeping the element.
Zorana, but we need to be careful. The Moon King has powerful psychic defenses.
Don't worry, I have a trick up my sleeve.
Moon King approaches.
Moon King, Rick Sanchez, I should have known you'd try to steal from me.
Actually, we're just here to return this element to its rightful owner.
Zorana, and to deliver a message. You were washed up has been and through.
Moon King, you'll regret this, Zorana.
Cut to Rick and Zorana escaping from the Moon King's lair.
That was easier than I thought, and I got a new psychic amplifier out of it.
Zorana, but Rick, what about us? Don't you still feel the lunar loop love?
Zorana, I'll always have a special place in my heart for you. But sometimes, it's better to move on.
Moon in the background as Rick and Zorana share a bittersweet moment.
Are we done here? I need